أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فسبحان الله حين تمسون وحين تصبحون، وله الحمد في السماوات والأرض وعشيا وحين تظهرون، يخرج الحي من الميت ويخرج الميت من الحي ويحيي الأرض بعد موتها وكذلك تخرجون. ومن آياته أن خلقكم من تراب ثم إذا أنتم بشر تنتشرون. ومن آياته أن خلق لكم من أنفسكم أزواجا لتسكنوا إليها، ومن آياته أن خلق لكم من أنفسكم أزواجا لتسكنوا إليها وجعل بينكم مودة ورحمة، إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يتفكرون. ومن آياته خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف ألسنتكم وألوانكم، إن في ذلك لآيات للعالمين. ومن آياته منامكم بالليل والنهار وابتغاؤكم من فضله، إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يسمعون. ومن آياته يريكم البرق خوفا وطمعا، وينزل من السماء ماء فيحيي به الأرض بعد موتها، إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يعقلون. ومن آياته أن تقوم السماء والأرض بأمره، ثم إذا دعاكم دعوة من الأرض إذا أنتم تخرجون. وله من في السماوات والأرض كل له قانتون. وهو الذي يبدأ الخلق ثم يعيده وهو أهون عليه، وله المثل الأعلى السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم ضرب لكم مثلا من أنفسكم هل لكم مما ملكت أيمانكم من شركاء هل لكم مما ملكت أيمانكم من شركاء فيما رزقناكم فأنتم فيه سواء تخافونهم كخيفتكم أنفسكم كذلك نفصل الآيات لقوم يعقلون.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله بلغ الرسالة وأدى الأمانة ونصح الأمة وجاهد في الله تعالى حق الجهاد حتى أتاه اليقين فصلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما أما بعد. Dear brothers and sisters in Islam, we have a humble presentation, some things that some of these young brothers have worked on tirelessly with regards to memorizing and presenting some of the hadith of the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam. And how we're going to do it, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, is in the disciple way, the disciple style, in which occasionally, not all the time, not every time, but from time to time, we quote the hadith with the isnad, with the chain of narration. As Abdullah ibn al-Mubarak rahimahullah ta'ala said, al-isnadu min ad-din, walawla al-isnadu laqala man sha'a ma sha'a. He said, indeed, the isnad is from the religion. A part of the religion is the chain of reporters. And if it wasn't for the isnad, anybody could say whatever they wanted to say. Anyone could say whatever they wanted to say. And there are countless other athar of the pious predecessors from the earliest generation of Islam, second generation, third generation, with regards to the virtue, the importance, the obligation, and the superiority of the hadith reported with the isnad. We don't have much time. We don't want to get stuck on that. That's an entire lecture by itself. The importance of the isnad, of the chain of reporters. Where did you hear this from? Where did you get this from? So, not all of the time, but occasionally we try to encourage, even if it's once or twice, a khutbah class to get the people in the mind of the old style and how the Salaf as-Salih, the pious predecessors, worked so hard and how they were so selfless in memorizing and preserving the hadith with the isnad, with the chain of narration. So the first disciple, bi'idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala, is going to be Brother John. Brother John is going to step forward and he's going to tell us a hadith with regards to marriage. A hadith regarding marriage. Bismillah, faddal.
قال الإمام البخاري رحمه الله حدثنا مسدد قال حدثنا يحيى عن عبيد الله قال حدثني سعيد بن أبي سعيد عن أبيه عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال تنكح المرأة لأربعة لمالها ولحسبها وجمالها ولدينها فاظفر بذات الدين تربت يداك ورواه مسلم.
Alright, jazakallahu khairan. Not yet. We're not done with you yet. So, could you just give us a brief breakdown of what this hadith means in English? It says, tunkahul mar'atu li arba'. Tunkahul mar'a li arba'. Says a woman is married for
4 reasons.
4 reasons, which are number 1,
For her wealth.
Limaliha, her wealth.
For her family's social status.
Her family's social status. Walihasabiha.
وجمالها for her beauty.
Her beauty, her actual looks.
ولدينها for her deen.
And for her deen, her religion. The last part of the hadith says, Fadfar
بذات الدين.
Fadfar bidat ad-din. And then it says, Taribat yadak. May your hands be dirty. May your hands be dusty. May your hands become dirty and dusty. What does this mean? May your hands, the Prophet says he wants your hands to get dirty and dusty. He says, marry a woman for 4 reasons. Not only 4 reasons, but in most cases, there are 4 reasons. In most cases. A man, the average man, marries a woman for one of these 4 reasons, if not 4. He says what? First and foremost is what?
Her wealth.
Her wealth. She has money. I want a woman that's wealthy. Or
Her social status.
her family, her father, her tribe, her clan, her lineage, her name, good stock that she comes from.
And her for beauty.
Jamaliha. Last but not least, he says, walidiniha. And also marry a woman for her religion. Fadfar bidati din. Make sure that the literal translation says fadfar. Be dhafir. Triumphant. Win. Conquer. He says, get a woman that's religious. Taribat yadaka. May your hands be dirty. What does that mean?
If you marry a woman with deen, you will be successful.
You'll be successful. In other words, that was a statement of the Arabs. As if he said, you'll be lucky. Good luck. You're blessed if you have a religious woman. Wealth is good. Beauty is good. Family lineage is good. So on and so forth. But the most important thing is the deen, is the religion, is the character of that woman. So where can we find this hadith, Brother John?
We can find it in Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim.
So the hadith is agreed upon from the highest level of authenticity of the hadith. And what you quoted, he says, قال الإمام البخاري رحمه الله حدثنا مسدد. What does that mean?
It was narrated to him from his teacher Musaddad.
That Imam Bukhari's sheikh was a man whose name was Musaddad. So Imam al-Bukhari, he says, حدثنا. Imam al-Bukhari, you're Imam al-Bukhari right now. And he's Musaddad. He's given the hadith. When you pass it on to your disciple, your student, you're going to say, حدثنا. He told us. He reported to us. Who reported to us? Musaddad. Musaddad got it from? Yahya ibn Sa'id al-Khattab. Who got it from? Ubaydillah, to the end of the isnad, to Abu Hurairah, who reported that the Messenger of Allah said, Jazakallah khairan, very good job. Akhi Mukhtar, Bismillah. قال الإمام أبو داود
رحمه الله حدثنا موسى بن إسماعيل حدثنا
Bismillah, breathe, focus.
حدثنا موسى بن إسماعيل حدثنا
طيب. قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ما حق زوجة أحدنا عليه قال
أن
تطعمها طيب. We see Brother Mukhtar here is naturally nervous, which is a good thing. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm sure it's the first time you've done this. Brother Mukhtar, alhamdulillah, is from one of the most brilliant students with regards to the Qur'an recitation. One of them. So he's memorized a lot. But the first time that you're standing in front of people, in front of lights, blinding lights, quoting hadith with the isnad, it can become a bit overwhelming. The first time I gave a khutbah, I was 18 years old. It felt like I had 6 birds in my stomach flying around, literally. And I memorized the entire khutbah from beginning to end. But when I got in front of the brothers, and alhamdulillah, I literally went what? Blank, literally. Tayyib, we'll come back to Mukhtar, inshallah. Jazakallah khairan. Don't deprive us from the benefit though. We want to know, the hadith says, what is the rights? مَا حَقُّ زَوْجَةِ أَحَدِنَا عَلَيْهِ. What are the rights of our wives upon us? What are the rights of our wives upon us? The Prophet ﷺ says, تُطْعِمُهَا, etc. We want to come back inshallah. Akhi Jamil, Bismillah.
قال الإمام البخاري رحمه الله تعالى قال حدثنا عمر بن حفص بن زياد قال حدثنا أبي قال حدثنا الأعمش قال حدثني عمارة عن عبد الرحمن بن يزيد قال دخلت مع علقمة والأسود عبد الله فقال عبد الله كنا مع النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم شبابا ما نجد شيئا وقال لنا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يا معشر الشباب
ما معشر الشباب
يا معشر الشباب من استطاع
الباءة
من استطاع الباءة فليتزوج فإنه أغض
لا ليس العين فإنه أغض للبصر
فإنه أغض للبصر بصري وأحسن للفرج.
And those who can't, ومن لم يستطع ومن لم
يستطع
he should عليه بالصوم
فعليه بالصوم فإنه له وجاء.
والحديث أخرجه Muslim. طيب, what does the hadith mean? The story. He says دخلت. Who entered? Who went where? Umar or Amr? Which one? طيب, what's his name? There's a story behind this hadith. It's a story why the Prophet ﷺ or why the Sahabi narrated this hadith. Now, but once again, like Mukhtar, he's taken over by the nervousness. And this is a very important lesson for us all. The way to break your nervousness is to do what? Is to just do it. So if you start young, bi'idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala, you stand up to the nervousness. By the time, a year, 2 years, 3 years, you'll be seasoned. And then you can do it properly. All of the brothers, they memorized all of the hadiths. In the room, they said it like a computer, but they're nervous because it's the first time. And this is a very important lesson, is to start off what? Young as possible. That way you can take 2 to 3 years to make mistakes. 2 to 3 years to overcome your nervousness. Khair inshallah. So the hadith, it tells us that who said what? One day we were with the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we were youth, we were young men. And he told us to do what? Ya ma'ashar al-shabab. Oh assembly of youth. Oh young men. Oh young women. Do what?
You have the ability to marry.
He's sweating terribly. He said what? He who can marry what? Should do so. Why? Why? I don't want to get married. I want to study. I want to work. Why do I need to get married? Marriage is drama, headaches, problems, bills. Why get married?
Because it helps with the gaze.
فَإِنَّهُ أَغَضُّ لِلْبَصَرِ. It helps a man, it helps a woman to lower their eyes. The natural desire to look at the opposite sex. The natural desire and inclination towards the opposite sex. With the eyes. And it starts with the eyes. So marriage doesn't necessarily get rid of the problem you looking at women or sisters looking at you. But it does what? It helps. أَغَضُّ لِلْبَصَرِ. And then number 2 is what? وَأَحْسَنُ. It's more protective for the farj, for your chastity. You won't have zina, you won't make zina, you won't fall into vice with regards to your sexual pleasures because you have a wife at home, because you have a husband at home that fulfills your sexual desires. But everybody can't get married. Everybody doesn't have the money to get married. Everyone can't find this or whatever. So then what is the solution?
So you should fast.
Should what?
You should fast.
Should fast. Why? What's so important about fasting? Why not make salat? Give zakat. They can't hear it. You're depriving them from the benefit.
Because it helps to control your desire.
Because fasting is like a means of castration, the hadith says. فَإِنَّهُ لَهُ وِجَاء. As if a man is a eunuch. A eunuch is well known. He has little to no sexual desires. Period. So the fasting, as if it castrates you. In other words, you've weakened in your body. You've weakened everything. Your energy, your mind is focused on ibadah. I'm fasting. So my desire that I can't fulfill permissibly in marriage is now what? Totally tuned down. And where can we find this hadith?
Sahih Bukhari.
Sahih Bukhari, and what else?
Muslim.
And where else? طيب أحسن أخي يوسف تفضل بسم الله. Yusuf is going to read to us a hadith. Yusuf is going to read to us hadith outside of the Sahihain. Another classic traditional book, min Dawawin Sunnah an-Nabawiyya. He's going to read from us a book. What's the name of this book?
Sunan Abu Dawud.
The Sunan of Abu Dawud. The Sunan of Abu Dawud. Fadal. No hands, I'll hold it for you.
قال الإمام أبو داود رحمه الله حدثنا قتيبة بن سعيد قال حدثنا عبد العزيز يعني ابن محمد عن سهيل عن أبيه عن أبي هريرة أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم كان إذا رفع الإنسان إذا تزوج قال بارك الله لك وبارك عليك وجمع بينكما في خير.
Ahsant. So, Abu Dawud rahimahullah, he says, or how many people are in this chain of narration? He says, حدثنا قتيبة بن سعيد. Number one, that's the teacher of who?
No.
Abu Dawud. Abu Dawud is the disciple of Qutayba ibn Sa'id. Qutayba ibn Sa'id reported from Abdul Aziz. Who's Abdul Aziz? How many Abdul Azizes are there? How many Abdul Azizes you know, Akhi?
3.
That's it? How many Adam?
3.
Really? I know at least 20 Abdul Aziz off the top of my head. No doubt. So Abdul Aziz in the Isnad is called Muhmal. It's called Muhmal. Not Mubham, but Muhmal. In other words, the name is too popular, it's too common. Haddathani Muhammad. Muhammad told me. Too many Muhammads. Which Muhammad? The liar, the trustworthy, the companion, the tabi'i. So he says, Ya'ni ibn Muhammad. Abdul Aziz, Ya'ni huwa ibn Muhammad ad-Darawardi. So he clarified, but look at the precision of the people of Hadith. How he never ever put his full name in the Isnad. Because he only heard it like that. Abdul Aziz told me, that's it. And as a clarification, a comma, a slash, a hyphen, I'm going to say, he is Abdul Aziz. But I'm not going to put not one single letter, anything in the Isnad that I didn't hear from my teacher. This is how Allah Azza wa Jalla preserved the religion of Islam. This is how Allah preserved the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ through these great men and through these great women. So that's the second narrator. After Abdul Aziz ibn Muhammad is who? Suhail ibn Abi Salih. 3 people. After Suhail ibn Abi Salih is his father. An Abihi, Abu Salih, As-Samman, the great pupil of Abu Hurairah. So this is Isnad. There's 4 people between Imam Abu Dawud and between Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam. The hadith then tells us, Anna Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa when he used to do what?
When he used to meet the newlyweds.
When a man got married, when somebody got married, the Prophet ﷺ, who was busy, who was teaching the Qur'an, who was teaching the people his hadith, who was fighting in Allah's cause, physically making jihad fi sabilillah, who was looking after the widow, the orphan, the poor, who was looking after the affairs of the Muslims. He was so busy, but he made time out of his schedule to make sure that he would greet the newlywed. He would talk to the newlywed, and what would he say to him? Barakallahu. May Allah
bless you.
Talking to the man. Mubarakah.
Alik.
And may Allah give blessings
On you.
from the woman. May Allah make her blessed and good for you.
وجمع بينكما في خير.
Which means,
God bless you both.
may Allah bring you together with harmony. Most importantly, you could be a good brother, you could be a good sister, but it may not work out. It may not be written for both of you. So the Prophet ﷺ, instead of what the people of Jahiliyyah used to say, they says, Rifa bil bani. When a man got married, they say, may you have boys. May you have boy children. Not girl children. We don't want girls. We want boys. So the Prophet ﷺ, he abolished this Jahili practice. He abolished this ignorant practice of only boys, only boys. But he never ever got rid of the concept of congratulations. Very important in Islam. Islam does not wish to just do away with the human emotions and feelings. You get married, congratulations, but it has to be refined Islamically. The culture, the practice has to be what? Has to be Islamically refined. So the Prophet ﷺ, he took what they said and he threw it out the window. And he changed it and he altered it and he made it Islamic. May Allah bless you with a girl or with a boy. May Allah bless her with a girl or with a boy. And may Allah bring you guys closer together. What important is it for a woman to have boy children and she's not a good wife? What importance is it for a woman to have boy children and he's not a good husband? What importance is it to have boy children and you're not good for each other? In other words, the formalities of Jahiliyyah. I have a bunch of sons, so I have a successful marriage. I have a lot of money, so I have a successful marriage. I have a beautiful wife, so I have a successful marriage. I have a strong husband, a knowledgeable husband, so I automatically have a successful marriage. And that's not how Muhammad ﷺ thought, nor how he wanted his companions to think. Jazakallah khairan, Yusuf. Very good job. Last but not least is Akhi Sharif. Bismillah.
Bismillah.
Don't drag it, huh?
Bismillah. قال إمام مسلم حدثنا محمد بن عبد الله بن ربيعة الحمداني قال حدثنا عبد الله بن يزيد قال حدثنا حيوة أخبرني شرحبيل بن شريف أنه سمع أبا عبد الرحمن الخبري أن يحدث عن عبد الله بن عمرو أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال الدنيا متاع وخير متاع الدنيا المرأة الصالحة
Ahsant, jazakallah khairan. What does this hadith mean? I don't speak Arabic.
That the best provision, that this world is a provision.
He says, ad-dunya mata'. He says the world, everything in the world is nothing more than a mata'. Whether it means a provision, a means of outfitting, or whether it means enjoyment, pleasure. As he says, this whole thing is over in what? How long? 5 minutes. He was an old man. He said it's on his deathbed. He says, this whole thing, wealth, luxury, this and that, is over in 5 minutes. Ad-dunya mata'. It comes and it goes. But there's certain things that you need from the dunya. Certain things that you have to have. Wa khayru mata' ad-dunya. And the best thing in the life is to have what? A car, wealth, children, knowledge, strength, good looks. The Prophet says the best thing in the worldly life is what?
Righteous wife.
They need to hear you.
A righteous wife.
Al-mar'atu salihah. The best thing to have as a man is a righteous wife. And the best thing that you should aspire as a sister in Islam is to be righteous. To be pious, firstly to Allah. And from piety and righteousness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is you being righteous with your husband. Jazakallah khairan. Where can we find this hadith?
Alright. Sahih Muslim.
Sahih Muslim. What chapter?
1467.
What chapter? Not number.
Kitab And Nikah.
The book of marriage. Tayyib. Jazakallah khairan. Barakallah fiqh. Mukhtar, you ready? Bismillah, let's go. Deep breath. See, how with Allah?
قال الإمام أبو داود رحمه الله حدثنا موسى بن إسماعيل حدثنا حماد أخبرنا أبي قزاعة الباهلي عن حكيم بن معاوية عن أبيه قال قلت يا رسول الله ما حق زوجتي أحدنا عليه قال
Number one.
أن تطعمها إذا طعمت وتكسوها إذا اكتسيت أو اكتسبت ولا تضرب الوجه ولا تقبح ولا تهجر إلا في البيت.
أحسنت. جزاkallah khairan. What does this mean? Hadith says the Prophet ﷺ was asked, our wives, what rights do they have over us? In Islam, in the Sunnah, women have rights that come from the Kitab and from the Sunnah. Culture, family, values, that's good, that's peachy. But the rights initially come from the Kitab and from the Sunnah. The Prophet ﷺ says if you do what? Number one.
Give her food when...
Feed her when you eat. You can't be full and she's starving. You can't be fat and she's skinny. You can't have a full belly and she barely has the necessary food. You have to feed her whenever what? You eat. And that's a principle of the entire marriage. It's deeper than that. It's far more symbolic than just measly crumble morsels of food. In other words, treat that sister like you treat yourself, like you like to be treated. He then said, وَتَكْسُوَهَا, and that you?
And clothe her when you clothe yourself.
When you have clothes, she has clothes. You have nice clothes, she have nice clothes. You cover your odor, she should cover her odor. All the necessary accessories, socks, sneakers, kufis, jackets, mashallah, the wife should be what? Have the same, if not more. Because a woman is bound to the appearance more than a man. Inshallah, in most cases, how it should be. How it should be. The nature of a man is different than the what? The nature of a woman. A man, I don't care what I look like. A woman is a bit different in most cases. So you have to clothe your wife. Islamic clothes. You can't let your wife leave the house and she's dressed incorrectly. But you have a thobe, you have a beard, and this is a problem of many of us. Brother has a big beard, big thobe, comes to the masjid. His wife, no khimar. That's sad. And it's a basic principle. When you clothe yourself, you have to clothe your wife Islamically and just normal clothing. Number three, don't hit your wife in the face. You cannot hit your wife. You cannot slap your wife. You cannot punch your wife in the face. You can't do that. If you can't hit her in the face, then this is another major principle of domestic abuse. Don't be someone who hits and who beats. Don't hit people in the face. Last but not least, the Prophet ﷺ, he says, two more, he says what? وَلَا تُقَبِّحْ. Don't say قَبَّحَكِ. You're repulsive, you're disgusting, you're horrible. I hate you, you're nothing, you're worthless, you're stupid, you're dumb, you're a moron, you're a fool. Don't say these type of bad words, even if she disobeys you. Even if she's not doing her job, don't لَا تُقَبِّحْ. Don't be repulsive in how you talk to your wife. Last but not least, when you do have problems, when things aren't going so smooth, keep the problems among yourselves in the house. Do not leave the home. Do not go to your mother's house. Do not go to your father's house. Do not tell everybody your business. Handle the affairs in the house as long as you can do that. And that's tremendous wisdom in that hadith. Where can we find this hadith? Sunan of Abi Dawud. Jazakallah khairan, Brother Mukhtar. He redeemed himself. He overcame his nervousness. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless him. And thank you all for your time, your respect, and watching our humble presentation of some of these hadith. Jazakumullah khairan.
Bismillah. All right, our brothers and sisters, disciples and disciples, or disciples and disciples, here we have marriage in light of Kitab and Sunnah. Marriage in light of Kitab and Sunnah.
Initially, other aspects, what the Sahaba said, practice, inshallah, if there's enough time, the traditional fiqh, modern day issues, culture, society, science, psychology, and the list goes on. But the starting point and the ending point for everything that we do is Kitab and Sunnah. Qala Allah, Qala Rasulullah, alayhi salatu wasalam. Everybody clear on this, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. So this is the theme of the conference. Marriage in light of these two divine, infallible sources, Qur'an and Sunnah. If the Muslims can meet at the 50-yard line, the two captains from each team, and flip a coin, then they can decide who gets the ball first. Who gets the ball after halftime? Not at the 20-yard line, not in our end zone, not at the 40, not the 30, where they meet in the middle. So this is a very important point. Muslims should always start off with that which is agreed upon. Do all of the Muslims agree that what the companion says is hujjah? No, they don't. Do all of the Muslims agree that Imam Abu Hanifa was the greatest of the four Imams? They do not. Do all of the Muslims agree of using science and psychology and this, that? They do not. But every Muslim, a true Muslim, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, has to agree that it is Allah and His Rasul. And if they don't agree on those two, then they are not Muslim. They're not Muslim. Once we start off at the 50-yard line, we agree on something scientifically clearly, then we can move on to another step, and a third and a fourth. So it makes no sense. It's against logic to start off at something that's for you or against me. We do that which is clear, infallible, exempt from any mistake, and that is Kitab and that is the Sunnah. So therefore, let's before we get into this, interesting facts about marriage. Some facts, something that stimulates your mind, you know, something to get you ready for the meal. The term marriage derives from the Latin word mas, meaning male or masculine. The earliest known use of the word in English dates from the 13th century. This is what the word marriage linguistically or lexically means. The word husband is from the Old Norse husbandi, or master of the house. Literally house, bandi, householder, dweller. Some scholars trace the word bride to the Proto-Indo-European root brew, to cook, to brew, to make broth. Number 4, most married couples are happiest in their 3rd year of marriage. Why is that? Why not the 1st year? Why not the 4th year? This is what it says. This is what the statistics tell us. Moving on to the next slide. It says here, the tradition of exchanging wedding rings goes back to the ancient Egyptian times. Very interesting fact. You want to buy a wife a ring, husband has a ring, is it permissible? Is it haram? Is there a wedding ban? Most people say it's a Christian tradition. It's from the Christians, Ahl Kitab. But deep scholastic research shows us that it's what? It's deeper than that. It's older than that. And what were the ancient Egyptians upon? What was their aqidah? What did they believe in? How did they practice? Were they Christians? Were they Ahl Kitab? Or were they something else? Just food for thought. It then says couples who spend more money on their wedding have higher divorce rates. Not a higher divorce rate, that's the mistake. A study found that those who have simpler marriages, easier marriages, normally stay together longer. Very interesting thing to think about. Extravagance, spendthrift, showing off, back-breaking debts. In most cases, these marriages, they do not end up with good. This is not what the Muslims say, it's what non-Muslims say. Moving forward, couples who spend less on their wedding tend to have longer lasting marriages. Those who are more simple, more basic, tend to be happier and have longer lasting marriages. Traditionally, bridesmaids would be dressed in similar bride-like gowns to confuse rival suitors, evil spirits, and robbers. In other words, the concept of these brideswomen all being dressed the same wasn't just fashion, wasn't just style, but it was a means of subterfuge. It was a means of disguise from the ayn, from evil spirits, from people coming to rob and hijack the bride, an enemy clansman taking and stealing his wife on the wedding night. Is also something very interesting to think about. Wedding dress. Where does it come from? Where do these traditions come from? Ring, dresses, not saying that they're haram, nor are we saying they're permissible, but for you to think about what? Where they come from. Moving forward, with an average cost of over $80,000 per wedding, Manhattan is the most expensive place to get married in the U.S. Next slide says, couples who live together before engagement have a higher divorce rates than those who wait. A higher divorce rate or higher divorce rates than those who wait. In other words, if you sleep with someone and live with someone before it's actually lawful, legitimate marriage, in most cases it ends up in divorce. Very interesting fact. This is not according to the Muslims now, this is the non-Muslims. It then says the average married couple has sex 68.5 times a year, which is slightly more than once a week. Slightly more than once a week. That's a good thing or a bad thing? Moving forward, one in every five couples has a sexless marriage, having less than 10 encounters a year. Is that Islam? Is that Sunnah? And what does that lead to? Number 13, 79% of people who marry partners from an affair eventually divorce. You cheated on your wife. You cheated on your husband. You got khula', you got talaq. He was a deviant. This, that. You got a reason to leave the marriage. It never, or in most cases, it doesn't work. 75% is a high number where I come from. 75%. It's a high number. In other words, they say the grass isn't greener on the other side. My husband, I'm not happy with him, so I sleep with somebody else and get married to him. In most cases, it doesn't work out. And we all know what Allah says in Surah Yusuf about, Inna Allah la yahdi kayd al-kha'ilin. Allah guides not. Allah does not guide the plot of those who are treacherous. Moving forward, people who endure more than 45-minute commute are 40% more likely to divorce. Why is this? How many of you get on a train every day to and from work for an hour, 2 hours? What does this mean? And how does it have an effect upon how you look at your wife or look at your husband? Next slide states. Alright, so khair inshallah, it says here, the importance of marriage in Islam. 1 out of 2. Why is marriage so important? Why is marriage so important, guys? Why do we make a conference just on this topic? Why didn't we talk about aqidah, or salah, or hadith, or fiqh, or tawheed, or people, or politics, or money, finance, economics? Why do we talk about marriage? And why should you come here on a Saturday, your day off, spend your time, spend your money, spend your efforts to hear and learn about marriage? Some brothers came from Philadelphia. Some brothers came from Maryland or the DMV area. Some brothers came from parts of Jersey. For what? What's so important about marriage? It says here, and hope we have a volunteer from one of the sisters to read, please. Any sister like to volunteer? To read the slides. Anybody? Bismillah. Bismillah.
It's a means of getting closer to Allah by complying to His command and those of His messenger.
Marriage is ibadah. I'm happy, I have kids, I can feel my sexual desires, this and that. Before all of that, it's ibadah. It's ibadah that Allah told you to do. It's ibadah that the Messenger of Allah told you to do, told me to do. Ya ma'ashara al-shabab, man istata'a al-ba'a. He who can marry should do so. You should not be single. You should not be celibate. You should not be a monk. There is no monastic lifestyle in Islam. Shaykh Islam Taymiyyah, Ibn Nawawi, that's not Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You should not be single if you have the ability not to be single. You should get married. Why? Because it's ibadah. It's a means of you getting closer to Allah ar-Rahman subhanahu wa ta'ala. And if it's a means of getting closer to ar-Rahman, then you have to have sincerity. It has to be sunnah and all of the other conditions and etiquettes of the ibadat in Islam. Number 2, it says,
Preservation of the human race and Muslim population, which is the foundation behind establishing the Islamic Sharia and making the kalima of Tawheed the highest in the land.
It says here that, number 2, when you get married, it is a means of doing something else. Not just the sheer act of ibadah with the intention, preservation of the human race. No marriage, there's no man, there's no woman, there's no getting together, there's no children. What would happen to humanity if the man didn't go to the woman? If the woman didn't go to the man? There wouldn't be no more human beings. And that's obviously not what's needed for us to just die off. So getting married is a means of preserving the human race, but it's deeper than that. Not just the human race, but the Muslim population having more children, more Muslims. What does that lead to? How do we benefit? What's the purpose of that? Which is the foundation. Not the only thing, but it is the building blocks, the foundation of doing one thing, establishing the Islamic Sharia. Yes, the Islamic Sharia is meant to be established. It is not just to be meant believed in. I believe in, that's my faith. It's meant to be established. Like Allah says, وَأَقِمْ, establish the salah. Allah doesn't say pray. Allah never says pray. Allah says establish the prayer. A time, a place, a location, an imam, rulings. And the same applies to the Sharia. It is to be established. How do you establish the Sharia? What's the purpose of establishing the Sharia and making the kalima of Tawheed the highest in the land? For that flag to be whipping in the wind, going back and forth, right to left. La ilaha illallah, the highest flag in the land. There have to be people. There have to be men. There have to be women. Where do good men and women come from? Where do good Muslim men and women come from? Except through marriage. As the Prophet ﷺ told us in another narration, that when you die, all of your deeds stop. There's no more good deeds, except for 3 sources. The last of those 3 sources, he says, وَلَدٍ صَالِحٍ يَدْعُ لَهُ, a righteous child that makes dua for you. Where do righteous children come from? Except from good marriage. Say good stock, a righteous seed, good soil. It has to be watered, it has sunlight, it has to be good, righteous. And this righteousness is nothing more than a reflection of the household. It's nothing more than a reflection of you. Your son is a reflection of you. Your daughter is a reflection of you. How you raised them, how you treated them, how you educated them, and how you fed them. They're a reflection of your righteousness or lack of righteousness. Number 3, a major means
towards happiness in this wretched dunya.
This wretched dunya. This dunya is foul. It's wretched. It's sour. It's bitter. There are liars and there are lies. Lies and liars who tell the lies. Hypocrisy and hypocrites. Cheats, cheaters. Tricks and tricksters. There are people that are unchaste, that are dirty, that are nasty, that are violent, that are aggressive. They're backstabbers. Your own family member will look at you in the face, smile in the face, and stab you in the back. Your own student, your own pupil will betray you and refute you and talk about you. When you came to me, you didn't know Alif Ba Ta. You didn't know anything. And by Allah's grace, I taught you everything that you know. And then you turn around and say, indeed, this is wretchedness. And this is the nature of the dunya. Except for what Allah Azza wa Jalla allows the people to have happiness therein. And from the reasons behind getting happiness in this wretched dunya is marriage. In other words, the tiresome, burdensome lifestyle, the hustle and the bustle, especially in New York City, as they say, the rotten apple. The rotten apple. What is this sweetness in this rotten apple? You go home after you worked all day, you're on a train, driving, stuck in traffic, around the kuffar, listen to the kuffar, talk, laugh, joke, backbite, take selfies, pull out their phones. I did this, I'm going to do this, we drunk this, we did this. It's wretchedness. You go home to your house is clean, looks nice, smells nice. You see your beautiful wife, Assalamu alaikum. The first thing she says to you, peace be upon you. Sit down, how was your day, and everything else. It's a means of happiness away from the wretchedness. And the same applies for a woman. A man that keeps her safe, that protects her, that respects her honor. He doesn't look at her as just a sex symbol, a doll that's picked up and thrown back down on and off the shelf. And the list goes on of the benefits that come from marriage, which are means of happiness, bliss, peace of mind in this wretched, miserable place that we call al-hayat ad-dunya, that Allah Azza wa Jalla has scorned, and that the Prophet ﷺ has scorned severely. And he told us the weight and the value of the hayat ad-dunya. It means nothing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And if it meant something to Allah Azza wa Jalla, indeed Muhammad would have had everything. Muhammad would have had everything. He wouldn't have had rocks around his stomach. There wouldn't have been months without no fire in his homes. He wouldn't have rode upon a donkey with someone behind him. Muhammad would have been wounded and hurt and injured. Muhammad wouldn't have left his own hometown of Mecca and traveled miles to strangers to keep him safe and protect him if the dunya meant anything to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Moving forward to the next slide. The importance of marriage in Islam.
A means behind hoarding good deeds in this life and next.
Stacking up hasanat. Not getting good deeds, hoarding good deeds. Piling them up, stacking them up. Salah, hajj, fasting, children, feeding. The list goes on of the good deeds that you get when you're with your wife and when you're with your husband. Rather, the Prophet ﷺ, he says, وَفِي بُطْءِ أَحَدِكُمْ إِيش? Sadaqah. He says when a man fulfills his desires with his wife, it's a means of what? Sadaqah. So you can't lose if you're married, bid'Allah ta'ala, with regards to stacking money, getting money. And this money that you're getting, this cash, this cream, is the what? Is the true money. The money that's going to be heavy on your scales on the day of judgment. And that's why Allah Azza wa Jalla, He always talks about this in the Qur'an, about tijara, trade, commerce, buying and selling. Selling your soul and getting profit. I sell my soul for the deen and I get profit. I stack money. That money is not monetary means. It's not paper. It's not gold and silver. But it's nothing more than hasanat. Allah tells us those whose scales are heavy on the day of judgment, فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. They are the winners. وَمَنْ خَفَّتْ مَوَازِينُهُ. And those whose scales are light, those who don't have no money in their bank accounts, they're poor and they're broke, they are the losers. So getting married helps you stack up hasanat, and it allows you to hoard those hasanat, because there's certain things that you may have done for your wife or done for your husband 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that you forgot about. Ahsahullah wa nasu. Allah kept count, but they forgot about it. So when you hoard something, it's money that you don't even know that you have. You have material possessions from the 90s, from the 80s in your house. I forgot I had those pair of shoes in the closet. I forgot I made that money. I forgot about that box of money. I forgot about that shoe box. I forgot about it. Because you've been getting money for such a long time, consistently, and you were wise with your money. And the same applies to good deeds. You stacked up good deeds year after year after year, child after child, Hajj, Umrah, Ramadan, every year with your wife. So you stacked up good deeds and you hoarded them. It then says,
a means behind having your good deeds continued in the prayer.
As we previously have explained,
it is the sunnah of the prophets and messengers.
The prophets and the messengers, they weren't men that stay away from women. They weren't monks. They had wives. The Prophet ﷺ had many wives. He married, he had children, he had wives. That's the way of Muhammad ﷺ. So you can't be upon the sunnah if you just don't want to get married. I don't need to get married, I don't have to get married. That's not the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. Rather, the prophets and messengers before him, moving forward. It is a means.
It is a means behind obtaining Allah's
rizq. Allah's rizq. You're poor, you don't have a lot, get married. And Allah will bless you. Allah will bring it. As Allah says in the Qur'an, حَتَّى يُغْنِيهُمْ اللَّهُ مِنْ فَضْلِهِ. Allah says, be chaste. الَّذِينَ لَا يَجِدُونَ نِكَاحًا. Those who don't find nikah until Allah enriches them, until the bounty of Allah Azza wa Jal comes. So getting married is a means of rizq, whether you realize it or not. Moving forward.
It's a means behind mental health and peace of mind.
Mental health. You become sick when you're not married. You're a grown man living in America, living in New York, 2017, and you're not married. You have no contact with women at all. What are your thoughts like? What do you think about? This is a reality. A woman, a grown woman, she has desires, she has fantasies, she has feelings, she has things that she wants to be loved and taken care of. Your mind grows sick, it grows ill when you don't have the ability to fulfill those natural emotions, thoughts, and feelings. It's a reality. Marriage is a means
behind physical well-being and strength.
Physical well-being, not mental, not spiritual, your actual body and physical strength. Whenever you see men's health, women's health, the magazines, the first thing they have with a magazine is what? Or one of the biggest things is what? What do they have on the magazine? Men's health. Talks about what? Every issue talks about what? No doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. It's the first thing. It's healthy for your body, and it's unhealthy for it to remain in your body. Ibn Qayyim rahimahullah ta'ala, he said, from the wisdoms behind a man having a wet dream, or a woman having a wet dream, is that it removes the harmful semen that has become stale in the body. It's been there too long, it needs to leave the body. So Allah allows it to leave naturally, without your specific doing. It's toxic. It's not supposed to remain in the body for that long of a time. And there are other things that lead to strength and weakness as well. Moving forward.
It is an ultimate manifestation of Islamic humanity.
It is not a manifestation, an ultimate manifestation of humanity in Islam. Kindness, mercy, compassion, love, respect, cooperation, sabr, tawakkul, and the list goes on of Islamic humanity. Taking care of people, looking after people. Humans live in coexistence Islamically. So from the greatest manifestation of this is marriage, a family man. Everybody got this? We stop here. Move forward, Yusuf. Finding the right one. We'll take this after the salah. Bi'idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. Thank you very much for your time, for your attention, and for your respect. And also thank you for your participation. Jazakallah khairan, shukran. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The next presentation says, finding the right one. How do I know? Part 1 of 3. How to find the right one. And when you come across a brother, you come across a sister, how do you know, how are you sure that he or she is the right one? I think, I feel, it seems, based off statistics, theory, age, compatibility, my heart, I can feel it. How do you know? Or is there a such thing as knowing that you found the right one? Is there a such thing as knowing how, or that you actually found the right one? This is crucial with regards to implementing the first slide. We learned about the importance of marriage, why marriage is so important, why marriage is either mandatory or recommended. Why do you have to do it? Why should you do it? So that's the theory. That's insufficient for me to just leave you hanging now. It's something that you have to do, something that you must do. The first question after that is what? Okay, how to do it. How to do it. Everybody understand this? It's very important for us never to get stuck on what is a rule. The rule is haram. It's mandatory. Okay, how to implement that which is mandatory. How to practically avoid that which is haram. Everybody understand this? And the Qur'an and the Sunnah, they are full of this 1-2 punch concept. Allah says, don't do this. And He tells us how to avoid it. The Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he commands us, he recommends, he encourages us to do an act. And he also teaches us the steps and the practical means. So therefore, we're getting more specific, more finely tuned with regards to the theory and the concept of marriage. How to look for the right sister. And how do I know, or is it even possible for me to find the quote-unquote right sister? The right brother. There are many brothers who want to marry me. Many brothers at the masjid. Many brothers, my cousins, my family, my tribe, my this and that. How do I know who's right and who isn't right? So first and foremost is, the Muslim, who's a volunteer from the brothers? Fadl, bismillah.
The Muslim is always connected to his or her Rabb in all affairs of religion and life.
Before we even talk about marriage, Yaqi, what is your deen like? What is your 9 to 5, 24/7 practice of Islam like? And oftentimes we get disconnected. Islam is a solid, cohesive way of life. One mistake, one shortcoming, one place of imbalance will certainly lead to another mistake, another shortcoming, and another lack of balance. So therefore, if you're not a practicing Muslim, I don't know if that even exists, a Muslim that doesn't practice, but let's just say theoretically, I'm not a practicing Muslim. I was born Muslim, my family is Muslim, Muslim by name my entire life. I went to Islamic school, and now I want to get married. And I've heard a talk, a lecture on YouTube about looking for the right one, finding the right one. So I want to implement it now. It sounds good. It made sense. But I don't make all 5 prayers in a day. I only make 3 salah, and I make up the other 2. Or I have problems with my hijab. I earn riba, haram income, And the list goes on of major flaws and gaping holes in your deen. Obviously, you're not going to be able to understand this properly, nor are you going to be able to truly benefit from the prophetic wisdom and guidance on finding the right woman, finding the right husband, finding the right sister to marry. Everybody got this? So Islam and how you practice Islam is going to spill over to how you get married, who you marry. What is your lifestyle as a slave of Allah is going to have an impact on your lifestyle as a husband and as a wife. So before we even talk about marriage, you have the connection between Allah and His slave. When I wake up in the morning, the first thing I do is not look at the alarm clock. I'm late for work. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I had a bad dream. I had a good dream. I have to call Fulana, check my phone, who WhatsApped me, who emailed me, who sent me a message on Facebook. First thing I do when I wake up. Thinking about drinking something, smoking something, eating something, going here, doing this. The very first thing when I wake up is I say my dhikr. When I get out of my bed, I open up the door. I go do this, I eat, I drink, I get dressed, I get in my car. I'm always supposedly be connected to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So Allah is always my guide. Allah is always my protector. Allah is always the one who allows me to see clearly, to hear accurately, and to have instincts and feelings which are in tune with the Kitab and with the Sunnah. And this is nothing strange, as it states in the hadith, in which the Messenger of Allah is quoted to have said, that Allah Azza wa Jal said about His chosen slaves, "Man aada li waliyan faqad adhantuhu bil harb." Those who hate my wali, I will wage war against them. In the hadith, it tells us that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said that when He gets close to me, He reaches near to me. Kuntu sam'uhu alladhi yasma'u bihi. He says, I will be His ears with which He hears, His eyes with which He sees, to the end of the well-known hadith. So your instincts, what you see, what you feel, what you hear, what you touch, when you're close with Allah, connected with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they will be sharp as well. And you'll know what to look for, what not to look for. You know how to recognize, how to distinguish, and how to discern. The closer you are to Allah, the more likely is that you find a good husband or a good wife. The further you are from Allah, the more likely it is for you to be tricked and deceived by the appearance, by the name, by the status, or by the empty promises that the brother makes, the empty promises that the sister makes. The sharper you are spiritually, the better you are as a Muslim, the more of a connection there is between you and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is going to have a major factor or determining factor on how to find the right one. Moving forward, sometimes the right one isn't found, but instead finds you. It's tremendous for us to think outside of the box now. Finding the right wife, finding the right husband. Sometimes you shouldn't look. Sometimes you shouldn't search. Sometimes allow them to find you. Look or be looked for. In other words, make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. I make salah in the masjid. I've learned, I've studied, I practice. I'm with the right Muslims, the pious Muslims, the righteous Muslims behind the Sunnah. And then one way or another, it's going to happen. Because if you're around me all the time, Lutfi, you sit in the class, you pray with me, we fast together, we travel together. Obviously, we're going to talk about different things when we're on the road, when we're in an airplane, when we're walking down the street, after the class, before the class. We'll talk about food, drink, clothes, sports, recreation, and also, undoubtedly, what's going to come up? Marriage. So instead of you asking me, I say, wow, I know this brother. He seems very pious, very righteous. He has good akhlaq. I know a nice young sister, a righteous sister, a beautiful sister that may be good for him. So I go to him and I ask him. I take the sister to him instead of him necessarily asking me. So sometimes you don't always necessarily have to look and search, but allow it to come to you. How do I allow it to come to me? How can it come to me? By, as they say, by being in the right place at the right time. Being in the right place at the right time. And what we mean by being in the right place at the right time is you doing your duties as a Muslim on a consistent basis, which goes back to the first point. So sometimes the righteous husband will come after you. He'll hear about you. He'll look for you. Everybody understand this? And oftentimes it's easier when you're the one being searched for instead of searching for someone else. Because when you search or when you look, you already have a pre-assumption of what you want. What's good? What's compatible? What I like, what I don't like, what's my taste, what's my flavor, what's my cup of tea. And oftentimes these things, they color your judgment. as the Arabs, they say, حُبُّكَ الشَّيْء يُعْمِي وَيُصِلُّ. A famous cliche or a proverb, a wise statement, they say, حُبُّكَ الشَّيْء يُعْمِي وَيُصِمُّ. It says, when you love something, it causes you to be blind and it causes you to be deaf. Because you have a full cup. I'm looking for this sister, my Miss Right, my Mr. Right. So because you see artificially, superficially think that he's Mr. Right or Mrs. Right, you don't look critically at other important things that are fundamental. But if he looks for you, then it's a bit different. It's a bit different. Moving forward, last but not least, it says theory versus practice. Theory versus practice. And that goes back, well, alhamdulillah, to the second point, which goes back to the first point. The theory. I want a sister who's my age. That's theoretical. A good sister for me is somebody that comes from my race. Someone who comes from an urban life, or I'm from the suburbs. My economic background, my social class, education, studies, so on and so forth. That's all theoretical. And any woman that's older than me, younger than me, not from my race, not from my cultural background, that makes more money, that makes less money, is automatically disqualified. Is automatically disqualified. So I no longer search, even though the sisters are right there, nor do I allow those sisters who seek me because they don't fall into my theory. But the practice is based off of what's needed, what's wanted, and the instincts that Allah has blessed me with. The eyes and the ears, the heart that Allah has blessed me with. The feeling is strong, it's real, it's a reality. Bismillah. Maybe your theory is bad. Or maybe you need to adjust and tweak your theory from time to time. So these things are the fundamentals of finding Mr. Right or finding Mrs. Right. Number one, connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Connecting with Allah azza wa jal. Number two is allowing it to come to you. Allowing a situation to present itself instead of you going out of your way to find the situation. Number three is not getting stuck, not being rigid and robotic, but actually flowing. Be easy, feel, and don't necessarily think. Sometimes feel, and sometimes you don't need to think. But your feelings have to be based off of the first point, as we said. Allah will guide you. Allah will inspire you. Allah will open up your eyes to see clearly. Bi-idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. Moving forward to the next slide. Dua, both general and specific. Go ahead, Akhi.
Wise and real.
Read the first one again, please.
Dua, both general and specific.
General and specific. The general dua, Allahumma, oh Allah, rectify my life. Oh Allah, guide me. Oh Allah, provide for me. Oh Allah, help me. Oh Allah, be merciful to me. That's general dua. From guidance, from rectification, from mercy is marriage. It's having a good wife. Oh Allah, provide for me. Children, family, work. These are general things that the slaves ask Allah for, subhanahu wa ta'ala. Nothing to do with the specifics of marriage. But atop of that, make the specific dua for Mrs. Right or Mr. Right. Oh Allah, give me the wife that I need. Oh Allah, give me the husband that I need. Oh Allah, give me a righteous brother, a righteous sister. So you have specifics and then you have generalities. Obviously this point is clearly based off of the first constitutional point of connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Number two.
Wise and real counseling and consultation.
Wise and real counseling and consultation. You're living in a dream world. You're living in a fantasy world. Thinking that you're just going to find this marvelous, stupendous brother right. And you have major flaws, major errors, major problems in you and yourself and your deed. Or you're unwilling to sacrifice. You're unwilling to look. You're unwilling to be searched for. You're unwilling to empty your cup. You're unwilling to rectify the things that need to be rectified. And this is the counsel that you want to get. What do you think, Akhi? You think I married a sister, inshallah? I haven't memorized. I haven't studied. This sister studies all day, all night. I can barely speak Arabic. I'm Muslim for 20 years. I haven't memorized the Surah Thalatha. You think she's going to marry me? And I say, yeah, you can do it. Yeah, definitely. She'll like you. For sure. Go after her. My counsel in this situation, hypothetically, is what? Wise or unwise? Unwise. He's unwise and he's also unreal. Or telling me to marry a sister that he knows is bad for me. Mufti, your schedule, your lifestyle, how you travel, this and that, this sister is no good for you. She's good for Brother Imran, not for you. So you have to be realistic. And this is why the pious predecessors, they used to say, لا يكون الرجل ناصحا أخاه حتى يقول في وجهه ما يكره. It says you can't have true nasiha until you tell your brother what he dislikes in his face. Not behind his back, but in his face. You tell him in his face, not that which he wants to hear, but that which he needs to hear. In most cases, something that we dislike. What you trying to say? What do you mean I can't take it? What you mean? What you trying to say, Akhi? Akhi, it's not good for you. So the counsel has to be wise and it has to be real. Or if you want to simplify, al-qawi and al-amin. He has to be strong and he has to be trustworthy. And that's why Allah Azza wa Jalla, He told us about this in the Qur'an al-Kareem, about Musa alayhi salam. And when he went and when he traveled and he found those women that were shy, and they went back and they told their father of this righteous man that they met. He didn't stare at them, he didn't lust off them, he didn't try to attack them or dishonor them, but he was shy and he helped them out at the water. And he says, Ya Abat istajirhu, oh father, hire this man. Inna khayra man istajarta al-qawiyyu al-amin. The best man to hire is he who is strong and trustworthy. He's physically strong, in other words, he's capable. And he's trustworthy. He has integrity. So the wisdom is the what? The wisdom is the what in the counsel? That's the strength. The wisdom is the quwwah, is the qawi. And the reality is that's the amin. That's trustworthy. Because someone who's unreal, is it? Trustworthy. He's not being honest, he's not real. Everybody understand this? So anyone that's in your entourage, your counselor, your advisor, he must or she must have these two staple conditions before anything else. They have to be strong and they have to be trustworthy. They have to be wise and they have to be what? Real. So therefore, how do I look? You don't necessarily have to look for the specific sister. Let the sister look for you. But if you do look, if you do search, make sure you have in your corner, on your team, brothers that are wise, that are real, that are strong, and that are trustworthy. They want to tell you what you need to hear and not what you want to hear. And they want to give it to you in the realistic spirit of life. And the same applies to women, sisters. Some sisters, they'll sell you dreams. They'll sell you dreams. You can do this, you can do this. He's good for you, and he's no good for you, or you're no good for him. And the list goes on. Moving forward, says, honest approach. In other words, honesty with Allah, honesty with yourself, honesty with the sister, honesty with the brother. Don't lie about some things in your past. Don't lie about some of your bad habits, some of your mistakes, some of your sins. Be real. Put it on the table. Perhaps the sister will respect you because you are honest. You're honest. Do you talk to girls on the phone? You have a passcode on your phone? Do you have women that contact you? Oh, no, alhamdulillah, no. And he has plenty of friends, and they text them pictures and this and that, and so on and so forth. Be honest. Well, yeah, there are some people that I have, some friends, some followers, some people I talk to, some people this. Okay, shukran. At least he was what? He was honest. And she may respect that more than someone who's hiding something. Everybody understand this? And as we're going to get into later on, the trust is through statistics, or we don't have time to get into this. Modern studies, they show that affection, conversation, appearance, wealth, all of these things are secondary to trust. That's the golden thing that most people want in a true relationship, is trust. And trust is only based off of honesty. So be honest, don't lie, tell the truth. Even if it's embarrassing, perhaps Allah will give you barakah because you are honest. Moving forward.
Knowledge of self.
Knowledge of self, know yourself. Most of us don't know who we are. We know the next man, we know the next woman, but we don't know ourselves, our strengths and our weak points. The sister asks you something. Can you do this? Are you good at this? Just, oh no, not really. And that's not true. Whether you're being dishonest, like we just said, or you honestly don't know it. So you need to know who you are, and you need to know what you bring to the table. And when you know who you are, and you know what you bring to the table, that produces confidence. You now have the necessary confidence. I'm not bragging, but I'm a very good cook. I'm not bragging, but alhamdulillah, I make good money. I'm not bragging, but I did study. I'm not bragging, but I can do this. Know yourself, know your value, know your worth. And when you know these things, it also prevents you from getting with the wrong match. Because there's no way that you can be with this one. No way. Not based off of material things. No. We're talking about the actual value of yourself. This is a good brother. You have no business with that sister. This sister, she's a Muslim, alhamdulillah. She doesn't come from the background that you came from. She wasn't fed and nourished the things that you were fed and nourished. She has a very troubled past, a very troubled background. There's going to be problems later on. You need someone like you. Know who you are. Know yourself before you realize to know other people. Moving forward.
Need versus want.
Need versus want. I want a beautiful wife that's gorgeous, but I need a righteous, pious wife that's going to look after me and take care of me. If she's gorgeous and pious, alhamdulillah, that's even better. And if not, need must come before want. Mr. Right is a brother who's this tall and he looks like this and his shoulders are like that and he has this and so on and so forth. That's a want. That isn't a need. So you have to prioritize yourself. And that's why years go by out of your life and you're not married, because you're not willing to prioritize. Want. 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25. Your father brought you a good brother. He wasn't most perfect. He wasn't stunning looking. He wasn't the most rich, the most knowledgeable, but he was a good brother that had good things. But that's not what you wanted, but it was what you needed. Now 4 years that went by, you're still not married. You're in your 30s now, you're still not married. You've lost the prime out of your life as a woman, you're still not married. From the reasons is because you didn't prioritize a need versus a want. Moving forward. Islam versus culture. Islam versus culture. Some things in our culture go hand in hand with Islam. Well, alhamdulillah. Where I come from, my country, my island, my town, it is a must that we honor our guests. We live in a one-room shack. But when a guest comes over, we sleep on the floor and they get the bed. We go into debt. We take our savings to slaughter a sheep, to slaughter a goat, to give to the guest. And it's shameful to allow guests not to be treated in such a manner. Has nothing to do with Islam. There lies no doubt. This goes hand in hand with what? Islam. فَلْيُكْرِمْ ضَيْفَهُ. Honor your guest. Treat your guest honorably. So there's some things in culture which are hand in hand. And there's nothing wrong with keeping your cultural values. But it's not the same as you getting the intention. Deeds are based off of intentions. The Prophet ﷺ, he mentioned hijrah to Allah and his messenger. And he also mentioned hijrah for worldly gain. Hijrah for marriage. Most people, they misunderstand this hadith. They don't have a proper understanding of this hadith. They think that the Prophet is speaking down upon marriage. That you can't make hijrah from one country to another to marry someone. You can't travel to marry to make money. You can't seek Allah's rizq because of this hadith. That's wrong. The Prophet is telling us one thing and one thing only. Those who do things with the proper intention are better than those who do things because of worldly intentions. I want to marry a sister because I like her, and also it's good for my deen. So I get the best of both worlds. I get the what? The best of both worlds. So there are some things in my culture, my cultural values, that are perfectly hand in hand with Islam. No problem, alhamdulillah. But then there are other things which are like water and oil. The wolf and the sheep. They never ever mix. Cats and mice do not get along. They cannot sit in the same area peacefully. It just doesn't mix. In my culture, a woman has to walk behind me 10 paces. Not steps, but paces. 10 paces behind me. In my culture, if a woman gets divorced, she can never ever remarry. Ever. No man will ever see her undressed again for the rest of her life. It's shame upon me and upon my ancestors. And the list goes on and on and on and on and on. These cultural values are totally what? Against Islam. 100%. So looking for the right wife, for the right brother, first thing is Islam. In Islam, in my culture, you can't marry a brother who's younger than you. Is that Islam? That's not Islam. In my culture, if my lineage is higher than a man whose lineage is lower, I can't get married to him. That is not what? That's not Islam. The Prophet said, Usama. He said to Fatima, he said, marry who? Usama. He came from the lineage of a slave. He came from the lineage of a slave. And he says, marry Usama. Don't marry Muawiyah. Don't marry Abu Jahm. Marry Usama. So the concept of lineage, of race, of compatibility, it has to be you pick and you choose. You find a brother from your country that's religious, that's pious, then that's best, inshallah. But then you find a brother who's not from your country, not from your island, who's righteous, who's pious, who's handsome, who can provide for you, and you reject him, you say no, or a sister. Now you've clearly disqualified yourself for finding Mr. or Mrs. Right. Moving forward. Existing relationship. Back to the first point, connection with Allah. Me and my daughter are tight. I talk with my daughter. I laugh with my daughter. She's 17, she's 18, she's 20. I know my daughter already. So when it comes to finding Mr. Right, finding a good brother, it isn't some strange conversation that she has to be too shy and too afraid to talk about. And the same applies to your son, mother, and with regards to daughter. So therefore, in Islam, There has to be a relationship already between the son, the daughter, and the parents. And when a relationship exists and is healthy, the father, the mother, they will help you in finding Mr. or Mrs. Right. But if there's no existing relationship, you found a good brother, your father has a problem with you already, your relationship is suffering already, what's going to be the result? The father may say, no, I don't want you to marry him, out of spite. You didn't listen to me before, or you didn't do this before, you didn't go to college, you didn't do this. So when a relationship suffers from the beginning, it's also going to continue to suffer when you look for what? The proper spouse. Everybody got this? So this is a very important concept. If you have a bad relationship with your father, try to fix it. You have a bad relationship with your mother, try to fix it. If your child is young, 8, 9, 10, start building that relationship now. So when 16 hits, she feels comfortable talking to you about boys. She feels comfortable talking about, I think Brother Flan's cute, Abby. And she laughs and she giggles. That's my daughter, that's my friend, that's my buddy. She can talk to me about anything. But if that's not the case, it's shameful to talk to me about this and that, then there's going to be friction and it's going to be static and finding Mr. or Mrs. Right. Moving forward, it says,
temporary, short, and long-term goals.
Temporary goals, short and long-term goals. This is something that I just need for 5 minutes. It's something I need for 5 days. And it's something I need for 5 years. You have to plan all of that out. Sister Fulana, she's good, but only for temporary. She's not going to last. For one reason or another, she's not going to last. It's not good in the long run, in the long term. Sister Fulana is good in the long run, but bad in the short term. So that goes back to the priority versus the what? Versus the need. You have to look beyond the tip of your nose. And the believer is supposed to have ultimate insight. He's supposed to look towards the future. We'll stop here. With regards to the time, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala surely knows best. Finishing up on the last slides before we get to the new slide. Really quick, we'll just read it real quick. Noor, Fadl, really quick.
Your happiness should be the first priority.
Your happiness should be the first priority. Looking for Mr. Right, Mrs. Right, not your parents, not your community, not the children who are going to come later on. The first priority, not the only, but the first thing to think about is, am I going to be happy? My father is important. My mother is important. My parents, my friends, my students. But me and me and me first. Because I have to stay with this person, live with this person. In the morning, in the night, go through the problems. So from the tools of finding Mr. Right or Mrs. Right, the good brother, good sister, is putting yourself, not the only person that matters, but the first person that matters. Golden advice. Your happiness comes first. Number 2, greed and lust. Greed and lust. These things will prevent you from finding the right sister because you're greedy. Marrying a woman just for her money. That's greed. And in most cases, her religion is going to be severely lacking. Her akhlaq is going to be bad. She's not going to be a fertile woman, a loving and affectionate woman. Also lust. Just marrying somebody just because of what they look like. Everybody wants someone that's attractive. You want a sister that's attractive, a brother that's attractive. That's natural. That's human nature. You want a sister that's pretty, a brother that's handsome. That's natural. But that's the only reason why you're marrying her. And she has major faults, major mistakes, major errors in her deen. In most cases, it's going to come back and bite you. A year later, 2 years later, 5 years later, a week later. And the first thing your father or your brother or your man or your teacher is going to say, I told you so. I told you don't marry that sister. The only thing you saw was her beauty. That's it. The only thing you saw was how handsome he was. So greed and lust will destroy you. Moving forward. Solid core issues. Solid core issues. Solid core issues. If we can agree on the solid core issues, everything else is easier. Certain tastes, certain preferences, the fine-tuning things, they can be worked on. But if I can see eye to eye with a sister on most of the important core issues of the religion, that's a major starting point for this sister being the right one. Or this brother being the what? The right one. The fundamental issues. And not getting caught up on the surface. Not getting caught up on the surface. Everybody understand this? Moving forward. Looking outside of the box. What is the box? The box could be the traditional way of getting married. My father finds me a husband. My cousin in some countries. My second and third cousin. This is the normal starting place. My race, my age, my class. Looking outside of the box. A Muslim matrimonial site. The masjid, the dawah center. Looking sometime outside of the box. and you never know what you'll find. When you go to a raggedy, beat-down looking bookstore or a nice commercial bookstore, it's fancy, you may find the most rare jewel and gem hidden under a pile of rubbish books with dust and wormholes all throughout the book. Sometimes you have to go to a place that's unexpected. You have to go to the unexpected location to find something rare and to find something precious. Move forward.
Foolish haste versus unnecessary.
Foolish haste versus unnecessary delay. Rushing into something head first. Did you even think about it? Where you going to live? Where you going to stay? The sister gets pregnant. What you going to do? What are you going to do? What's going to happen? No thought, no depth. Foolish haste. You just jumped into it. You didn't even know the sister. What's her real name? What's the brother's real name? His name is Abdurrahman. No, what's his name before Islam? What's his name before Islam? Where did he come from? The only thing you know him is from the masjid. Does he have children before marriage? How's the relationship with his mother? You don't look deep and you rush into something foolishly. Or comes the other evil, and that is unnecessary delay. I know the brother's background. He has a good akhlaq. These people that are well known and respected in the community have testified he has a good character. He's a good brother. He's religious. He comes from a good family. I met his mother. I met his father. I made istikhara. We generally match up. Bismillah, let's get it done. No, we're going to do it next November. We're going to do it a year later. We're going to do it in 6 more months. We'll have a bigger wedding, a better wedding. Unnecessary waste. And sometimes you discover things. Sometimes you have doubts. Sometimes jealousy and envy. These things, they are factors in ruining what could have been a good situation for you. So it has to be a balance. No foolish haste. And nor any unnecessary delay. It has to be a perfect balance of spice. Too much salt will ruin the food. Too little salt will ruin the food. Just enough. Last but not, it says here, Nur, be careful. Be careful of fear and pressure. Your parents are pressuring you into this marriage. I don't like him. I never liked him. I don't like anything about this brother. His appearance, his knowledge, his character. He has bad breath. He has horrible teeth. I don't like him. But my father, my mother is saying, marry him, marry him, marry him. He's good for you. You'll love him later on. You don't need to marry with love. You don't need to be what he looks like. And they're pressuring you and they're forcing you. And you really don't want to do it. You know you're not going to be comfortable with this man. Do not do it. Anytime you're forced and pressured, 9 out of 10 times, he does not turn out to be brother right. But he turns out to be brother wrong from day one. So beware of fear, beware of pressure. I'm afraid of not getting married, so I marry anybody. I'm afraid of being single, so I marry anybody. I'm afraid of people talking about me. How can you marry a sister that was married before? Astaghfirullah. She has a son. She has a child. She has an ex-husband. How can you marry a husband that was married before? He has another wife. It's shameful. The brother's deen, wonderful. Akhlaq, wonderful. His money, wonderful. His looks, wonderful. A perfect brother, but because he has one wife? No. So he pressures. No. Don't marry that brother. Do not listen to those who do not know. Allah says, وَلَا تُطِعْ أَهْوَاءَ الَّذِينَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ. Allah says, don't listen to those who know not. So the ignorant father, the ignorant mother, the ignorant advisor, you should not listen to them, let alone fall victim of their pressure. Last but not least, it says, fortune favors the brave. You have courage, you have the ability to have some strength, to be daring. Allah's ni'mah is going to find you, bi'idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it's only right. You sacrifice yourself. You'll win when you go against the odds. You'll win if you're a bit daring, a bit bold. Bi'idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. Favor fortunes the brave. When you have courage, Allah Azza wa Jalla will look after you and He will bless you. Moving on to the next presentation. Fadl Nur.
Seclusion between
Rulings. Always read the chapter heading.
Rulings and etiquette of conducting a sit-down.
Now we have, a smaller or more finely tuned issue. The importance of marriage. How to find sister right, brother right. When I do feel that I have a candidate for marriage, now how do I get to know this sister? How do I get to know this brother? What can I see? What can I ask? What can I talk about? What can she see from me? What can she ask me? Where can we meet? I have to know to get this person that I feel is Mr. or Mrs. Right. So therefore, how do you conduct what we call a sit down, quote unquote, a jilsa, a sit down? I had to sit down with the sister. Today I got to sit down. I got to sit down, inshallah. What are you going to do with the sit down? What are you going to ask? What are you going to ask her? How do you conduct? What's haram? What's disliked? What's mandatory? What's recommended? what is agreed upon by the people of knowledge, and what is an issue of ikhtilaf and ijtihad. How to properly conduct a sit down. The actual fiqh of marriage. It's not all spirituality. It can't be all spiritual. It can't be all general guidelines. But we need to know precise rulings and details. Number one, seclusion between non-mahrams. It's me and the sister alone in the restaurant. Me and the sister alone on the airplane. Me and the sister alone in my car. Me and the sister alone on the park bench. Me and the sister alone in the masjid. Is that permissible? To get to know the brother? I didn't touch her. I didn't ask her anything rude or nasty or dirty, but we're just talking. I'm getting to know my future wife. Is that permissible? Number one. And if it is permissible, is it advisable? What is going to happen when you sit with this woman alone? What is the nature of man and the nature of woman? Someone that you like, someone that you may actually love, someone that you're physically attracted to. We know that a wolf and a sheep is going to equal one thing and one thing only, and that's blood. Period. There's a sheep, there's a wolf, there's going to be blood. It's a nice wolf, it's a nice sheep. They get along? No. The fitrah of the wolf, the fitrah of the sheep produces one thing, and that is bloodshed. And it's not going to be the blood of the wolf. The sheep is not going to make the wolf bleed. It's going to be the wolf on the sheep. Everybody understand this? So your nafs, your hawa, your inclination, زُيِّنَ لِلنَّاسِ حُبُّ الشَّهَوَاتِ مِنَ النِّسَاءِ. He says what? زُيِّنَ لِلنَّاسِ. Men are fond of things, lustful things. The very first lustful thing is what? Women. So the nature of man is to be inclined towards a woman. The nature of a woman is to be inclined to a man. So when you're alone, you're secluded, it's going to be danger. Moving forward.
It is lawful to see the intended woman to marry.
It is lawful to see the intended woman to marry. It's lawful. But my culture, we already talked about that. When your culture goes against Islam, there's no value to your culture. When your culture goes against Qur'an and Sunnah, there's no value to your culture. Period. And if your culture means more than Allah and His Messenger, then you shouldn't be a Muslim. If your ancestors are more significant than Allah and His Messenger, then be with your ancestors. Worship your ancestors, not worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So therefore, in Islam, in the Quran, in the Hadith, the kalam of the ulama from the Salaf, they say that it's permissible for a man to look at the woman he intends to marry. The fork in the road is, what can I look at? When can I look at it? How long can I look at it? How many times can I look at it? Her face and her hands? Her hair, her neck, her feet, tight clothes, loose clothes, in the house. Those are other details of fiqh. The asl is that it is lawful and it is permissible for a man who intends to marry a sister to physically look at her. The asl, the fundamental principle is that it is permissible for a woman to see the man that she intends to marry. I have a friend I met in Medina. He was from Afghanistan. He asked me some questions. He was a new student in Medina some years back. He said, well, in my country, Mufti, he says a woman doesn't know what her husband looks like until the wedding night. He comes, he enters upon the room, he consummates the marriage. That's the first time she sees the brother. First time, period. And others, they have said from other countries, in my country, or in the desert, the Bedouins, the nomad Arabs, he says it's unlawful to see a woman's face, even after you marry her. You can't see her face, period. You can see her body, not her face. And the list goes on of extreme situations and cultures, let alone people who think that they have fiqh and they have knowledge. No, it's haram to see the woman unless you already made the contract. It's haram to see the girl unless you've had 10 sit-downs. Oh, you can't see the woman, it's makruh. I tell some, where are you getting these things from, Yahi? Qala Allah, Qala Rasulullah, Qala Sahaba, where are you getting these things from? And the Quran and the Sunnah is the exact opposite. Allah says, tell the believers to lower some of their gaze. Min absarihim. Not قُلْ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ يَغُضُّ أَبْصَارَهُم min absarihim. Allah says, lower the gaze sometimes. Don't look at everything. Certain things, certain places, certain instances, you need to look. You plan to be with this person. You plan to stay with this person. I need not to just see what you look like. I need to look into your eyes. I need to be in your eyes. The eyes are the doorway to the soul. That's a universal principle among Muslims, Jews, and Christians. The ayn, nazar, nadar, tamima, tiwala. The concept of the eyes, the evil eye. Looking at someone's eye. The liar, a detective. He's trained to look at the person who's being accused of the crime, his eyes, his face, what you just did. Look to the left, look to the right. Where were you at last night? At 9 o'clock. He looks to the left, I was home. It means something. He looks to the right, it means something. His eyes go down, it means something. Red eyes, dilated, the list goes on, the concept of the eye. Looking at someone that you plan to spend the rest of your life with. That's common sense. Let alone the Qur'an and the Sunnah, in which the Prophet ﷺ allowed his companions, told his companions to look at the women that they wanted to marry. We're not here right now, we're not discussing the details of that in specifics. In other words, when I see a sister, it's the first sit down. And a sister wears niqab and gloves. Is it permissible for me to see her face and her hands from the first sit down? She enters the room, assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum assalam. Takes off her gloves. This is what I look like, basically. Not my hair, not the tight fitting clothes on my body. This is my face. Smile, let me see your teeth. She showed, this is a reality. Palms, backs of the hands, then she covers back up. Or does she keep them off? Or is it mandatory that you have a second sit down before you can see her body, her aura? Or a third sit down? Or the wali has approved of him and agreed that you guys are going to get married, even before the aqd? Or is it only permissible to see the woman after the aqd, before the consummation? Everybody clear on this? This is one scenario. When are you allowed to look at the sister? The second scenario is, what are you allowed to see from the sister? Obviously, women who don't cover their hands and their face is going to be totally different than women who cover their hands and their face. A woman, you can't see her skin complexion at all. You don't see anything. Her eyes, nothing. It's covered. That's not the same as a woman who goes outside, goes to college, goes to work, and her hands are uncovered. Her hands and her face are uncovered. And that's a fiqh issue in itself. Everybody understand this? So if I go to the sit down, I ask the father, I would like to see what the sister looks like. He says, she's right there, you see her. Everybody sees that. The non-Muslims in her class see her face and her hands. I want to see her hair. I want to see what her neck. I want to see that she has rash on her neck. I want to see what her ears look like. I want to see her feet, her toes, what type of feet that she has. This is a reality. And he says, no, you can't see that. You can only see the hands and the face. Is that correct? Another scenario is a sister who covers her hands and her face. A sister who doesn't cover her hands and her face. The wali, the father, he agrees in allowing the man to see the hair, to see the feet, to see the hands, but he says, I want to see more. In other words, I don't want to see this woman with a loose fitting garment. I want to see what her body looks like. Is she really tall, really short, really petite? Is she buxom, thick, thin? Whatever the case may be, you want to see a woman's body type. Is that permissible or is that haram? And the only thing that you can see on a sister is when she has on a normal dress, a long dress, a house dress, an outside abaya. Can you see a sister with jeans or with leggings or yoga pants? Is that permissible? With a skirt? Can you see the sister in her home with the permission of her father? Or is it totally, absolutely haram? Also, I'm going to throw this out there. This is not my opinion. I'm telling you what the scholars of the past have said. Is it permissible to see a woman in her natural, innate state? Natural state. Everybody understand this? Because the hadith says, unzur ilayha. It says, look at her. The hadith says, unzur ilayha. Look at her. The hadith did not specify what to look, how long to look. The hadith told them to do what? Unzur, look. So these are all issues of which the people of knowledge and the fuqaha, they have ins and they have outs. Some agree, some disagree, some come to consensus. Others have differences of opinion on what you can and cannot see from the sister that you plan to marry. And the same applies to the man as well. A sister, she says, I want to take off your thobe now, akhi. I want to see you, what you look like. Not with a thobe on. I want to see you, with a muscle shirt on. An A shirt. You have muscles, you have burnt chest, skinny, big. I want to see. You have tattoos, I want to see them. Is that permissible to do this? If the sister says, I want to see you with shorts and a shirt on, just like you see my body, I want to what? I want to see your body. Is this permissible? This is a real life situation. And the fiqh is understood oftentimes in light of just being oppressive and unfair. You can see the sister pretty much naked. You can see her with jeans on in the house. But you, no. She can't ask to see you. She can't ask to see what your arms look like, what do your hands look like. No, you can't show her that. But you can see her. Is that fair or unfair? No doubt. You have desires, and she also has desires. A woman's desires may be stronger than a man's desires. She may be more detailed. She may be more picky, more finicky with her specifications than you. Moving forward to the next point, Noor.
What exactly can we see?
I can't hear you. It's just too mellow.
Just face and hands or more than that?
We've explained that already. Moving forward.
Islamic dating.
Seeing the face.
Seeing the face and hands and or more on the first sit.
We've explained that as well. In brief, even if we just made ishara, pointed it out to you. Moving forward. Islamic dating. Is there a such thing as Islamic dating? And if there is, what are the rulings of Islamic dating? I go out on a date with a sister. Now, pay close attention because many people, the first thing they think about is the first point. Khalwa, seclusion. Me and the sister are not secluded. We're in a public place, a public restaurant. Her wali knows. There was a chaperone. I'll stay here. You guys sit over there. Sit, talk, drink, wine and dine. Not talking about khamar, of course. And get to know the sister. You go out with the sister once or twice or 3 or 4. Is that permissible? Is dating permissible? Or is it something that is haram? Everybody clear on this? Or you sign up for a website and the website says Islamic dating. It doesn't say Islamic matrimonials. It says Islamic dating. Dating a woman, getting to know her. Dating a man, getting to know him. If it is permissible, are there restrictions? And if it isn't permissible, why? Obviously, seclusion is going to be a major factor in this dating, being alone with the sister without a mahram. Or, deeper than that, is being alone, having people in a public place, but it isn't a mahram that you're in front of. The hadith says that you're supposed to be with a mahram and not just other people. So we're sitting in a restaurant, he's there, she's there, but are these brothers mahram to the girl? No. Everybody understand this? The Islamic attire, what is being said, her wearing perfume, her wearing makeup, what's her hijab like? From one thing, learn what? 10,000 things. One fiqh issue branches off to what? 20 other fiqh issues. Her hijab is messed up from the beginning. The hijab is going to play a role in the dating system. His gaze is loose and wild in the beginning. It's going to play a role in the ruling of the dating system. Everybody understand this? He's fahish. He's obscene and profane in his speech on the phone. So when they Islamically date, it's also going to have an effect on the ruling. Everybody got this or not? Everybody with? Everybody here? Everybody understand this? Moving forward, Noor.
Dinner date or coffee with a mahram in relative closeness but not sitting at the table.
Is that repetitive of the 5th point? No, it's more specific. A dinner date, coffee, we go to Starbucks, we sit, we have a croissant, we have a coffee, cappuccino. What are you getting? This is what I want, this is what you want. We sit and we talk at the table with the mahram. And we're not alone, but he's not sitting at the same table. He's in relative closeness. The mahram is there, we're over here. Obviously he can see, but he can't hear what's being said. Give me your number. Exchange your number. Look at this picture on my phone. Look at this picture on my phone. Oh, that's nice. You look beautiful. Wow, nice. So on and so forth. Is that permissible? Or does the mahram have to be sitting at the exact same table, drinking the coffee or the cappuccino with you and the sister, and listening to every single word, everything was thing that's being passed on and traded between these two Muslims, man and woman? Everybody understand this? This is a modern day issue. It's not seclusion, absolutely. The mahram is there, the chaperone is there, but he is not what? At the table. Everyone, he's not what? He's not at the table. Or over the sister's house. The husband, he says, this is my daughter, sister Sharifa, this is brother Yusuf. Bismillah, I'll be in the kitchen making some tea. I'm going out to the garage, I'm going to mow the lawn. You guys have yourselves a ball and you talk. Is that permissible? Or does the mahram actually have to be sitting there looking and guarding and under total surveillance? Khair, inshallah. Moving forward, it says, what questions to ask? What should I ask when I first sit down? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite book? What's your favorite movie? What type of music you listen to? Very important question. Many brothers, they say, do you listen to music? And the sister says, no, I don't listen to music. And the sister is what? She's lying. She listens to music. She's too shy. Sometimes if you say, what's your favorite artist? Or what's your favorite, what's your favorite Drake song? And she says, oh, I like such and such. Everybody got this? You've successfully found out the truth from the falsehood. But if you come with a direct punch, sometimes you don't get the necessary effects. Do you listen to music? No, alhamdulillah, I don't listen to music. It's haram. And she has 50 albums downloaded in her phone. So sometimes you got to be a bit unorthodox. You have to know what questions to ask and what questions not to ask. A common question, especially when we come from Philadelphia, what are the conditions of La ilaha illallah? Where's Allah? What's your aqidah? Have you studied this book of Aqidah? Have you studied this book? The sister has a set list of answers. I studied Usul Thalatha, Kitab Tawheed, Aqidah Wasatiyah, Aqidah Tahawiyah. I studied Sheikh Fulan, Allah is above the throne in a manner that befits His Majesty. She has it down packed. Instead of you saying, have you ever read Surah Tawbah? Verse 20 says that Allah is in every place. She's like, Naam, inshallah. Everybody understand this? She says, Naam, inshallah. She says, inshallah to something, or she says, Ameen to something that wasn't a dua. You know that the sister is not that studious. You know the brother is not that what? Studious. Aqidah Mawiyah. You ever read that book? You're like, yeah, I got the sharh of Sheikh bin Baz. And that book doesn't even what? Doesn't even exist. So you automatically disqualify him that number one, he isn't studious. Number two, he has a problem with telling the truth. So you have to know what questions to what? What questions to ask. Another very important point here is learning how to break the tension at the sit down. Don't come swinging haymakers from the beginning. Relax. How was your day? How you doing? Alhamdulillah. Okay. Ask basic, simple, silly questions. And that oftentimes shows you the true nature of the person. The true nature of the person. Everybody says, what's your cat's name? He says, I don't have cats. Everybody understand this? That shows you a certain type of level of his what? Of his character, no doubt. Everybody says, I don't have cats. That shows a certain type of what? Level of his character. Or you ask a sister, any type of question, The point that we're trying to get to is that sometimes be unorthodox and know what questions to ask, what questions not to ask. Don't stick with the rhetoric, with the theory. Everybody understand this? Get to know a person, as a human being. And many times their sisters, unfortunately, they marry brothers who are students of knowledge, not because they're students of knowledge, not because he studied in Mauritania and he's memorized the Qur'an. No. I like brother Fulan because he's handsome, because he's cute. I like the way he dresses. That's fine, that's okay. But when he goes back to Mauritania, he goes to study again, there's sacrifice, there's hardship, there's time that she doesn't get. Now she says, I'm unhappy. I don't want to be in this marriage anymore. He says, but you know I was a student of knowledge from day one. In other words, you didn't ask the right questions. You asked the theoretical questions. What do you do if I only see you for 2 hours out the day? What would you do? What would you do if I say I have to travel once a month to another country? You be happy with that or not? Ask these type of questions that are real questions and not just the superficial questions. And that's a whole entire concept in itself. Moving forward to the next point. Number 8, Noor.
How many sit-downs should take place before you feel confident?
1, 2, 3, or 5? Does the year have to go by? 3 months go by? A month go by? Until you feel confident to really start talking to this person, getting to know this person, telling them secrets, before you show them what your hair looks like, before you show them what your face looks like, before you really start talking about plans of marriage, real, actual, practical plans. How many sit-downs should you have before you feel confident? If Allah allows you to feel confident in one sit-down, that's a blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, based off of your trust in Allah, your connection with Allah, the adhkar that you made, the instincts that Allah gave you, and the background of the brother, which we want to get to, be the next subhanahu wa ta'ala. Moving forward.
Eye contact versus haya.
Eye contact versus haya. A sister, she comes in. Wa alaikum salam. I'm Ahmed. And the whole sit down, she looks down. Is that a good thing? Or is that a bad thing? Is she really that shy? Or is that a game and a joke? Does she walk down the street with her head down? Or when you see her, she doesn't see you, she's having a club as if she's smoking a cigarette and she's cursing at people. Wallahi, this is a reality. This is a reality. Or her Facebook page, and she's taking a selfie with her hair all over the place. But she came to the sit down and it was... So is it recommended not to make eye contact at a sit down? Is it recommended to make eye contact at a sit down? Is it permissible for you to stare the sister in her face the entire time? We spoke on that briefly. Moving forward, Noor.
Shaking hands between brother and sister is haram.
Shaking hands, you walk over to sister's house, she says what? Assalamu alaikum, I'm such and such. Can you do that? Or is that haram? Or if it is haram, what's going to happen when you say, I'm sorry, I can't shake hands? What's going to happen? She's going to get offended, disrespected, her culture, her madhab, that it's not haram to shake hands. Perhaps, I'm not saying this changes the ruling, but perhaps that sister would never ever forget how you made her feel the first time you met her. Or her father may be extremely offended and disrespected. You're too righteous to shake my daughter's hand? Everybody understand this? In other words, preparing ahead of time. What type of brother is the father? Sunnah or culture? If he's a Sunnah brother, he should already know that. If he's a cultural brother, it's a different story. Sheikh, you know, no disrespect to your family, but I don't shake women's hands. Out of respect for your daughters, that I don't touch her until we're actually married. Ahead of time, using wisdom, looking ahead of time. Moving forward, Noah.
Family meetings and exclusive Christmas events.
Should every meeting be with a bunch of family members? Mothers there, fathers there, uncles there, aunts there, cousins are there, little kids are there? Or should the first sit down and just be you and him, you and her? Everybody understand this? When to have the big family dinner and when to have the individual meetings. That's something that you want to have to determine based off of your knowledge and your experience in life. Your experience as a person, as a human being, moving forward. And obviously each of these, they have their benefits, they have their pros and they have their cons. There are pros in family meetings and there are cons in family meetings. The sister is too shy to talk in front of her family, too embarrassed to talk in front of her father. Everybody understand this? Or it wasn't enough family meetings in which you have to realize who the in-laws are going to be. You see how he talked to his wife? You see how he just grabbed his son, sit down right now? You're marrying into this family right now. You want to do this? So there's pros and what? Cons in both. And I feel there should be a balance. One sit down with the family, one sit down, just you and her. One sit down with just you, her, and the father, one sit down, you, her, and the mother, etc. to mix it up. Wallahu a'lam, move forward.
The sit down is right of experienced sources, i.e. the sit down is the only source of information about the religion and character of the brothers.
If you go into a sit down and the only source of information is physical, you've already lost the game. You've already lost the battle. Because I can lie, I can pretend, I can fake the funk, as we say. But I know about you already through Brother Fulan. I know about you already because your family is well known. I know about you already because of the classes that you do. I know about you already from this situation, from that situation. You cannot allow the sit down to be your sole source of information about this brother or this sister. The sit down, it's physical contact, yes. Eye contact, yes. Meeting someone in person. The sister isn't, she's not photogenic. Her picture that she sent you or her father sent you doesn't really look that good. In person, she looks better. Her skin is darker, her skin is lighter. She looks short in the pictures, but she's actually taller. There are benefits of the physical sit down. But that should not be your only source, your blind source of information about this brother. You should have done the necessary research, the necessary investigation. Your wali should have the necessary investigation. Rather, you shouldn't marry a brother or sister unless you know their general compatibility in the religion, generally. I'm only searching among brothers who pray in Jama'ah. If you don't pray in Jama'ah, you don't pray 5 salats, you have automatically disqualified yourself to have a sit down with me. I'm not having a sit down with you says, do you pray in Jama'ah? Do you make 5 salah? If you have to ask that question, something is what? Seriously wrong. And the same applies to the music, Facebook, and any other issue that you want to think of. Wallahu a'lam, moving forward. Proper
sunnah attire. What clothes should be worn to the sit down?
What clothes should you wear to the sit down? Should you be really fancy, really spiffy as a brother? Or should you go in just a bit rugged, a bit natural? I'm coming from work, this is how I look. A sister says, this is how I look without makeup. This is how I look without being razzle-dazzled and spiffed and jazzed up. Should you wear something tight? Should you wear perfume to a sit down? Is it permissible for a woman to wear perfume outside the house? Is it permissible for a brother to have on cologne? And how many sprays should you have at them? Huh? You have good cologne? You're going to the sit down and you're reeking. Sometimes that's overbound. You're going too much. You're trying to impress too much. Be a little natural, a little rugged, be a little gritty, be a little organic, and allow the person to feel your character as it truly is. Don't be too plastic. Don't be too cosmetic. Let alone wear something that's haram in the sit down. Everybody understand this? The brother, he has his odor exposed before she even asked to see his body, or vice versa. And obviously, if the sister wears a tight overgarment, if the sister has colorful overgarment, if the sister has a cake makeup before the sit down, that doesn't apply. As we said in the beginning of the lecture, marriage is a manifestation of your Islam. How you practice Islam on a daily basis is going to carry over to how you get married. Moving forward, Noor.
What's the ruling of offering and bringing a gift to the sit down?
What's the ruling? Recommended, haram, or disliked? And if you do bring a gift, what type of gift should you give Imran? What type of gift, what would you bring the first time you meet your sister's family? You met the brother in the masjid. You meet her mother, her sister, her aunts. What gift would you bring them?
Probably that Hadith Disciple Q&A book.
Hadith Disciple Q&A book. Tired. Khair, inshallah. Jeremy, what would you bring? Some sweets. Right. What would you bring? What would you bring? He's coming to meet you and your family, but what do you give him? Or would you give him a gift? A book. Right. What would you give him, Akhi? What would you bring? Flowers. Tayyib. Riyad, what would you bring him? Huh? A ring. Allahu Akbar. Tayyib. What would you bring? Nothing. Tayyib. What would you bring? Something edible. Food. Tayyib. A snack. Maybe a meal. Maybe something, a casserole, something like this. Everybody understand this? Is knowing what gift to pick. Knowing what gift to bring. My general advice is never ever bring a super expensive gift the first time you meet them. And Allahu Alam, I feel that's disrespectful. Because you really don't know me that well. I mean, I like jewelry. Most people like sweets. Most people eat a pie. Most people eat some cinnamon buns or something like this. Most people, some fruit. Something that's generally agreeable. And it has a symbolic meaning behind it. Your daughter is worth 10 times more than this. Your family is worth more than this. I can never bring a gift that equals your true worth and value. This is nothing more than a token. A humble token, a gift to your family. Last but not least, I feel that the gift, wallahu alam, should be something that everybody can enjoy. Such as sweets. You bring a pie, you bring cheese, Danish. Everybody can slice it, tea, coffee, they can laugh, they can joke, and they can enjoy the gift together. And your ihsan reaches everybody. No one can say that he was a bad person, he never did no good for us. Everybody had a piece of cake. Everybody understand this? A ring is specific to the girl. Unless you give her mother a ring, her mother a necklace, her aunt a necklace. In some cultures, when the person gets married, the brother, he told me, he says, you've married your wife, you've paid the mahar, everything is done. You enter upon your wife. You meet all of her family members. He says you have to get a $100 bill and break it down to fives or even dollar bills. And everybody in the family has to get a bill. Everybody. Give everybody something. Everybody understand this? You just give her $100, $500, $1,000. That's what? It's only for her. So be wise. Wallahu alam. Alright, moving forward.
Rulings and etiquettes that pertain to the guardian and those that are specific to the brother and sister.
It says rulings and etiquettes that pertain to the guardian and those that are specific to the brother and the sister. The guardian can't see this. The guardian can't hear this. But the brother can, the sister can, etc. Khair, inshallah. We want to stop here. I believe that's the end of this presentation. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala surely knows best. Jazakumullahu khairan. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Our next presentation, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, is modern day fiqh issues regarding acquaintance and engagement. Fiqh issues, nothing that's necessarily Abu Isa, Kehalik, Alhamdulillah, Abu Zayd, Hayakallah. Issues that are, of course, connected to spirituality, but they're not necessarily spiritual things. Rulings, jurisprudence, actual fiqh, a ruling. And these rulings, we say, are modern day issues. Issues that didn't exist in the past. Issues that were very rare. Very seldom did these things take place among the Muslims of the past, which are normal, day-to-day, everyday realities of the Muslims. A daily-day reality, especially for the youth. Especially for the youth. The conference is for everybody, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. However, the initial dedication was for the shabab and the shabat, the young brothers and the young sisters. So therefore, issues of fiqh that are new, that did not exist in the time of Abu Hanifa, Shafi'i, Ahmed, Malik. Issues, rather, that didn't necessarily exist, or they existed on a very small scale in the times of Ibn Baz, Uthaymeen, and Albani. Issues that are really superly duperly modern day, pertaining to getting to know someone and pertaining to an engagement. Hayakallah wa Zayd, marhaba, marhaba, ahlan wa sahlan. Getting to know someone, and when you're engaged, as some brothers and some sisters say, Fulana's sister Aisha is my intendant. Brother Abu Zayd, he's my intendant. I'm intended. We've agreed to marry each other, but not yet. Next month, next week, next year, I finish school. So we're engaged. I know him, she knows me, but I want to really get to know this person. I want to really fall in love with this person. I want to really become connected with this brother or with this sister. What is permissible and what is haram? What is clear and what is not so clear? What can you say, cannot say? What can you send, what can't you send? When can you talk with regards to these two situations? So once again, we see that the ring is getting what? Smaller. Big, smaller, small, 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 like the Russian dolls. You take off one, take out another, take out a third, take out a fourth, and it continues, a smaller and smaller, more miniature doll. Based off of the biggest doll that covered all of them. Everybody understand this? And this is how we study fiqh. This is how we study fiqh. The general asl, and then we branch off from the general asl. And we get more specific, and more finely tuned. Everybody got this, bidnillahi ta'ala. So that's what we want to discuss now. And obviously, an issue like this is of utmost importance. If you have a daughter, utmost importance. If you have a son, utmost importance. What they can and cannot do when they're getting to know each other. What they can and cannot do with regards to engagement. Moving forward, it says here, Noor. Noor is not here. Type. One of the sisters volunteer, please. A sister read, please. We have a volunteer from the sisters. Any sisters wish to read and volunteer and give the benefit, inshallah. Type. Khayd, back to the brothers. No problem. We have? No. New sister. Different sister. New sister. New volunteer. Bismillah.
Social media, Skype, Facebook, Muslim.
Matrimonial
Site, WhatsApp.
Social media. What you can and cannot do on social media. The Father knows me. He's approved of me. We've actually had what we talked about already. The sit down is done. We had the sit down. 2-3 sit downs. Or in between the sit downs. Or rather, Riyadh, before the sit down. Can I send the sister, both Riyadhs? Can I send the sister my picture? Can she see my picture? Can we have a Skype call? Can we have a WhatsApp audio call? Can I join Muslima.com or Qur'an or any other website that is for Islamic dating or getting a wife? Can I join it? Many brothers, they're laughing. Allahu Alam, how many brothers as we speak have what? Accounts and the hidden names.
Are you a Muslim?
Without the picture. Abdullah, Abdurrahman. Looking for a good sister. My favorite book is the Qur'an. My favorite music is Islamic music. This is a reality. This is a reality. We're not saying this by the sisters. In most cases, most sisters, they'll probably be more open and more upfront. I'm looking for a husband. This is the best that I have. The wali felt me. The imam felt me. The sheikh felt me. The masjid felt me. I have to find a husband online now. But many brothers, they say, no, I don't have a Muslim. It's haram. It's haram to have a Muslim man. How many accounts they got, Akhi? How many they got? How many names? 3 or 4. Maybe an account in what? Each site. Everybody got this? Is this permissible? Is it a means of necessity? Is it okay if you do have an account to put your picture there? And if you do put your picture there, what can be seen based off of the previous rulings? Everybody understand this? WhatsApp, texting, chatting. Can you chat with a sister that you're not married to, but you have the intention on getting married? Can you chat without the permission of the wali? You guys had to sit down, that was at 8 p.m. Now it's 12 a.m. You're texting her, you're chatting with her, you're sending emojis and LOLs. Is that permissible or is that something that is impermissible? This is very important, and most people, they're doing this. A little or a lot. With regards to getting to know somebody, and also we are engaged. The wali has met me, he's approved of me. I can just talk to the sister whenever I want now. I can just call her on the phone whenever I want to. Or does it have to be under the constant supervision of the wali all of the time? Moving forward. Is it permissible to post my picture on Muslima.com? We mentioned that. Number 3.
Virtual sit-downs.
Virtual sit-downs. Not talking, not chatting, not texting. The first time, but it's virtual. With the wali or without the wali. You meet the sister on Qur'an, Muslima, Muslims in New York for marriage, whatever website you deal with, you get the number, you get her account, this is my Skype, this is my this, my that, and then we have a what? Not a physical sit down. I'm not making zina with the sister. I'm not touching the sister. I'm not necessarily secluded with the sister, but we're having an sit down, a virtual sit down. Obviously, this did not exist what? In the past. You had to physically meet somebody unless you were doing sihr. Unless you dealt with sorcery. in which you could be in Africa and travel to Indonesia in 5 minutes, if that, or to talk through the wind. But in modern, current day era, you can be in one corner, one part of the world, and have a deep conversation with a person in another part of the world, easily. Is this permissible, or does it have to be the wali? Everybody got this? And if it is permissible, what can you and cannot see in this virtual what? Sit down. Moving forward.
Conversing via social media without the permission of the wali.
As we just said. Moving forward.
Marital contract via Skype.
To get married, to do an aqd nikah on Skype. The sister lives in Malaysia. I live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I never met her. I never met her father. We talked, we spoke. We had the virtual sit down, the e-sit down. We discussed our compatibility. This is the mahar. I'm going to get a flight and I'm going to go to Malaysia. But we want to do the marriage what? Before I get there. Is it a valid marital contract? And if the contract in Islam is married, then also what about divorce? He finds out something that a sister, she has another account. And she's talking to other brothers on the website. He says, you're divorced. Can you divorce her via Skype? Or does it have to be physically in person? Everybody got this? And this is of utmost importance. Many people, they ask this question. Can I divorce my wife in a text message? Can I get a khula in a text message? Can I have a sit down on Skype? Can we get married on the phone? Everybody, listen, you have to know these rulings. Those who say that it is permissible to do this, they say the most important thing in Islam is إِلَّا أَن تَكُونَ عَنْ تَرَاضٍ مِنْكُمْ. Allah says, don't eat each other's wealth, don't steal each other's wealth, don't oppress each other with regards to the wealth, unless there's tijara and taradin, that you're pleased. There's mutual consent. Everybody understand this? Is that you know what you're bearing witness to. وَهُمْ يَعْلَمُونَ. They know. إِلَّا مَنْ شَهِدَ. Those who bear witness to the truth, and they what? And they know. So what's important of the shahid, the witness, the contract, the buying, the selling, number one, is that a person has his consent. I was not forced to sell this. I was not forced to buy this. I was not forced to marry this sister. Number two, is you actually know who the person is. This is Fulan's voice. This is Fulan talking. I verified it. It's his voice, his picture, the time. However you verified it, it's the sister that I'm speaking with. This is actually her what? Her father I'm speaking with. This is actually the brother that you're speaking with. If all of the conditions are there, if all of the prerequisites are met, then why can't there be a virtual sit-down or virtual marriage? Why not? Does Islam stick to rigid physical appearance? Does it have to be on a piece of paper, or can it be in a text message? There is no doubt a text message is like a letter. It's a letter. Someone writes a letter. Someone forges a letter. Someone stole my phone. Someone hacked my phone. Someone got the passcode to my phone. He sent out a message to a sister. The sister knows there's no way that Mufti wrote that message, because the Mufti doesn't talk like that. He doesn't talk like that. He doesn't use that expression. He doesn't use those exclamation marks. That's not his style of writing. He doesn't laugh. He's serious, isn't that? Someone else did that. Everybody clear on this? Or the text message, the sister says, no doubt, this is Muhammad Muneer. This is his phone number. He keeps his phone with him. He doesn't lose his phone. This is how he talks normally. That's him pronouncing the divorce. That's him accepting the marriage. Everybody understand this? A text message is no different than a letter. And the condition of a letter being accepted is that it isn't forged. The person knows what he's signing, knows what he's agreeing to, knowing what he's doing. Everybody understand this? So this is the way of looking, or the wajhat an-nadar, the outlook or the perspective of the ulama who say that it is permissible to do these things. And those fuqaha of today, they say, no, you cannot do these things, because it's abundant lies and liars. People lie, people forge, people cheat. You cannot sit in front of the person, see their eyes, shake the brother's hand, physically sit and eat with them, feel the brother's vibe. So how can you marry your daughter to a man who's in another country? You don't know anything about him. He can have a major STI, major STD. He can have a major problem, criminal record. You don't know anything about him except for the information that he presented to you via text, via WhatsApp, via this website. Everybody understand this? So they say it is a means of you being reckless and irresponsible. It is a means of you not having the necessary ghayra, the jealousy over your daughter or your sister. You can't marry your mother to a brother who's living in a different state because you haven't met him. And the wali is supposed to be trustworthy, and it's supposed to be what? Strong. Qawi and Amin. He's supposed to be physically strong, mentally strong, spiritually strong, and he's supposed to be trustworthy. He's supposed to have integrity. What strength is there? You don't even know what the brother's grip feels like. You didn't shake his hand. You met him on Skype. Everybody understand this? The cheating, let alone the other specific conditions that some of these fuqaha have mentioned, why these types of contracts are haram. That which is clear, that which is apparent, and Allah knows best, is that if you're sure of the personality, you know who it is, you know what you're agreeing to, you know what you're signing up for, what you're letting go, then it's no different than writing a letter, and a letter is no different than meeting in person. Everybody understand this? With regards to virtual sit-downs, virtual marriages, virtual divorces. Moving forward.
Issues that seem modern day but are actually old and ancient.
Issues that seem to be modern day issues, but in actuality, they're not. And we've spoken on this before, once in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Some people who haven't studied long enough, let alone studied at all, they say this is nazila fiqhiyya. This is a new issue. And we need new scholars. We need new type of understanding. But you haven't read the books of fiqh. You haven't studied the traditional classical works in which those ulama, they talked about this scenario, this situation. Things that are weird and odd and peculiar. Things that are a bit sensitive. Things that are erotic. They spoke about those things in their books. But you didn't study long enough in Egypt. You're only there for 2 years. You can't cover all of that in 2 years. You didn't study long enough when you were in Saudi or Africa or in Yemen. You didn't study long enough. Let alone if you did, if you were there for some years, you weren't a researcher. You weren't strong. You didn't dig into the books. You didn't sit long enough and study long enough. So many fiqh issues we think are modern, but in actuality they're old and they're ancient. And you'll be shocked at some of the things that the fuqaha spoke about in their books. There are ulama of the past who wrote books on intimacy and intercourse. Detailed books. And you'll be shocked some of the things that you'll read in that book. And this scholar lived hundreds and hundreds of years ago. He wasn't in America. He wasn't in Canada. There was no such thing as internet pornography. There wasn't sexual. This is an old book. And he talked about it in detail. So the immature student, the tadpoles, we say, he jumps out of the pond and he says, this is a modern day issue, so it has a different ruling. It's a modern day issue, so I can make ijtihad. It's a modern day issue, so kada and kada and kada and kada. And that's not true. A simple example of this is, what can you see from a sister? You marry a sister who comes from a traditional Islamic country or Muslim country and says, Sheikh, can I see the sister? Astaghfirullah, a'udhu billah. How can you ask to see my daughter's hair? No one can see her hair until you marry her. You're nasty, you're lewd, you're rude, you're American. That's why you want to see her hair. In my country, we never ask this question. Muslims today are like this. They want to see a woman's hair before they marry her. This poor man, intellectually poor, he doesn't realize asking to see the woman's hair. And much more than that is what? It's qadim wa qadim wa qadim jiddan. It's very old. Everybody got this? And it's just one example from among many. Moving forward.
Ijtihad versus text and ijma.
Ijtihad versus text and ijma. There are hunak masail ijtihadiyya, in which there's no direct proof for or against. There's no ayah for or against. There's no hadith for the issue, everybody pay attention, or against the issue. It's based off of ijtihad. He thinks, he feels, a statement of a companion, a general principle, a general rule. And this alim, he exerts himself to determine a ruling. I feel, he says, a virtual marriage is haram. That is an issue of ijma or not consensus? No, there's no consensus. There are the ulama who say the opposite. That's the issue of text, nas. Qala Allah Ta'ala, Allah said, don't get married in Skype. Do we have text for that? No, that's the issue of what? Ijtihad, in which a scholar determines a ruling. So therefore, if it is an issue of ijtihad, then you cannot force that view upon the next individual, the next student of knowledge, the next layman. You can't do that. Rather, the ulama, they say, it is unlawful for a layman Muslim to enjoin the good and forbid the evil unless they know the dalil and how to use the dalil. They say it is impermissible for a layman to enjoin the good and forbid the evil unless he knows of the proof and how to use the proof. You can advise, you can do da'wah, you can make nasiha, you can make tabligh, you can pass it on. I heard in the class, I saw in a lecture, I read in a book, I heard this. I don't think it's a good idea for you to do this. I don't think it's a good idea for you to smile. I don't think so. But I can't say it's haram to smile unless I know what? The proof and what? Wajhul istidlal. How to use the proof. Everybody got this? So getting married on Skype, talking to a sister on WhatsApp, acquainting yourself with the sister before the actual marriage, if it's based off of Qur'an and Sunnah, clear, that's one thing. If it's agreement of the scholars, then that's what? That's one thing. If it's ijtihad, then it's what? Totally different story. And the rulings of ijtihad, of taqleed, of ittiba' al-an tantabiq ala hadhihi al-mas'ala. Moving forward.
One country of origin versus the huge melting pot of the Western countries.
One's country of origin. In my country, I come from Ghana. Muslims live in Ghana. This is how we do a sit down. No other way. But now I live in New York City. There are Muslims from other West African countries. There are Muslims from Europe, Muslims from South America, Central America, black Muslims, white Muslims, Hispanic Muslims, Muslims from Guyana, Muslims from Trinidad. It's a huge melting pot. There are Muslims who are Sufis, call themselves Sufis. I'm Salafi, I'm Athari, I'm Ahl Hadith, I'm Hanafi, I'm Shafi'i, I'm Ibadi, I'm Maturidi, I'm Ahmadi, I'm Nation of Islam, I'm Fruit of Islam, I'm Warfdeen, I'm Baha'uddin. And the list goes on of the groups and the schisms, let alone races, social class. In my country, no rich people mix with poor people, period. We don't mix. We have our own masjids, our daughters and sons get married. In America, you go to the masjid, the poor man is standing what? Next to the rich man. Everybody understand this? They're praying in the same row. The brother whose skin is fair prays next to the brother whose skin is dark. The sister from one island is breaking her fast with the sister from the what? From the next island. You go make a hajj. And your own masjid is different. But when you make a hajj, you're stoning the Jamarat. Somebody might be there right next to you. He said, I'm Salafi. He says, I'm Maturidi. I'm Shi'i. I'm Rafidi. I'm this. I'm Ahlul Bayt. I'm this and I'm that. It's a melting pot. Everybody clear on this? Whether it's overseas or whether it's in America. But specifically, America is a melting pot. So your cultural practices are not the Qur'an and the Sunnah. And perhaps and maybe it's time to think and reflect. What were my forefathers doing? Allah clearly mentions this in the Qur'an. Ibrahim alayhi salam, he clearly asked that question. Everybody understand this? What if your forefathers didn't know? What if your forefathers were ignorant? What if your forefathers followed their forefathers who followed their forefathers who followed their forefathers? There was never any knowledge. So in your country, it's permissible to pray like this, because that's all you know. It's permissible to conduct a marriage like this, that's all you know. But now you're in America, and I saw the imam raise his hands. I saw the imam go on his knees first. I saw the imam conduct a sit down in the musalla. I saw the imam make a divorce on Skype. Maybe it's time for me to update my fiqh. Everybody got this? So we have to make a different culture of original country versus the huge melting pot of Switzerland, of Canada, of the UK. They're Muslims from what, Yusuf? All over the place, let alone with different ideologies and different social castes and classes. Moving forward.
Getting to know a sister or brother without the wali, but the third parties and chaperone.
Third party and a chaperone. He's not the father, he's not the brother, he isn't a mahram. He can marry the sister, but he's the sister's friend, or classmate, or teacher, or student. And I'm going to accompany Sister Fatima to meet you, Adam. Not the father, it's not khalwa. It's not no longer seclusion. Is seclusion or not? Place when a khalwa. It's three people. But the third person is not a mahram. The third person isn't a what? Isn't a mahram. One day in New York City, in our masjid, there were three brothers who came. One brother was from the Dominican Republic. One sister was from Bangladesh. The third brother was from Bangladesh. The Bangladeshi brother or the Bengali brother, he accompanied the sister that was from Bangladesh. And the Dominican brother was the brother that wanted to get married. This brother, I asked him, "That's your sister?" "Yes, your aunt." "Oh," he's all, "No, it's just my friend. I'm here to make things easy and to talk to you as a middleman and in between." So they were traveling by themselves. They were alone by themselves. They were talking by themselves. Now they want to have a sit down. They want to get married. They want counseling. But it's not the what? The mahram. A chaperone does not necessarily have to be a what? A mahram. The mahram is not necessarily a chaperone. He may sit there, I'm going to go, you guys go relax. As we explained, what? Previously, moving forward.
STI/STD tests and screening requirements.
Requirements. In this masjid, you must provide screening against STIs and STD. HIV, let alone AIDS, syphilis, gonorrhea, herpes, whatever, the genital warts, crabs, whatever you call it. And if you don't provide that information, you cannot get married in this masjid. We're not saying it's haram. We're not saying that the Qur'an and Sunnah says this, but this is our rules. Say, la, akhi, that's not the Sunnah. That's not the Sunnah to get an STI test. That's not the Sunnah to dig up the people's past. It's impermissible to force the people to have an STI test. Everybody understand this? The ulama of the past, they didn't know what, Omar? They didn't know STD screening because there were no STDs. And if they were very what? Limited. And which a person got this disease, this infection, this sickness, in most cases from having a troubled past. Being unchaste, sleeping with whores, a sailor, a pirate. Everybody understand this? He spends months, he spends days and weeks at sea without a woman. The first thing he gets when he gets upon shore, he wants how many things? 2 things. Women and booze, alcohol. And there is a brothel. There is a whorehouse. It's well known. This is what the pirates want. There's some third world countries to this day that are just like this. We've seen it with our eyes. Everybody understand this? In which that's how he got that disease and that sickness. But now it's a bit different. I'm married to my husband, and sister says he's righteous, he's pious, but he slept around and he brought it back to the household. There's sisters that we know with HIV and they never made zina in their lives. They never used needles. They never were heroin addicts. The husband slept around and gave her the HIV. So now she wants to get married. Can she get remarried? Does she have to get an STI, STD? Is it mandatory? And she didn't have a what? A troubled past. She was never unchaste. She was never a whore. She was never a harlot. She's a pure woman, but it came upon her because it's 2017. So the concept of STI and STD requirements and screening, is it mandatory? Is it recommended? Is it preferred? This is a modern day issue of engagement and requirement. Before we have another sit down, sister, please get a test. Before we can get married, please provide the what? The blood work. Is that mandatory? Does she have to comply? Does the brother have to comply? Should these questions even be brought up or not? Everybody got the picture or not? Tight, and it's of utmost importance. Moving forward. Character verification certificates. Before you can marry my sister, Abu Zayd must, only him, you have to issue a tazkiyah about this brother's akhlaq. And I only accept it from Abu Zayd. If he says that you're good, then you're good. And if not, then what? You're no good. Everybody understand this? It is not a tazkiyah verbally. It's not, I said, yeah, he's cool, alhamdulillah, he's tight. Yeah, he's a good brother. No, there has to be a what? A certificate. A piece of paper in which a man says he's pious and he fears Allah. I have declared that. Everybody understand this? I have what? Declared another man to be close with God. Is this possible in Islam? Is this good in Islam? Is this recommended in Islam? A certificate? And this is a modern day issue in which most cases back in the day, this did not what? It didn't exist because there weren't as many groups and schisms. It wasn't as much tahazzub and ta'assub as it is today. Among those who call themselves Ahl Sunnah, how many groups? 100 maybe. And they all call themselves what? Ahl Sunnah. Back in the day, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. There were groups, there were schisms, but they were clearly away from the main body of the Muslims. This is a very important concept. Moving forward. Description of the righteous husband, part 1 of 3. Bismillah.
He who fears Allah the Most Great. He who possesses good akhlaq. He who is kind to animals. He who has clear control over his emotional state. He who is a good earner and provider. He who has the necessary and balanced guidance for his wife.
Now, why do we start off with this? We didn't say the righteous wife. Most books that you'll find in Arabic and in English, it only talk about Sifat al-Zawja Salihah, the righteous wife, the righteous woman. How many classes have you heard on this topic? The righteous wife, the righteous sister, which is important, which is good. But the husband is also supposed to be what? Righteous. Everybody got this? He's also supposed to be what? Righteous. And he has a list, just like she is supposed to have a list. Everybody got this? These are just some of the things that we humbly feel should be in the husband that you look for. And once again, the ring is now getting what? Smaller. We talked about how to look, the importance of looking, how someone, now we're getting detailed now. Number 1, he who fears Allah the Most Great. He who has the most money, that's important. He who's physically strong, that's important. He who's clean, he who's hygienic, that's important. Yes. But the first thing is he who has taqwa. Even if he is ugly, or bad looking, or short, or fat, or tall, or too dark, too black, too light, too pale. Even if he's weak, but he has taqwa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is number one on the list. If that's not the number one on your checklist, once again the shaitan is going to swallow you whole. He's going to gulp you up. You're going to be tricked. Number two, he who possesses good akhlaq, not the salah, not lihya, not the pants above the ankles. He's memorized this. He studied Arabic. He knows Qur'an. No, good akhlaq, good character. If you called his mother says he's the best son. He's an excellent son. He doesn't visit me enough. He doesn't see his grandmother enough. But when you do visit his grandma, what's she say about him? Negative. He never gave me any problems. He never gave me any trouble. I wish he would see me more. He travels a lot. But I can't say he cursed me out. He broke my window. He disrespected me. He stole from the money. He was a flawless young boy. You talk to his father. You talk to his sister. I'm not saying this is a good idea, but just in general. If you call his ex-wife, she says, yes, I was married to Brother Fulan. We didn't agree. We had our problems, but he never beat me. He never cheated on me. He never said I can't eat and this and that. He never hollered and screamed and yelled at me. He has general good what? Akhlaq. And it has nothing to do with the religious obligations, the deen. And most people, they get tricked on this. He has a big beard. He comes from a religious family. He knows the Qur'an. So it's a good match. No. He has to have good character. Moving forward. Number three, he who was kind to animals. I know many of you right now, you're saying, what is this guy talking about? No doubt, right? A few people were thinking this, right? What you think? Yeah. No, what a couple people are thinking right now. What is the guy talking about being kind to animals? Being kind to animals is a reflection upon the first 2 points. Being kind to animals is a major manifestation of a person's true akhlaq. Because the animal in most cases is smaller than you. We're talking about pets now. We're not talking about a big horse, a lion, an animal that can overpower you. We're talking about a cat, a dog, a lizard, a hamster, a squirrel. Riyadh, what? A squirrel, a chipmunk. Everybody understand this? Kind to the animal. Even a mouse. A mouse that you catch, a rat that you catch. Everybody understand this? The animal is more afraid than you are of it. The chipmunk is more afraid than what? Then the big brother with the beard is afraid of the what? Of the chipmunk, whether you realize it or not. The raccoon, the possum is afraid of you more than you are of it. The mouse and the rat, it runs so quick, so fast because it's scared. But when you catch the thing, you stab it and you stomp it. And you just totally go crazy on this small, miskin animal. That shows what? That what he says. Something is what? It's khabith. You're filthy and you're wicked. That you would cut off the tail of a cat. Or throw a cat off of the roof. Or stick a firecracker. People used to do back in the day. They take a firecracker and stick it in a cat. Light it. For fun. What did the Prophet ﷺ say? دَخَلَتِ امْرَأَةٌ النَّارَ فِي هِرَّةٍ. That a woman entered the hellfire because she made shirk? Because she made kufr akbar? Because she disrespected her parents? A woman entered the hellfire because of what? A cat. An animal. She didn't feed the animal, nor did she let the animal go out and catch and feast off of what Allah had provided her for. And she's going to burn in hell. Because she was mean and nasty to a poor, weak what? Cat. Al-Dhahabi rahimahullah ta'ala, he quotes this hadith in his Kaba'ir. And he puts it on the chapter of Al-Baghi, of aggression, of just nastiness. Nastiness, a person being nasty. Why would you torture a cat until it dies and starves to death? Unless your character is truly what? Something's really wrong with your character. You're scarred. Someone abused you when you were younger. So you go to a sit down. Do you have pets? Yes, I have pets. What kind of pets do you have? I have birds, I have parrots, African gray, I have this, I have that. Okay, really, can I see the birds? The bird's feathers are falling off. The cat is extremely skinny. It's a reality. Something's wrong with that person's what? His akhlaq. He's mean to animals. He sees a pigeon and he throws something at it. It's a flying rat. He sees a cat and he kicks it. Wallah, you go to the Prophet's city and you'll find the harshest, meanest, nastiest character towards cats. I've never seen cats like this in my life. I've never seen so many cats without tails except for Medina. How did the cats get no tails? They were born like that? Of course not. The children, they cut the tails off. They throw big rocks. They curse at the cats. Shaitan, mal'oon. It's a cat. What type of tarbiyah is in that person's household, Lutfi? Honestly. What type of tarbiyah is that kid getting that wants to kill and destroy a weak, harmless cat? Something is seriously wrong. So if the brother is not kind to animals, shouldn't marry this brother. Moving forward, he may not like animals, he may be afraid of animals, but it doesn't mean he has to be what? Mean to the animal. Everybody understand this? I don't like cats. I don't like birds. I'm allergic. That's no problem. But if I did have a cat, I'll be nice to one. If I saw a cat, I wouldn't kick it. Get out of here. Scram. Everybody got this? Moving forward. It says here, he who has clear control over his emotional states. When he gets angry, he controls himself. When he's happy, he controls himself. When he's jealous, he controls himself. When he's hungry, he controls himself. When he is in the mood, his sexual desires, he does what? He controls himself. He has strong, firm realm of control on his what? On his emotions. The word aql in the Arabic language means sense, mind. But it's not the original meaning of the word. The word aql is taken from an iqal al-jamal. It is the rein and the muzzle of the camel that you use to pull the camel back, steer it to the right, steer it to the left, get the camel to hurdle and to gallop, to move fast. In other words, aql means what? Control. Allah gave man what? Aql, control. Control over your emotions. If the brother is an emotional wreck, he's too happy, too sad, too depressed, he's always like this, always like that, it's not a good idea to do what? Marry this brother. Move forward. He who is a good earner and provider. He doesn't have to be rich. He doesn't have to be filthy rich, but he can provide the necessary things. When it's cold outside, you're warm. When it's hot outside, you're cool. The roof is not leaking and dripping on you. He can provide the basic things. You need shoes, you need underwear, you want this, you want that, you want snacks, you want to go out to eat. He can give you those what? Those things. So good akhlaq, good deen comes first. And the brother should be a good what? He should be a good provider, a good earner. Moving forward, he who has the necessary and balanced ghayra for his wife. There's no way that you're leaving the house dressed like that. Impossible. Impossible that you're leaving the house with high heel shoes on. No way. No man is going to see you walking and hopping and bipping and bopping like I can see you in the house. No. He's jealous for his wife. But at the same time, he doesn't have bad superstitions. Where are you going? Who are you with? Who are you with? Why do you come? Why do you answer my phone? His jealousy is what? Too much. He accuses. He thinks ill. He thinks bad. He's too controlling. But there has to be a level of what? Jealousy from my wife. You don't want your wife talking with nobody else, sitting with nobody else, hugging anybody else. No. You're for me and only me. You're mine. If the brother does not possess this basic character, it's a bad idea to marry him. And this is very important in Islam. The concept of jealousy. The Prophet, he told us, Inna Allaha yaghar, that Allah is what? Jealous. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has this attribute. He does not like for his slaves to do certain things. Everybody clear on this? Moving forward. Fine, we stop here. Al-Muhim, we'll stop here. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We stopped speaking on the description or the descriptions of the righteous husband. Not the righteous wife, but the righteous husband. With regards to the religion, the deen, akhlaq, the spirit and the soul. Also with regards to personality, and also with regards to some physical attributes and descriptions as well. Physical descriptions and attributes as well. So let's move forward to the next slide, inshallah. It says, number 7, the righteous husband. And what we mean by righteous? Deen, akhlaq, and also just salih, alladhi yasluh, the one that's suitable husband. Because Islam is a complete circle. Spirituality, looks, character, physical, financial, everything that is going to be an ingredient behind you being happy and being taken care of and protected. Your body, and first and foremost, is your soul. Your soul, because the soul is what? Doesn't die, it's eternal. It's going to be punished or blessed. The body perishes, it goes away. Moving forward. It says, he whom, who's our reader? Who's reading for us? Brother or sister? He whom the masjid is his second home. His second home is not the club, it's not the gym, It's not the basketball court. His second home is the masjid. If he's not home, if he's not working, in most cases, he's in the masjid. In most cases. I lost my phone. I can't find Abu Anas. I knocked on his door. His wife said he isn't home. It's a big possibility I want to find him in the masjid. Making salat, teaching a class, reading, studying, helping somebody out. Everybody in this neighborhood, they know Fulan, Ibn Fulan, the son of Fulan. Yes, that's Fulan's son. His dad is this, his mother's that, he has sisters. They know who he is. He frequents the masjid. He's not a Ramadan Muslim. He's not a Jum'ah Muslim. He's not an Eid Muslim. But the masjid is his second home. Moving forward.
He who keeps the secrets and personal affairs of his wife in the house.
In the house. In the house. If his mother lives with him, if his father lives with him, if the in-laws live with him, then he who keeps the secrets in the bedroom. In their internal chamber. What happens between me and my wife? Arguments, fighting, intimacy, likes, dislikes, specific personal issues no one else knows about. My mother, I love her to death. She loves me to death. Our only son, a mama's boy, I'm this and that. When it comes to me and my wife, no. That's not my mother's place to know what happens between me and my wife. Daddy's little girl. My father is supportive. He helps me out. He does this, he does that. He's a beautiful brother. But between me and my husband, the argument that we had last night, what I did, what he did this, he said this, stays between me and my Zawj and not to my father. No matter how beautiful of a father he is. Unless it's an issue of emergency. Unless it's an issue in which someone is being oppressed and wronged. And the only way that you can get your haqq is complaining and going to your father. He beat me up, unfortunately. He beat me up, he blacked my eye, he knocked out my tooth. That's a different story, that's an extreme case. Or maybe you can give him some advice, Abby. He doesn't know how to do this right. He doesn't know how to say this. He's not willing for this and that. Perhaps. But if there's no need for these things, the good and the bad should stay between Fulan and Fulana, husband and wife. Words cannot express the dangers that come from people taking their personal issues and spreading them to the in-laws, the families, let alone brother Fulan in the masjid, Imam Fulan, Sheikh Fulan. Not counseling, that's a different story. Counseling is a different story. Seeking counseling, seeking help, seeking medicine. You're not shy in front of the doctor because you want to get right. You want to cure yourself. Bid'illah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah to cure you. But unnecessary talking. It's not about it's something haram. It doesn't have to be something bad. It doesn't have to be something that's a secret. But the sheer concept of discretion. You don't need to know what's happening between it's none of your business. Be discreet. And when people hear and they know about what's going on in your household, envy, jealousy, ayn, gossip, backbiting, inflaming things, exaggerating things, blowing things out of proportion, they all come into reality, into existence. You have a husband. This sister, she doesn't have a husband. And in her mind, I'm more entitled to have a husband. I'm smarter than her. I'm more beautiful than her. I'm younger than her. How'd you get married first? Why do you have a good relationship? So you go and you complain about something major or minor. You don't think that it has an effect upon her heart? You don't think she's lonely and sad by herself and she sees you having fun? So she may say something, give you some bad advice. Oh, well, such and such. And maybe such and such. And ask him where he went, so on and so forth. And the seeds turn into trees. And before you know it, you have a forest and a jungle of problems that did not necessarily exist before you start talking. And we all know the common colloquial term, loose lips sink ships. That's the reality. A loose lip will sink a ship. Wars have been caused because of gossip. Wars have been caused because of people talking, lying, gossiping, or even saying the truth. But it's unnecessary. What me and you talk about stays what? Between me and you, nobody else. So this is a very important concept in Islam, let alone in marriage. Moving on to the next point. The next point. It says here, I'm sorry, he's brave. He is not to be a coward in any meaning or of the word coward, since coward. He's first and foremost, he's brave with his own nafs. He has a problem smoking cigarettes. He's willing to admit it. He's willing to acknowledge it. He's willing to stand up to put his foot down and I want to stop smoking cigarettes by Allah's permission. He's not afraid of the addiction. I'm scared of the addiction. How did I become addicted to cigarettes? And I'm a believer. I love Allah and I love His Rasul. He's brave and he's not a coward with regards to his own nafs. He's brave when it comes to the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He sees the evil, he tries to stop it. He sees someone not doing the ma'ruf, he enjoins it. And when it comes to you, someone abuses you, someone hits you, someone is staring at you, someone is trying to bully you, you get into a car accident, He's brave. He gets out the car. What's the problem? It's not about being a tough guy. It's not about having an ego, but he's brave. He's not a coward. He's willing to physically defend his wife. He's willing to physically stand up for his wife. And most importantly, he's willing to stand up against family members that are slandering his wife. Because the tongue is no less harmful than the hand. The tongue is no less harmful than the hand. Slander can hurt someone more than a punch or a slap. So you know that your mother is slandering your wife. You have to be brave to stand up to your mother. And you have to advise her, Ya Ummah, malish, taqillah, ummi. This is haram, you can't do this. It's haram. You have to be brave to stand up to your father that's in your business, that's spreading your secrets. You have to be brave. You cannot be a coward. If a husband is a coward, if the brother is a coward, like I said, it's not about being big and bulky and strong and no. A small man can have what? A big heart. And a big man could be a huge coward. So never marry a man unless he's brave. Obviously, men, they differ in their levels of braveness. We know that. Some men are naturally born like lions, courageous by birth. It's in his DNA. His father was a warrior. His grandfather is natural. It's how he was. And then some brothers have to acquire it. Some people have a little bit, some people have a lot. But he has to have some type of bravery. He cannot be a coward. Moving forward, he must possess the necessary physical strength. Pay close attention to these words. The necessary physical strength. He doesn't have to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, for example. Big and buff. My body is naturally made like this. It's how Allah made me. I can lift weights, I can eat this, and I don't gain weight. But it doesn't mean that I'm a weakling. It doesn't mean that I can't do the necessary tasks. In the house, in the bedroom, outside of the house, outside of the bedroom, whether it's a fist fight with somebody, stopping a burglar from entering your home, physically pleasing your wife, whatever is needed, mowing the lawn, cutting the grass, putting something up, painting, whatever is needed in the household and outside of the household. And there are many sisters who complain about this. They say, my husband is too weak. He can't do this, he can't do that. My husband, he has no resolve, he has no confidence. He promised to paint the fence and he never painted it. That's a type of weakness as well. Or he's just someone that doesn't possess the necessary physical strength. Allah will give him a sister. He'll marry somebody, but it doesn't mean you should marry him if he's too weak. He's too what? Physically weak. Not emotional, not spiritual. We spoke about that already. We're actually talking about what? Actual physical strength. Everybody understand this? It's a bigger problem, unfortunately, when you have an issue of when the sister is physically stronger than the brother. In most cases, that's going to be a problem. This is a reality. There's some sisters that are physically stronger than some men. So compatibility now plays a huge part. If you're this type of brother, you should marry a sister like this and like that. Or the emotional strength, the ego. If you're a very dominating type of person, then you need to marry this type of sister or that type of brother. Moving forward, he has to be emotionally stable. Now, I know many of you are saying, didn't you say that? He has to have control over his emotions. So why are you mentioning it again? You made a mistake. You didn't edit it properly. No, they're two different things. Number one, as I have control over my emotions. Number two, I'm emotionally stable. Having control over my emotions, the rarity in which I become angry. I'm not an angry guy. I'm not an angry bird. I don't get mad too much. It takes a lot for somebody to really push my button for me to explode and black out. And when I do, I have the ability to cut on the switch and cut off the switch when it's time. That has nothing to do with this. The brother is always angry, happy, sad, depressed, back and forth. He's flippy floppy, wishy-washy. 5 seconds, someone give me smiling. Next no, he's mad. He's emotionally unstable, an emotional wreck. This is a brother that you do not want to marry, because 1 second he says you're divorced. 5 minutes later, he says, no, you're not divorced. I love you. What do you mean? No. 1 second, he says, I like that color, the color that you're wearing. Next you know, it's ugly. It's horrible. Take it off. Sit next to me. Let's sit on the sofa. Let's do this. Let's cuddle. Let's talk. Then get away from me. I want to be by myself. Leave me alone. Something's wrong. His past, he was abused, he was hurt, something happened, he was in jail, whatever the case may be, is not the brother that you necessarily want. You want somebody that's emotionally stable. You don't want to rock. He has emotions, but it's a general what? Tone to his attitude. It's better to marry a brother who has an anger problem, but he's known to have an anger problem, instead of a brother who's the most wonderful, sweetest brother, and you spill something on his shoes, and he slaps you and smacks you and he curses you out. It's better to marry the brother whose character is well known and is relatively stable. Because I know how to deal with the anger now. Don't spill anything on his shoes. I know how to deal with him. I know what gets on his nerves, what angers him. That's easier than someone who's a gentleman, a nice guy, and then he's a monster. He flips and he flops. So it's a very important concept of being stable emotionally. Moving forward to the next slide. It says, description of the righteous husband, continue part 3. Al-Qawwam, and all of its meanings and aspects. And that pertains to the previous points as well. He is financially Qawwam, physically Qawwam, religiously Qawwam, mentally Qawwam. And the Qawwam has 2 staple descriptions. Number 1, Qa'imun, is that he's standing up. He's standing himself. Number 2, Muqimun li ghayrihi. He makes others stand up. He makes others stand erect. He's stable and he stabilizes other people. So he himself controls himself, his emotions, his deen. If he got divorced, if you left him tomorrow, he has a place to stay, he has a car, he has money, he's stable. And when you're with him, you're also going to be stable. Religiously, if you leave him, if you divorce him, he's going to still pray. He's still going to fast. He's still Qawwam for his own deen. And you in the household, he's going to teach you. He's going to educate you. He's going to put his foot down and says, you cannot do this. It's haram. No, not in my household. I'm sorry. I try to speak to you nicely. You can't do that. It's impermissible in this household. I'm not standing for it. He has to stand up. He has to be Qawwam for himself and for others. If the man is not Qawwam, for one reason or another, that's not a man that you necessarily want to marry. And of course, perfection is for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Moving forward, preferred that he comes from a good family, well known for practice and adherence to the religion. It's permissible to marry a revert. It's permissible to marry someone who used to be a mushrik or kafir or atheist or 5%er or this or that. But it's best, it's preferred to marry someone that comes from a good Islamic Sunni family, because there's certain building blocks that are already there. There's certain elementary teachings that do not have to be brought up. Everybody clear on this? A good family that's known for being religious and pious. He doesn't have to be the most knowledgeable. He doesn't have to be the most righteous, but he comes from good stock. Never fish in muddy waters. Never fish in muddy waters. Fish in clean water. Take a fish on a clean body of water. What does the fish eat? What water does the fish swim with? What other fish are around that fish? This is a very important concept. Child abuse, rape, molestation. All of these things are reality when a family is far from the deen. And you don't necessarily want to be involved in those situations, even if he's a good brother. Moving forward, he should be financially stable, secure, if not wealthy. We also mentioned this before, that he should have wealth. He should be able to be provided, to be a good earner. There are 2 different issues once again as well. One is general and one is specific. Just because a brother is wealthy does not mean that he's a good earner. Just because a brother is wealthy does not mean he's a good provider. There are people that have a lot of money. They come from a very good background, but they're extremely cheap and miserly. When it comes to his wife, he squeezes what? The quarter until what? The eagle screams. Squeezes the quarter until the eagle screams. He's cheap. I want some shoes. No. I want another overgarment. Where the one that you have? He's cheap. But he has what? A lot of money in the bank. He has very good business. He makes a good amount of money, but it doesn't mean he does what? Spends properly. And vice versa. A brother may hustle, he may bustle. He may make money, but it's an emergency now. That's a death in the family. I have to go visit my mother back in Pakistan. Something goes wrong, something happens. He says, I work 7 days a week, but I don't have the money for the plane tickets. I don't have money that's sitting there, that's laying there, as we say. And that's a difference. A brother who's wealthy and a brother who's also a good earner. A brother who works well and he also spends. There are 3 different issues. People who have money that are cheap. People who are generous but don't have money. Everybody understand this? He is stable because emergencies happen. Accidents happen. Death in the family happens. $2,000 for this. The janazah. You have to put him in a coffin. You have to pay for the lot, the bills. It's big, lots of money. So it has to be money in store for emergencies that can and will happen. Moving forward. Physically healthy and sound from diseases and illness and outward defects. This, once again, is not repetitive of the previous, the other points with regards to being strong and possessing the necessary strength. Rather, we said physically healthy. I could be strong as an ox, but I can have an issue with my blood. I can have an issue with this organ. I can have an issue with my knees, with my back, arthritis, my eyes, my hands, my fingers, even though I'm physically strong. I have much more than the necessary strength. You want a brother that has a good, clean bill of health. A brother that has a good bill of health in general. He can walk down the street without panting and falling out. He can run from the house to the car without having a heart attack. He can eat general foods without his blood pressure soaring to the sky. As a person ages, becomes old, then that's a different story. But the husband that you're looking for, he should be physically strong, and he also should be physically fit. He should have the necessary physical conditioning. Sound from diseases. He's a handsome brother, he's a knowledgeable brother, but he has a major terminal illness. Not necessarily the brother that I want to marry. It may seem okay, I'll be patient with him, it's okay, but now he can't get up. He can't go here. He can't talk with you. He can't go here. And then you start complaining. I don't know if I can do it. He's always sick. He's always in the hospital. I have to watch him. I have to nurse him. You should have taken this into consideration from the beginning. Moving forward. Good teeth, clean fingernails, trim mustache, and a full beard. Hygiene is of utmost importance for the man that you want to be the father of your children. Physical hygiene is of utmost importance of the man that you have to sleep with, wake up with, go to sleep with. That you have to look to and talk with. His teeth should be clean. You don't have to be perfect teeth, but he has to brush his teeth at least twice a day. At the sit down, there should be a miswak, a toothstick with him. His teeth should be clean. They don't have to be perfect. They don't have to be like this, pearly whites, but in general, he takes care of his teeth. Cavities, gum disease, gingivitis, bad breath. No, that's not what you want. Only Allah knows how important this is. You go to give your husband a kiss, he smiles. You say, subhanAllah, it's a reality. Or the brother has perfect teeth, but he has extremely bad breath. Everybody clear on this? Brushing the teeth, mints, gum, scrubbing your tongue, whatever method you use, floss, miswak, Dentex, the things, however you use to keep your mouth smelling clean. And the Prophet ﷺ, he spoke on this issue 1400 years ago. He said, As-siwaku matharatun lil-fam, mardatun lil-rabb. Aisha radhiyallahu anha, she narrated in the Musnad Imam Ahmed that the Prophet ﷺ, he says, the toothstick, mathara, is a means of cleanliness for the mouth. Mardatun lil-rabb, and a means of pleasing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Clean your mouth, please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you have to have good teeth, good breath, fresh breath. Moving forward, clean fingernails. If your husband is not a mechanic, if he doesn't work on trains, underground, in the subway, if he doesn't do things in which he's always outside, dealing with dirt, dealing with grease, then there's no reason for his fingernails to be dirty. Period. There's no reason. If the brother was a mechanic, then his fingernails, they should be dirty. A greasy mechanic is a good mechanic. A greasy mechanic is one who's working and he's taking care of his family. But if he works in an office, if he does something in which he's around things that aren't dirty and greasy, his nails should be trimmed. His fingernails, they should be in good shape. And that's because the fingernail is something very important and symbolic in Islam. Allah Azza wa Jal, He says, La uqsimu bi yawm al-qiyamah. Allah swears by the day of judgment. And He swears by a few other things. Wa la uqsimu bil nafs al-lawwama. The blameworthy soul. Allah then says, Ayahsabu al-insan? What does Allah say? Does He think that we won't gather His what? La. It's not what it says. Bala qadirina ala an nusawiya banana. Yahsab ghayr. Tayyib. Allah says, not only can we resurrect man, not only can we bring him back to life, but we can do what, Khalid? Nusawiya bananahu. We can reinstitute his fingertips. The fingertip is a very fine, sensitive part of the body, just like the toe as well. So if the man's nails are dirty, what do you think his underarms smell like? This is a reality. What is his personal hygiene if he doesn't keep his fingers clean that are seen in visible sight of the people? It's dirt and nasty, it's crud. Everybody understand this? There's a telltale sign for the The rest of the body. Just as we said with regards to a woman's hands. Looking at the woman's hands is a telltale sign of the rest of her body. Her skin, thin, thick, small hands, big hands, and the list goes on. How a woman takes care of her hands. The finger is major in Islam. And there are other verses in the Qur'an in which Allah talks about the fingers. Allah talks about strike them at the what? Kulla banan. Everybody understand this? Their digits, their hands and their feet. Major artery parts of the body. Moving forward. Trim the mustache. His mustache should not look like a handlebar. It should not look like a piece of wax across his face. And his face is shaved off. And it's a sad reality of many brothers today. It's a sad reality. The kuffar, when they colonized the lands of the Muslims, they also colonized their minds. And they got them to understand that a big mustache is good and a big beard is dirty, barbaric, unhygienic. You're left in the past. Everybody clear on this? Another very important point is, the Muslims will say, how do I know a Muslim from a Sikh? Sikhs have big beards. Jews, they grow big beards. Some types of Jews. So how can we distinguish? What do we say? Do Sikhs trim their mustaches? They don't. They grow everything. Rastafarians, which is not necessarily a religion, as many people think. It's more of a movement. They grow their beards, but do they do what? They don't trim the mustache. Muslims are distinct. Full beard, trimmed mustache. Shave, taken however, whatever method you take, the mustache is to be clean. And the lip is also symbolic to eating habits. The food is always on the hair above his lip. He gives you a kiss and his hair all in his face and in his mouth. Everybody understand this? So the mustache is to be trimmed. And the Prophet told us, مَنْ لَمْ يَأْخُذْ مِنْ شَارِبِهِ فَلَيْسَ مِنَّا. He says, those who don't take from their mustaches are not from us. They're not upon our way if you do not trim your mustache. In other words, grow the beard. The beard is supposed to be a signal and a sign of manhood, of respect, of honor, and of awe. And the first thing they see, when they see you speaking, says, what does he know? Because he doesn't have a what? Beard. He's not a sheikh. He's not nothing because he doesn't have a what? A beard. In other words, the beard is symbolic for what? Shakedom. There's no doubt about that. Shakedom. This is a reality. He's old in age, he's experienced, and he has a beard. Someone that has no beard is associated with being a boy. A little boy, a young kid. What does he know? He's just a young kid. He doesn't have a beard. So the beard is a means of honor. It's a means of respect. Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah, he said that shaving the beard is imitating women. Shaving the beard is being disrespectful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Shaving the beard is a man wanting to be a boy. After Allah saved him from boyhood and made him a man and took him to manhood, but I want to look like a boy. I want to go back into the past that Allah elevated me from. So the man's face is not to be smooth and clean. That's a woman's face. The woman's face is supposed to be pretty and clean and smooth. A man, the lion, has a mane. A big mane. The bigger the mane, the more fearful he is to the opposing lions. Tremendous wisdom in the beard and trimming the mustache as well. Moving forward, learn it about the book and the sunnah. He doesn't have to be the biggest alim. He doesn't have to be Ibn Taymiyyah walking in Queens, New York. But he should have some type of knowledge of the basics of what he believes in, his aqidah, his tawheed. He has to have some type of knowledge of the basics of purification. Some type of knowledge of the basics of salah, of zakah, of fasting, of hajj. Some type of knowledge about marriage, about divorce, about the Qur'an in general. And on top of that, if you find a brother who has more knowledge, he's more learned, then that's even better. If you have two candidates, equal, similar qualifications, and one has more knowledge, then you should take the one who has more knowledge. And we don't have to talk about knowledge and the virtue of knowledge. We've spoken on this, walillahi alhamd, countless times, walillahi alhamd, here and in other locations as well. Moving forward, he should be kind and soft with women. We didn't say, oh, gentleman, that's right. He has to be a gentleman. In every sense and meaning of the word gentleman. Some of the things that we talked about, fingernails, you're not going to find a gentleman with bad fingernails, with dirty fingernails, with bad breath. His shoes, his clothes, his hair, he doesn't have to be perfect. He doesn't have to be a fashion model. There's some brothers, mashallah, who are more sharper than others. Mashallah, this is known. This is known. Some brothers are sharper what? Than others in fashion. Some brothers we call on the phone, Assalamu alaikum, Abu Saeed. Which color shoes should I get? Which wallabies? Red or black? Which Argyle socks can I wear? Am I making this up? Sheikh, which should we get, the Desert Trek or the originals? Which one? He said, send me a picture. I got to see, Sheikh. The fatwa hotline for fashion. There's no doubt about this. But in general, a man is supposed to be a gentle man. In every aspect and meaning of the word, gentle and man. And just subhanAllah, look at the combination of those two words. Because they originally go against each other. It's a clash. Gentle and man. A man presupposed to be harsh, rough and tough. Gentle, fardan, you presuppose to think that it's a woman, a child, soft and gentle. But the two words are merged and put together. He's a man, he's rough, he's tough, but at the same time, he's what? He's gentle. The hadith in which the Prophet ﷺ, he says, خَيْرُكُمْ خَيْرُكُمْ لِأَهْلِهِ وَأَنَا خَيْرُكُمْ لِأَهْلِي. He says, the best of you are those who are best to their wives. And from among all of you, I'm the best to my wives. This is the famous report. There is a version of this hadith, وَفِي رِوَايَةٍ سَوَاءٌ صَحَتْ أَمْ لَمْ تَصِحْ riwayah waradat. There's a narration that says, مَا أَكْرَمَهُنَّ إِلَّا كَرِيمٌ وَمَا أَهَانَهُنَّ إِلَّا لَئِيمٌ. Another variation of this hadith says, no man treats a woman kindly and gently unless he's an honorable man himself. He's strong, he's self-confident, he's sharp. And no man debases a woman, disgraces a woman, humiliates a woman unless he himself is scum. He's la'im, he's low, he's base. So if you're physically stronger than someone, I can physically beat you, but I give you a pass. It's not necessarily weakness, but it's true strength. I'm exerting my excellence. I can knock your head off if I want to, but I'm going to let you go. I have control over my anger and over my rage. Not like the person who has to take revenge, who has to fight back, who has to speak back. Everybody understand this? So the concept of a man being stronger than his wife, a concept of a man having the talaq in his hand. He can divorce his wife when he wants to. He doesn't have to ask. He doesn't have to return a mahar. But he's gentle, but he's kind. It shows that he's a very strong and powerful man. And he has control over his emotions, his knowledge, his mind. Everybody got this? So you need to have a gentleman. This is the religious sense. As far as the social issues or worldly things, then holding the door for a lady, okay, pulling up a lady's chair. Some brothers, they may go out on a dinner date with the wali, and he eats 3-4 meals, and he says, oh, alhamdulillah, jazakallah khair, shaykh. In other words, you got to pay. It's reality. There's some brothers, unfortunately, wallahi, we've seen it with our own eyes. They take their wives' dinner with the basir, and they have the wife, what? Pay for the dinner. Is that a gentleman? And your book, shaykh? No. No way. A woman's wallet is supposed to be in the drawer in the house. Shopping, food, everything that you want and need, I'm supposed to take care of. It's supposed to come. This may be a bit extreme to some of you. No, not in 2017, akhi, New York City, Allahu alam. But this is the asl of a gentleman. He takes care of the bill. He pays for it. He buys it. He spoils her. He gives her gifts. He's a gentle man. And any other aspect of the word, what? Gentleman. He's not rough and abusive. He takes his time, especially young brothers who get married. The first night, many women, they complain, he's too rough. He's too fast, he's too hasty, he's not gentle. He just, And this is a reality. And the woman, don't ever forget, he's not trying to be funny, but this is a reality. A woman never will ever forget the first experience with a man, never. Should never ever forget that first night. So if you were gentle from then, everything is going to be in that light. If you were harsh and brutal, that first time, is all the entire relationship is going to remain in that what? In that light. Moving forward. It says here, stern and tough at the right moments. Stern and tough at the right moments. In other words, there's a time in which I'm not supposed to be a gentleman. There are times in which I'm not supposed to be kind and gentle. No. There are times in which I have to be brutal, harsh, and aggressive and mean. Whether it's protecting you physically, protecting your honor, defending myself, enforcing Allah's rules on you. I want to wear lipstick. No, you cannot wear lipstick outside of the house. She says, please, I love you, I look nice, no other men, I'm yours. No, no lipstick. And she tries and she tries and she complains, she gets an attitude. Okay, get an attitude. You're not wearing lipstick outside the house unless you're covering your face. So there's times in which you're not supposed to be gentle, because that gentleness now becomes weakness. And there are many brothers like this, they don't have a backbone. They don't stand up and say and do the necessary things with regards to their wives' lives and souls. So there has to be a time in which you have to be rough. There has to be a time in which you have to be a little aggressive. And that doesn't mean that you're not a what? A gentleman. Doesn't mean that you're not a what? Not a gentleman. Huh? No. Shake hand, what are you? Which one? Who wants it? Huh? The old heads back in the day, get into a fight with shoes on or not? Fight or not with shoes? No doubt. Taps on the bottom. But it still can be rough when it's time to be rough. Everybody understand this? This is important. And it's one of the reasons why the modern generation now is generally lost. Because they're out of tune and out of whack with culture and with deen. With the true virtuous culture and the actual deen. And then there's no doubt the Kitab and the Sunnah, they support for man to be gentle. And they also support for man to know how to be what? At the right moment. At the right moment. Moving forward. Description of the righteous wife. All right, now, the sisters were happy. We were going on the brothers. Talking about the brothers now, and it's the opposite time. And ask yourself, are you righteous? Do you fall under these categories? Can we have a volunteer, inshallah? A brother or sister who wishes to read? Any volunteers? Tayyib, bismillah. Where's Nafis? Yeah. Maybe it'll work now. Let's see. Tayyib, bismillah. It says here, number 1. Pious. What does it mean to be pious? Obviously, piety starts in the heart. As the Prophet ﷺ told us, Ala inna taqwa hahuna. Taqwa is here. Ala wa inna fil jasadi mudgha. In the body, there's a lump of flesh. And the list goes on hadith after hadith after hadith. Piety starts and begins with the heart. Pious heart and a pious mind as well. Everything was meant by the word what? Pious. She's not wicked, but she's pious. She's religious. She's naturally God-fearing. She's naturally what? God-fearing. When I was a Christian before Islam, I had a sense of God. I had a sense of religion. I had a sense of do's and don'ts, rights and wrongs. A sister that was once wicked and ruthless. She knew nothing but what's in front of her, me and mine. I lived by day to day. And then she accepts Islam as not a brother that you necessarily want to what? I want to marry. Even if she becomes righteous later on, because she's not naturally what? Pious. She's not naturally pious. Everybody understand this word? Righteous is a different story. We said pious by nature. It's a person's nature to be pious. Moving forward. Good akhlaq. She wears hijab, she makes the salah, but she curses. She goes to the classes, she made hajj, she doesn't sleep around, she doesn't drink, she doesn't smoke, but she's extremely sarcastic. She's extremely hasty. She's extremely nasty. She's extremely crabby. She complains so much. Her akhlaq is horrible. She's mean to children. She's unfair. She's mean to animals. She kicks the cat when she's angry with you. Like we said about the brother, this is a reality. Wallah, we've seen this. She takes out her frustration on your son, her stepson. She takes out her frustration on the children. Her akhlaq are no good. Do not marry this type of woman, no matter how much knowledge she has, no matter how pious she may be with Allah, no matter how much money she has, no matter how beautiful she is. Do not marry a woman that has bad akhlaq. And we know the advice of the Prophet ﷺ when a man complained to him about his wife. And the hadith says, وَذَكَرَ مِن طُولِ لِسَانِهَا. He mentioned how her tongue was long. He said that she was insolent. She had a very long tongue. The first thing the Prophet ﷺ said, طَلِّقْهَا. Said, let her go, divorce her, if her tongue is so long. So the akhlaq of the woman is no less important than the akhlaq of the man. And Allah Azza wa Jalla, He clearly says, وَلَهُمْ فِيهَا أَزْوَاجٌ مُطَهَّرَةٌ. In paradise, the righteous Muslim men will have wives that are pure. Wives that are purified. Allah Azza wa Jalla, He didn't say physical purity. He didn't say they won't have menstruation, there's no blood. There's no this, there's no smell, He didn't say that. There's no hair there. He didn't say that. He says mutahhara, cleansed. And the ulama of tafsir, they say mutahharatun fil khuluq, mutahharatun fil lisan. Her tongue is clean. Her akhlaq are clean. So you have to have good character if you want to be a righteous wife. Akhi, you want to get married? After her deen, number 2 is her akhlaq. This woman has more beauty, and this one has less beauty, but her akhlaq are superb. There lies no doubt the fool will marry this one, and the wise man will marry the sister who has less beauty, but has superb akhlaq. And you have to live with this woman. Her beauty is going to fade. You have to have children with this woman. She's going to get this. She's going to get old. This is going to change. This is going to go away. The akhlaq only get better. Good akhlaq is like wine. It's like cheese. It only perfects with age. You become wiser. You become more patient. You become more tolerant. You become more generous when you get older. But bad akhlaq, normally, waliyadu billah, remains bad, unfortunately. Number 3,
Beautiful and pleasing to the eye.
Beautiful and pleasing to the eye. It's not the first thing. It's not the most important thing, but it is important. And if you look for a sister and says, I don't care about her, what she looks like, as long as she has good akhlaq, she's pious, she's righteous, and that's it. That's not the advice of Islam. A woman that when you look towards her, she pleases you. Because the more you please with her physical appearance, her spiritual nature, her mental nature, it helps you to protect yourself from fahisha. Because I don't have to go into the street because I have a beautiful wife at home. I don't have to sleep around, I don't have to think, I don't have to look because my wife is beautiful. She's pleasing to my eye. She doesn't have to be the most beautiful woman. She doesn't have the perfect beauty, but I can look at her and I'm naturally attracted and drawn towards her. Let alone the concept of children. The more pleasing a woman is, the more beautiful a woman is, the more physically attractive she is, the more you're going to want to be with her. And the more you're with her, the more children there are. And we explained that that's from the sunnah, to have more children, to establish Muslim population. Everybody clear on this? And they go hand in hand. Good akhlaq goes with beauty. Beauty goes with good akhlaq. A beautiful woman with bad character, you'll be deterred from her. Everybody understand this? A woman with extremely good character, but she has no physical attraction, you can also possibly be deterred from her. However, if you had to pick a poison, one of the two, there lies no doubt, go with the akhlaq. The sister that doesn't look so good, she's not so attractive, but her akhlaq are amazing. And do not go with the beauty queen that has terrible akhlaq. Moving forward.
Grateful and appreciative.
Grateful and appreciative. Who do you think you are? What are you trying to say? I don't need you. I live fine without you. I don't need your things that you bought me. I could have did it myself. I could have went myself. I could have went on Hajj myself. I could have went home myself. You could have, but you didn't. You didn't. I took you on Hajj. You could have your own house, but you live in a house in which I pay the bills. So basic decency is that you are to thank those who do good for you. Basic decency. It's not about him being above you. He's better than you. You're his slave. He's your master. It's not about that. But basic decency. Abu Zayd gives me a gift. Jazakallah khairan. He gives me a faidah. I read the faidah already, but I still say what? Jazakallah khairan. Thank you. That's basic decency. So to be appreciative to your husband. And we all know what the Prophet ﷺ told us about women entering the fire. Women burning in fire. He says that they are ungrateful. They are ungrateful. They are unappreciative. And the shaitan is clever and he's very, very crafty. The ungratefulness comes in many different images and forms. One, what I just mentioned, it says, I don't need your money. I never needed your money. If that's the truth, which it could be, that is still ungratefulness. You're supposed to be appreciative to the one who gave you anything, even if it's a trifle in the street. The next concept is the woman, she says, well, I really wasn't happy with the things that you gave me because I wanted more. But I didn't want to be ungrateful. I didn't want to be ungrateful. I didn't want to sound like I was an ingrate. But in actuality, I never liked the stuff that you bought me. This is a reality. And these things, they happen when arguments come up. That's not being appreciative. Even if you don't like it. The hadith says about a woman lying to her husband, Jazakallah khair, it's nice. Thank you so much. Just like that. The shaitan, he tricks people. I'm going to constructive criticism. I'm going to tell you this, I'm going to say this. But at the end of the day, it's kufran. It's being ungrateful. You haven't appreciated someone who took the time to give you a gift. Everybody understand this? How many women are there in the world? How many men are there in the world? Statistics. Anyone who comes from a foreign country, anyone who traveled to another country, he knows that there are countless sisters in the world today that would die for a basic husband. Not a good husband. Not an excellent husband. Not a student of knowledge. Not a wealthy brother, but a good husband that doesn't beat on them and curse at them and do this and do that. They would die for this. They would die for this. So the brother, just by being a good guy by nature, he's not the best. But in general, he's a good guy. That in itself is a blessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He can be someone who abuses you. He can be someone who berates you, who talks about your family. He didn't do any of those things. He didn't have this money. He could have took you here, no doubt. He could have did better, but at least he didn't mistreat you. So oftentimes the shaitan, he comes to the woman and she says, you know, you're a good guy, but, you know, the money is like this, or you really don't give me enough time. Instead of saying, Jazakallah khairan for the time that you do give me. Jazakallah khairan for the gifts that you do give me, even though you really don't have the money like that. And there are many other examples that we can mention. What's important is that the shaitan tricks people to think that they're not being ungrateful by being ungrateful. Moving forward.
Knows how to be a woman and lady and manly.
And not manly. Knows how to be a woman and a lady and not manly. aggressive and bossy. This is a big problem among many men and among many women. Many women, they do not know how to be a woman. They were never taught by their mothers. They were never taught their society, their culture, whatever the case may be. They were never taught how to be a woman. It is not about who's right, who's wrong. It's not about doing it like this and going like that. But you are a wife. Allah says, وَلَيْسَ الذَّكَرُ كَالْأُنثَى. The male is not like the female. So a man who wants to be feminine and soft and dominated, in general, something is wrong. A woman who wants to be bossy and controlling and ruling, in general, something is wrong. Her deen, her mind, it's not right. Because that's not the nature of a man and the nature of a woman. Human beings, let alone animals. It's the rule of nature. The male is like this and the female is like that. So it doesn't mean that you don't give advice to your husband. It doesn't mean that you don't enjoy the good and forbid the evil. It doesn't mean that you're a yes person, you agree to everything. It doesn't mean that you don't tell him what he needs to be told, but let him do his job, and perhaps it's easier for you to do your job. If he didn't do his job and you don't do your job, both of you are being punished and going to hell. If he didn't do his job, but you did yours, that's his soul, and I have what? I have my soul. So oftentimes we lose focus on our own responsibilities. You're not doing this, you're not doing that, you're not doing that. The reason why I don't do these things is because when I do it, you say that it's wrong. The reason why I don't do these things is because you're too much of a man and too less of a woman. When I try to do my manly duties, no, move out the way. It has to be done like this. That's a problem. So we have to know our roles. You're not to be feminine, yaqi, and you're not to be masculine. You don't have to be weak. You don't have to be too harsh, but there's a finely tuned balance. So the sister that you're looking for, that's very bossy, it's a woman that you necessarily don't want to have. You want a woman that is inviting with her speech and with her character, and not a woman that pushes you away because she's so bossy, because she's so rugged and tough. Moving forward, she has to be fertile. She has to be able to bear children. You want a woman that can give you, be the next pound out of 4 children, 5 children. Everybody has the different cultures and tastes, but we're talking about the sunnah right now. The sunnah is for a woman to have as much children as she possibly can. That's the sunnah. فَإِنِّي مُكَافِرٌ بِكُمُ الْأُمَمَ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ. He says, because on the day of judgment, I will brag and I will boast about my followers. The Prophet said, he said, marry an affectionate woman, a fertile woman. Marry a woman that can produce children. Why? Because on the day of judgment, abundance of children is a ni'mah, it's a boast. It says, I will boast, I will brag. Everybody understand this? And the question is, if the girl's a virgin, how do I know she's fertile? She's never been with a man, she's never had a child. You look at her mother, look at her sister, look at her aunts, look at her cousins, look at her race, look at her age, look at the country from which she comes. In my country, the standard of a big family is no less than 7, for example. My mother has 8 kids, siblings, my sister has 4, this one, my grandmother had 15, etc. The general rule is that her bloodline is Mubarak, and she's fertile, and she can produce children. And the same applies to a girl that's the only child. The same applies to a woman that's very old, and she has 1 child, or she has a young child, and she's 45. Something in general is, she's not that fertile. Whether she was with a man, a lot, a little, in general, she's not that fertile. There's some women that are extremely fertile. And it doesn't take a lot for them to get pregnant and produce children. And they have naturally strong bodies, child after child after child after child. Abdurrahman, Ahmed, Mubarak, Muqaddam, Zayd, Fatima, Sakina. And it's a list of Muslims that you have produced by the permission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Modern culture, modern society, the television, the news, fashion, media. Obviously, I don't want to have children. If I have a child, I'm not going to breastfeed the child. My body's going to be destroyed. I'm going to get divorced. We're going to get separated. Let's live 2 years without having children. And the list goes on of the tricks and the traps of the shaitan, unfortunately. Moving forward.
Loving and affectionate.
Loving and affectionate. She has a beautiful deen, beautiful akhlaq. She's naturally fertile. She has siblings, or she had a child before Islam. But she's just naturally dry. She's just naturally boring. She's just naturally, whatever you want to do. She's not loving. She's not affectionate. She's not inviting and pleasing to her husband. If she wanted to, she can't. She doesn't know how. It's not in her nature. Everybody understand this? She could read books all day. She could be a bookworm. She could be the greatest student of knowledge. If she's not loving, if she's not affectionate, that's an X on your checklist. That's something that you don't want. And the obvious reasons behind this. The more love, the more affection, the more harmony, the more children, and the list goes on of benefits moving forward.
Strong Islamic and not cultural identity.
Strong Islamic and not cultural identity. Before I'm black, I'm Indian, I'm Arab, I'm from Palestine, I'm from Bangladesh, I'm from West Africa, my family, my tribe, my lineage, my father, I'm a Muslim. La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah. That's the first thing in my life. That's the most important thing in my household. It's not my lineage, not my bloodline, but Islam. And then on top of that, alhamdulillah, I come from Palestine and my entire family is Muslims. Well, alhamdulillah. It's to us, honoring your guest is a staple part of life. Wallahi alhamd. But that's not what? It's not number one. Number two is your culture. So what are you? What do you identify yourself as? How do you identify yourself as? As this and as that, or as a Muslim, a slave? And then I come from this culture, this is what we do, this is what we don't do, and then this goes on. And that's an entire conference in itself. The harm and the danger of culture, and how strong and how influential culture is on the lives of Muslims, and how it is destroying Muslims as we speak because of culture. And it's one of the strongest tools that the non-Muslims used against the Muslims. It's to identify yourselves as nations and regions and countries and colors and classes, and not as Muslims. We have to fight for this type of independence. We have to fight for this type of identity. I thought it was Islam and Kufr, the Muslimun and the Jews. Arabs, Jews, Africans, Christians, something's wrong. Muslims versus those who are enemies to the Muslims. And among that, the Muslims from Palestine, the Muslims from Ivory Coast, the Muslims in America, black Muslims, fighting some of the social ills, some of the problems that black Muslims have to face. But Muslim is number one, black is number two. Muslim is number one, Arab is number two, and any other culture, any other race, any other nationality. Moving forward, she has to be discreet. She has to know when to be quiet. She has to know how to be quiet. She has to know when not to talk. It's not haram. It's not a secret, but it's none of your business. It isn't something that's bad, but it's no need to talk about it. There's no need for what I say in your household to go to the next man's household. Oh, I heard you're going there and you're doing this. How did that happen? There's no need to. It doesn't mean that we're going to a haram place, but just being discreet by nature. Moving forward. A good listener. And many people, they're going to think negative of this. What do you mean, listen? I'm not a little kid. I'm not a little girl. Just want to talk to me? No. I have problems. I'm depressed. I'm sad. I come home and I want to talk to you about my problems. She's going to sit down and listen to you. She's going to make you feel comfortable. You're not going to get tired of talking to her because she's a good listener. And this is the first quality of any good therapist, any good doctor, any good shrink, any good scholar, imam, any good coach and counselor. He knows how to listen, not how to talk, not how to advise, not how to fix and change, but he knows he has an ear. Tell me your problems. What's going on? What's bothering you? And you feel comfortable. You can trust this person. And this is the wife that you want to have. Someone that you can talk to, you can confide in, and look at the secret between discreet and good listener. She doesn't tell your secrets, and she'll listen to them. She doesn't spread your business, and she'll listen to your business. And then the next step is she gives nasiha. She gives advice. She tells you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. She tells you what needs to be said and not what you want to be said to you. Very important concept of a righteous, pious wife. Moving forward. Physically fit. You want a wife that's physically fit, whatever that means. Whatever her body type, whatever her body style is. Normal, average, height and weight for her age, for her class, for her race, etc. You don't want a woman that's too frail. You don't want a woman that's too big. You don't want a woman that has this type of physical weakness and defect. Because that's going to have a major effect, not just upon the intimacy, not just upon having children, but you want to walk down the street. I can't. I got to catch my breath because I'm obese. It's too much weight. Let's go jog together. Let's go run together. Let's take a walk. Let's go do this. She's extremely out of shape. Or you want to play around with your wife. This is a reality. You wrestle with your wife, for example. You touch her the wrong way. She's aching. Her arm is red. She's about to bleed and die. You don't want a woman that's unnecessarily frail. This is very important. And frail does not mean that a person isn't skinny or petite. Doesn't mean that. Frail is different. Being naturally thin is what? It's different. Someone who's naturally big but has more body weight is not the same as someone who is extremely out of shape. It's going to lead to something physical or physically fit. And also the necessary strength for whatever is needed. disciplining the children, protecting herself from the abuse from her husband, issues of intimacy in the bedroom. This is a reality. She has to have the necessary strength for you to live with her and enjoy her. So these are checklists that you need to fill out. If she's extremely weak, extremely old, extremely too young, extremely one of the extremes, that's not the wife that I want. It's not the wife that I'm necessarily going to look for, because it's going to have a major hamper on your life with that woman moving forward. Far. Not she curses sometimes. No, she's far from obscenity and profanity. Far from it. She gets angry. The worst thing she'll call you is this, and not a bleep, 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 mother this and this and that, son of this. Some women, it's their natural way just to be nasty and to curse. You may find a woman who's very beautiful, very attractive, and you sit down and you listen to a talk for 5 minutes, and every other word is a curse word and a slander, this, and this, that, and when I see her in a message, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And she's beautiful to the eye, but her tongue is filthy, it's rancid, it's putrid with slander. And this is a reality among many people, especially the youth. Especially the youth. When a wife has a clean tongue, if she gets upset, she'll stomp her feet, she'll say something, she'll suck her teeth and walk off. She'll break a plate before she curses at you. She will break a plate before she curses at you. What did Aisha radiallahu anha do? When the girl came with the plate of food from another wife's house, she told the servant, come here, and she knocked it down. She didn't curse the Prophet. She didn't speak about the Sahaba. She didn't say anything vulgar or obscene. She did something physical. It's better to do something physical than to curse. A woman who curses at you and calls you bad names and profane names is not the woman that you want to be with you at all, period. The question is, how do you know someone is obscene and profane? If they go to the sit down and they don't curse, talk to her mother, talk to her father, talk to her friends. If she used to play sports, she was on a volleyball team, a cricket team, and a lacrosse team, ask her teammates, what happened when she scored a goal? What happened when she did this? Honestly, talk to her brother. Does she curse? Is she nasty? Is she wicked? No, she never curses. That's one thing. But yeah, you might have a problem with her tongue. She prays, she wears hijab, she'll give you rights, but if she gets angry, watch out. That's something that you don't want. Or even if it's not an anger problem, but a woman just naturally falls. She naturally curses. And there are many brothers who are like this. They just curse. And they think it's okay to curse. Even when they're not mad, it's not okay to curse. It's not okay to be obscene. Moving forward. Accepting of nasiha. She's not prideful or proud. She will actually listen to you. She'll actually pay attention to your advice, to your speech, or someone else's advice and someone else's speech. Not someone who knows everything, who has everything, who can do everything. I don't need you to advise me. Someone that's willing to listen to nasiha. Physically clean, just like the man. A woman has to be even more physically clean than a man because of the nature of her body is different than that of a man. Her feet, her hands, her breath, everything about her body is to be taken care of to the utmost. The utmost. Not a little bit to the what? Utmost. Squeaky clean from top to toe. If she's not, that's not a woman that you necessarily want. Moving forward. Acquainted with style and fashion. She knows how to look nice. She knows how to look nice and adorn herself for her husband. She knows what to wear, what not to wear. This shoe, this perfume, these bangles, this accessory. She knows how to catch his eye and how to keep his eyes on her and no one else in the streets. Not a woman who doesn't know anything about fashion. If I wanted to, I just don't know. I was always a tomboy. I never had a style of being presentable, of looking nice, of being attractive. If she wasn't born like that, if she wasn't raised like that, then she should learn. So look for a sister that has a bit of style. Look for a sister that has a bit of diva-ness with her. Not too much, but enough. Or she could be totally diva, but in the house and not outside. The stilettos, the heels, that's for the what? For the men's. Nothing on the street. Outside, flat shoes. But in the house, I'm wearing this type of shoe, this type of heel, this type of bangle, this type of earring, this spray, this exotic type of lingerie, style and fashion in the proper place. And this is extremely important in Islam. Extremely important in Islam. Moving forward. Brave and fiery at the right time. Not at the wrong time. There's a time in which she doesn't have a short tongue. There's a time in which she has to talk back. There's a time in which she has to be a little bossy, a little aggressive, a little fiery. Whether it's an issue of jealousy. Who's that girl that you're with? What's this picture on Facebook, you and this girl? She has to be a little fiery. Because if a woman isn't fiery and she isn't brave, she's not a bit aggressive sometimes, she doesn't have no jealousy, then that means she really truly doesn't love you. Because there's no love without what? Some type of jealousy. Some type of jealousy. You're mine and only mine. And anyone who comes close to my husband is a problem. But not in an improper time. Not suspicions. Not out of control. Not she's reckless. She doesn't know what to say, when to say it, but at the right time. Let alone the concept of being fiery with regards to man and woman and issues of intimacy. You don't just a woman that just, you know, I just sit here and that's it. Go ahead. No, you want a woman that is passionate, affectionate, a woman that's fiery, a woman that's going to give you a little bit of a spark from time to time. And that is going to blend with all of the other points. Fiery and brave at the what? At the right time. Her husband is doing haram and she knows about it. He's hiding it. She saw it on his phone. She has to have enough bravery to do what? Speak about it. It's not time to be meek and humble. Ittaqillah, fear Allah, and not to be afraid. You might smack her. My husband might get angry, but I'm still going to say it. She has to be brave, just like the man has to be what? Brave. And she also has to be brave to defend her honor. Someone tries to rape her. Someone tries to harm her, especially in 2017. A kafir goes up to her. She has to be able to what? Defend herself and not be a coward and not to be afraid. Her husband wishes to oppress her and transgress the boundary. She has to know what? A move or two. At least what? At least two. Inshallah. Tayyib, next slide. Rights that spouses have over each other. Tayyib. Number one.
They sufficiently fulfill each other's sexual desires.
They sufficiently, not fulfill. They sufficiently fulfill each other's sexual desires. There's need and then there's want. The right that your wife has over you is that you don't give her what she needs of intercourse, but what she what? What she wants. This is very important. Keeping her chaste, her gaze. She is included in that verse as well. Is that you give your wife the necessary time, attention, romance, and intimacy. I would say, counseling people, meeting with other imams, dealing with other students of knowledge. This is probably one of the most what did he say in the office that time? One of the most common problems that women have with their husbands is that this is point number one. He doesn't give me enough of my sexual desires. Not too often, it's not strong enough, it's not often enough, whatever the case may be. So the man, the right that the woman has is that you please her and fulfill her sufficiently. And the vice versa as well. I'm tired. No, not right now. You just did this and that. Fulan, I have to go here. No. Well, my husband wants something or needs something from me sexually, it's what? Bismillah. Because if he doesn't get it there in a permissible place, he will surely get it in an impermissible place easily, faster, quicker. Wal-iyadhu billah. So this is something you have to be mindful of. And it's not about being shy. It's not about being embarrassed. We have to learn our religion. So the husband has a responsibility and the woman has a what? A responsibility. Your natural love, your natural attraction. If you have to read a book, if you have to watch a documentary, if you have to see a therapist, if you have to go to the doctor, whatever the case may be. And we'll discuss this in more detail later on. Bidnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. Right, number two. Defending your wife in her absence against your mother, against your father, against a scholar, against a student of knowledge, against a friend. You defend your wife. She's not here. Even if she did that, if she's wrong, you can't say it. It's my wife. You can't say that. Defend your husband. Even if it looks shady and it does sound like the truth, still defend your husband until it's absolutely clear that he did so and so. And then if he did do it, it's not your place to talk about him like a dog. It's not your place to slander my husband. Everybody understand this? Many people, they complain about this as well. They allow their husbands to be slandered. If you go into a store and a woman starts laughing and joking about her husband not doing something and being extremely lame and lacking in something, she's a what, Omar? She's not a good wife. She's not a what? She's not a good wife. And that goes back to what we mentioned before about being discreet and not putting the business open in public. Number three, we explained that they keep each other's secrets, religious secrets, worldly secrets. He has this sin. He has this problem, he has this addiction. It stays between me and him and those who are helping, nobody else. The brothers do not need to know the mistake that he has, the problem that he has. That's between us. They keep each other's secrets. And also when you get divorced as well, it isn't a smear campaign. I was married to Sister Fulana for 9 years. Wallahi, she used to always do this. Wallahi, she used to always say this. Wallahi, wallahi. No. Keep those secrets and allow them to go to the grave. Moving forward.
The obviously that kind of relationship is going with husband and wife.
Husband is my husband, brother is brother, father is father. Imam at the masjid is Imam at the masjid. He is not my zoj. There's only one zoj that I have. A man says, I have 2 zojas or 3 zojas. That's it. Sister Fulana is not my zoj. My mother is not my zoj. My sister is not my zoj. My ex-wife is not my zoj. Do not mix and confuse relationships where they do not belong. That is destructive when you do that. Moving forward.
That the man provide for her the following.
The man must, not should, he must provide the following things. If you do not give these following things to your wife, you're an incomplete husband. And you're not giving your wife her necessary Islamic rights. Number 1. Lodging. In other words, where you stay. House, apartment, shack, hut, wherever you stay, whatever's your bait, you have to provide it. The woman is not to pay rent. The woman is not to pay for the mortgage. The woman is not to buy the furniture. The woman is not to provide anything pertaining to the roof over her head. You must do it. If she chooses to do it, then that's one thing. If she agrees to help you out, alhamdulillah. But it is not her right. The moment she says, I don't want to do it anymore, you now have to do what, Abu Saeed? You have to do it. And very important, I'm not trying to say this to bash the sisters, but it's very important advice. Beware of accepting certain things from your wife. Beware of this. Beware of allowing your wife to contribute to her necessary rights. That's not the sunnah. And in most cases, a woman is going to bring this up and throw it in your face. Whether it's when you get time to get a second wife, whether it's time to get divorced, you want to go somewhere, you want to do something, or you tell her, don't leave the house like this. Well, I paid the rent last week. You can't work anymore. Well, I took care of the electric bill. And I did this. And you didn't have nothing when I met you. Beware of this. It's very important. Moving forward.
Food and drink.
Food and drink. Anything. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack. That which is a necessary staple part of her surviving from her food and her drink, the husband must provide. Spring water, juice, if you like sodas, tea, coffee, whatever you drink, whatever you eat, that is staple and necessary, the husband must what? He must provide according to his means. According to his means, beans and rice or steak. According to his what? According to his means. Feed her when you feed yourself. If you eat healthy, feed your wife in the same way as well. There's some brothers who say meat is haram. You can't eat meat. If you have meat, then you don't have zuhd. Wallahi, they'll say this to their wives. But when they go with the brothers, they bring me a cheesesteak, lamb chops. But the wife, she has to eat beans and bread. This is a reality. Wallahi, why do you have to be like? Brothers like this. And that's oppressive. That's wrong. Moving forward. Clothing. Her hijab, shoes, socks, underwear. Anything that is necessary. And also, if you have the means, you are to provide the extra things as well. The accessories. You have to provide the accessories as well. You must take care of your wife. Every garment that your wife has should either be from something that you bought, something that she bought with your money, or something that she bought from her own wealth. Period. You are the one to put the clothes on your wife's back. Moving forward. Healthcare and medical treatment must be provided by the husband because that's a necessary staple part of life. Whether it's hijama, whether it's ruqyah, whether it is surgery, whatever the case may be. Moving forward. Anything that's ma'ruf, anything that's good, it isn't bad, it isn't haram, you have to do it. Stand up and pray 2 rak'ah. Cover your face and your hands. I don't want to cover my face and my hands. It's not mandatory to cover my face and my hands. I'm not of the method. Cover your face and your hands. The woman has to do what? Cover the face and the hands. She must do this because covering the face and hands is not munkar. It's not evil. It's something that is accepted, it's known in the Sharia. So if it's not haram, if it's not bad, the woman must obey her husband in that. And if she doesn't, she is not fulfilling the necessary basic rights of her husband moving forward.
That should make herself available for his pleasure whenever he pleases.
that she make herself available for his pleasure whenever he pleases. If she's sick, that's a different story. If the children is inappropriate time, that's a different story. But if that is not the case, a woman is supposed to put down what she's doing, stop what she's doing to please and satisfy her husband. And if she doesn't, then she has not fulfilled her mandatory rights that are over her. Everybody understand this? And it's a huge problem on many women. No, I'm not in the mood. No, wait. You can't just come in and out. No. That's not a righteous woman. Tafaddal. I'm yours. Bismillah. And if it's not a necessity, I'll put it down and it can wait. Only Allah knows the barakah that comes from this. You treat me like a king, so therefore I'm going to treat you like a queen. I'm priority number one. I come first in my wife's life. So bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, the same is also going to apply. But I'm number two. Her father is first. Mother is first. I'm doing my hair. I have to travel. I'm this. I'm number 3 and number 4 on her totem pole. What do you think? How do you think he's going to treat you now? Everybody understand this? It's a very important concept, let alone zina. And we don't want to get into the statistics about adultery. We don't want to get into statistics about cheating, about how most marriages, people have affairs. One of the reasons behind this is that this is being neglected. And that secretary, or this woman or that woman, she doesn't refuse him. She doesn't say no. She doesn't give him an attitude and a problem. She offers it to him. So be mindful of this. Be mindful of this. Moving forward.
No one is allowed in his home and he approves of not.
No one is allowed in his home. Whose home? His home. The man is to provide the what? The house. It's his hut. No one enters it unless he gives permission. If it's your wife's house, if your wife's apartment, obviously, it's not going to apply. Because this is what? It's my house. I pay the bills, and people say other things besides that as well. Cash rules, no doubt about that. It's real, it's reality. So it's wisdom in the man being the man and the woman being the woman. And there's a perfect blend when both people play their roles. If I say, do not allow Sister Fulan into my house, she cannot come into my house. If I say, do not allow your father in my house when I'm not there, she does not allow her father in my house when I'm not there. Obviously, if there's no reason behind this, she can ask why not. If it's extreme, if he's overzealous in his jealousy, if it's something that's incorrect, he wants to stop her from learning the religion, stop her from visiting her family, that's a different story. That's a different story. But if there are reasons why, harmful things, do not allow this person into my home, period. It's just that simple. But if the woman has the home, then that's a different story. So you're in trouble now. When the roles switch, the rights also what? They switch as well, unfortunately, moving forward.
She preserves his wealth and possessions and looks after them in his absence.
She preserves with an S, his wealth and possessions and looks after them in his absence. She's not a spendthrift. She's not extravagant. She knows how to invest the money, how to take care of the money. Something happens, he runs into some trouble. He gets locked up. She says, don't worry. You'll be home in 3 years, your money will be there. The house will be there. The car will be there. The children will be safe. She can take care of his wealth and his possessions in his absence. She doesn't give things away that he's not supposed to give away. She doesn't waste his money and spend his money and burn his money away. That's not a good, righteous wife.
She looks after his children and raises them properly.
She looks after his children and raises them properly. She's to look after his children, which are her children, or maybe they're just his children, stepchildren, but she's to treat them like her own. There is no such thing as your daughter. She's my daughter too. I'll give you a story once. There was an older brother in Philadelphia. He was talking about a country that he went to. He said I went to Morocco in the late 70s, early 80s. And he told a story. He said that when men have more than one wife, I'm not saying this about everybody in Morocco. This is what the brother is saying. He's saying this. He says when a man has several wives, and he has several children, he says the child lives most of his or her childhood without knowing who's their actual mother. They don't know who their mother is until 7, 8, 9, or 10, and then the child knows that's my mother. In other words, when a child is hungry, the man has 3 wives. Who feeds the child? Any of the 3. Changing the diaper? Any of the 3. Picking up the child, put it on the hip, put it on the back, swinging them, jump around? Any of the what? Any of the 3. His son is also, metaphorically, my son. Everybody got this? Obviously, everybody's not like this. This is a high level, but I'm trying to show you the concept. is that it's not about your son. It's about my stepson, my son. Because he came from you, I love you, and I'm going to look after him and take after him as if he's what? As if he's mine. Everybody got this? Let alone those women who say, my child, where you going with my daughter? Where you going with my son? I thought it was our son. Did you have the baby by yourself? Did you impregnate yourself? You didn't. I paid for the health care for you to see the doctor. It's my child just as much as what? As your child. Obviously, you physically sacrificed more than me, no doubt. Obviously, you physically suffered and went through pain more than me. There's no doubt about that. But it's our child. And when I'm absent, it's also our child and it's also your child. So looking after the children, raising them Islamically, giving them good Islamic names, feeding them properly, giving them the necessary recreation, the necessary sports, the necessary education and cultivation is a stable characteristic of a righteous wife. Moving forward, rekindling the old flames. How much time do we have, Sharif? Enough time for rekindling or no rekindling tonight? After the salah, inshallah. Wallahu alam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Week. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Better. Right. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Let's go. Here we have the last and final piece of this humble saga with regards to marriage in light of Kitab and Sunnah. It only makes sense that we talk about the importance of getting married, how to get married, what to look for in a spouse, what you have to do when you're married, and if you've been married for some time, for some years, children, there was divorce, re-separation, etc. You need to know how to maintain that marriage. You need to know how to repair that marriage. You need to learn how to fix and how to mend a broken marriage, an injured marriage, a sick marriage, and how to keep it healthy and how to make it healthy once again. So it only makes sense, starting off at A all the way to Z. The biggest, smallest, to the most finely tuned detail. So we want it to be comprehensive for everybody. For youth, older brothers, older sisters, those who've been married, those who've been divorced, those who have children, and the list goes on. So this slide here, it says what, Khalid? Rekindling the old flames. Please pay close attention to this title. It obviously says re. In other words, at one point in my life, at one point in my marriage, when I was younger, before children, before we moved, before this happened, before you took on a second wife, before you had this surgery, whatever the reason, we had something that was kindled. There was something that was on fire, something that was burning, something that was intense and intimate. And this thing was a flame. It wasn't a furnace, wasn't a huge bonfire, but it was a flame. And the flame provided certain things. It provided light. It provided warmth. It provided comfort. You say candlelight dinner. You don't need the candle, but the candles, they add a certain vibe and mood to your dinner, your experience. This is a reality. So there was at one point in time something that was kindled, something that was burning. It wasn't too out of control. It wasn't too small. It was just right, just necessary. But for one reason or another, this flame died out, died down, flickered away. As they say, our love has died, our romance has died, our sex life has died. For one reason or another. Maybe one of the three, maybe all three, unfortunately. Love, romance, and actual intimacy. One of the three, two out of the three, at worst, 3 out of 3. So this is very important for us who have been married, who are married. We have problems, we have issues. It's time to rekindle. Now, most people call it, when they say rekindle the flame, in most cases, they're talking about my ex-wife, my ex-husband, my high school sweetheart, my ex-boyfriend, before this, before that. And now I'm rekindling this old flame. This person that used to be in my life. This person that was from the closest people to me, for one reason or another became a stranger to me. Became a stranger to me. Someone that I shared every meal with became a person in which there was hatred and enmity among us. So therefore, this is how most people use the word old flame. But we mean, or we're using it in a bit or a different way, different manner, different usage. And that is anything that used to be a flame, old. Ex-husband or your current husband in which the love life has died, in which the romance has died, in which the sex life between husband and wife that is supposed to survive and be strong and healthy is dead, non-existent, on its last leg, weak, or at best, it's lacking. At best, it's lacking. It's not at its full potential in the proper gear. So this is what we mean when we say old flame, and not necessarily ex-husband, ex-wife. Everybody clear on this? We're using the term old flame in a broader sense. Bi-idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. Why this topic? Why? And what about this topic? How does a person rekindle an old flame? And why do you have to rekindle it? Bi-idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala, that's what we're going to discuss right now. So the first reader, inshallah, will be from the brothers or the sisters. A volunteer for the brothers or the sisters to read for us. Bismillah, Fadl Salih.
Number 8, rekindling the old flames. Moving doubt and denial of facing reality. Reflecting, but not getting lost on the past. The good old days. Realizing the need to upgrade. If the matter fluctuates, goes up and down, then how about your personal relationships? What made you love your spouse in the beginning?
Very important precepts that we have here. Fundamentals. Number 1, removing doubt and denial and facing reality. My marriage is fine. I don't have any problems. There's nothing that needs to be rekindled. My wife is what? Is happy as a clam. What are you talking about? There's nothing among us. Our romance is perfect. Our sex life is perfect. It's healthy. It's strong. And the person is lying to himself. He's lying to his friends. He's lying to his father-in-law. He asks, how are you and Anisa doing? Everything's good? Nah, I'm Sheikh. Alhamdulillah. Everything's great. But in actuality, their marriage is on its last leg. On its last leg, about to fall over and collapse. There's about to be a flat line on this marriage. So whether he lies to himself, or whether he lies to her. She says, what's the matter, honey? What's the matter, baby? What's going on? Nothing. You're fine. I love you. Everything's good. You look fine. Everything's perfect. Not a worry in the world. But it's a severe, major problem. He's suffering. She's suffering. They're both suffering. Or the relationship is suffering from a cancer that's becoming more and more aggressive. So the first step of rekindling is to remove the doubt. I think we got a problem. I think my wife is unhappy. I think my marriage may end. No, there's no thought about it, Yahi. It's clear. The signs have been there for years, but you've conveniently chose to neglect and ignore and abandon them. And as the old people, they say, a stitch in time saves a stitch in a stitch in time saves a stitch in 9. You get a small hole in your socks, you sew it back up, you mend it back together, you save a pair of socks. Good socks, your favorite pair of socks, socks that they don't sell anymore. They stopped making this model, this brand of socks. This is my favorite pair of Argyle socks. If I get the hole or the rip when it's small, I'll keep my good quality socks. I ignore the hole gets bigger, more raggedy, more loose, and the next thing you know, I can't wear the socks anymore. When I make sujood, my heel is out. When I make sujood, you see the balls of my feet. The socks are ran down, stripped bare. Then the socks have to do what? Have to go in the trash. Even though the socks were beautiful, strong, kept my feet cool, kept my feet warm, I love these socks. But I ignored this one small hole. I didn't do one stitch, and it cost me an entire pair of socks. Everybody understand this? Maybe some of us a bit young to understand this statement. What the older people say, a stitch in time saves a stitch in 9. So the concept of there are signs. Allah shows you things, problems with your health, the health in your marriage. But if you have doubt, if you're in a state of denial, and you fail to face the bitter reality, then you're going to, in most cases, one or two things. Number 1, you're going to totally lose the marriage because the string or the rod or the piece of wood, the twig, is only going to bend but so much. before it snapped. And once it snapped, it doesn't go back together. You can't put the stick back together. It's broken forever, eternally. Or it's going to be irreparable damage. You remain married on paper. You're married in the Islamic ruling, but your wife, your husband, there's no love, there's no affection, there's no romance. You sleep in a different room, she sleeps in a different room. Assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum salam. I go to work, you go to work. I left the food on the table, the food's in the oven. That's it. And it's a reality. And you live the rest of your precious life, years of your precious life with total misery, sadness, and no substance whatsoever between you and your husband or between you and your wife. Because the damage is irreparable. You can't go back. It's burnt down to ashes. It was a small fire that you could have put out, but you ignored it. You didn't face reality. You had doubt. You were in a state of denial. So either you're going to lose the marriage or you'll keep the marriage, but the marriage is only suri. It's only on the surface. That's my wife, that's my husband, but there's nothing between us. Of respect, of love, compassion, care, there's nothing between us. But, oh yeah, give the keys to your mother. And the kids, they know it. They're old, they're grown, they know dad hates mom, mom hates dad. Abby and Umi, they don't get along. And that's going to have a negative effect upon them as well. Whether there's some instances in which people staying together is more harmful than people becoming separated with regards to children. A severe sick household, dysfunctional family and household, sometimes is much more detrimental upon the child than two separate households. And specialists, Muslim and non-Muslim, they mention the pros and the cons, the advantages and the disadvantages of split households. Some of these specialists are totally against it. And they say children that come from broken families, fragmented families, one weekend with the father, one summer with the mother, joint custody. They said in most cases the children are not going to be successful. In most cases going to have severe psychiatric mental problems, major deficiencies. And other experts, other specialists, they say the exact opposite. That split homes, they've separated, they've moved on, they've accepted the reality of life. There's respect. There are rules, there is cultivation in both households. It teaches the child diversity. It teaches the child balance. It teaches the child many, many, many different things. Well, that's a different topic in itself. So what important is the expert fighter is he who knows when to fight and when not to fight. When to throw in the towel and when to take a little pain and a little extra punishment. He knows how to win and he also knows how to lose. Everybody understand this? So this is a reality. So you have to face the reality. Number two, reflecting, but not getting lost on the past, i.e. the good old days. When it was, Omar? So simple. Everybody, when it was what? When it was simple. So you reflect upon the good old days. Remember when we met? I met you in high school. You were young, I was young. We did this, we went here. Remember how careless we used to be? How young and fresh I used to be? I had no gray hair in my beard. Before the kids came, how happy we were, so on and so forth. You just reflect on the good old days, but you don't get stuck. And that's because getting stuck in the past, stuck on the good old days, it keeps you back from two things. Facing the present situation, and also it holds you back from moving forward in the necessary manner, and the necessary pace and speed. So the purpose of thinking about the past, those good old memories, is to rejuvenate, to rejolt, to give it a shot to move forward. That's it. But people that get stuck on the good old days, how you used to love me, how you used to look at me, how you used to grab me, how you used to say this, how you used to write me poetry and write me letters. And that's the only thing that the woman can think about now. And she doesn't look at the other positivities that the husband has. Or she gets stuck. Or the husband, he gets stuck. Let's make an example of physical body, which is a major part of marriage. Even though many people, they deny this. Marriage is not just all about spirit and soul and love. Physical body is very important in Islam, let alone according to the statistics. So therefore, a man, he's stuck on what his wife used to look like, what his wife used to be, what his wife used to do, what his wife could do. And that's not realistic. Your wife is no longer 19 years old, Akhi. You gave her those 6 children. You caused this stress and this and that. So you reflect on the good old days, how you used to be attracted to her, how you used to love her, and that is to get you to move forward. So reflect, but don't get stuck. And this is one of the biggest problems with, and we say this openly, not attacking anybody, the clash between the youth and the youngsters. The first wave, the first generation of Muslims, and the second generation. The elders are stuck on the past. Remember what we used to do? How we used to practice Islam? We established, we did this, we made this, we brought this, and they get stuck. And they're not listening to the youth who have the vision, who have the energy, who have the stamina to move forward. It's a new generation, it's a new time. It's not 1970 anymore. It's not 1960 anymore, it's 2016. It's a whole new ball game now, 2017. It's a whole new ball, it's a whole new ball game, 2017, not 2016. No doubt, I'm a bit old myself. Everybody understand this? And the youth, oftentimes, they don't make any reflection on the past. And they think that everything that they have and that they benefit fell from heaven. And it came with a return button. Easy, send, forward. There was a time when there was no iPhone. There was no iPad. There was no iPod. There was no cloud. There was none of these things that people have so easily, so simply today. So reflect on the past. Don't get stuck on the past. Look into the future. Never forget the original old values. Moving forward. Realizing the need to update. It's not impersonal. It's not an attack on you, husband or wife. It doesn't mean you're a bad husband or a bad wife. It doesn't mean that you're fat or you're ugly or you're too this. It doesn't mean that. But it has to be an update. A computer is updated. Software is updated. The security system has to be updated. Wear and tear, maintenance. Passage of time has an effect upon anything. Heart, body, and the list goes on. So you have to realize that each and every one of us has to update. We have to renew. We have to clean it and scrub it again and polish it again because it becomes rusty. And many people, they fail to realize this. I've done no wrong. I can't do any wrong. My marriage is perfect. I treat my wife perfectly. She's the most happy woman in the world, period. Maybe 10 years ago, yes. Maybe 20 years ago, yes. Maybe 30 years ago, you did. But now it's time to bring out the Febreze. It's time to renew. It's time to update. Moving forward, it says, if a man fluctuates, goes up and down, then how about our personal relationships? The relationship between the slave and the creator of the slave. Between the human being and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Some days your iman is high as the sky. And other days it's waliyadhu billah, very low. I want to go to the masjid. I want to go make hajj. It's Ramadan. I read a whole juz of Qur'an. You feel so wonderful, so marvelous as a Muslim. And some days you feel the soot of the dunya. You feel the depression, you feel the weight and the heaviness of sins. You feel lazy, you feel lethargic. You don't feel like reading. You feel like sitting there and just being on the sofa and watching TV or whatever you do. So iman fluctuates. Iman goes up and it comes down. It rises and it falls. If this is iman and faith, then what about the relationship between you and another human being who did none of the things that Allah has done for you? Allah created you. Allah gave you life. Allah gave you ears and eyes. If your faith goes up and down with regards to you and him, then what about with regards to a human being that did not create you? Everybody understand this? And it's just common sense. Times in which you love, times in which you hate, times in which you feel wonderful, times in which you say, I need my space, and then this goes on. You have to realize this is a reality. Last but not least, it says, what made you love your spouse in the beginning? What made you love her in the beginning? She was funny, she was nice, she was attractive, she was this, she was helpful, she was supportive. Did she lose out on those characteristics? Or are they still there? But you failed to see them. You failed to realize them. What made you want to marry this brother? Right now he's the most horrible man on the face of the earth. But just yesterday he was the best man on the face of the earth. And you would do anything, die just to be with him. It went away just like that. It faded. There are no remnants, no traces of that excellence. And Allah clearly prohibits us from doing this and thinking like this. It states in Surah Al-Baqarah, وَلَا تَنْسَوَا الْفَضْلَ بَيْنَكُمْ. Allah says, forget not the virtue that you had between each other. Forget not the virtue that she has over you. Forget not the virtue that he has over you. Right now, he's nothing. But you remember a time when you didn't have anything? When you had to cry and he gave you his shoulder? You remember the time he kept that secret? You remember the time he made you happy? So think about that. What made you love him so much and be attracted to him so much? If it went away in totality, then we have to go to the other steps. Update, refresh. If it's still there, then focus on that and don't focus upon the negativity. As the Prophet ﷺ told us in another authentic narration, he says, no believer is to hate another female believer. No Muslim man is to dislike and despise a Muslim female or a female believer. And سَخِطَ مِنْهَا خَصْلَةً رَضِيَ مِنْهَا أُخْرَى. He said, if he's displeased with one thing, then he finds another virtue. The beauty has faded, but her mind is better. This has went away, but the love has increased. She's not that good in this, but she's excellent at that. My husband isn't the best this, he doesn't have this much, but in other things in which he's very strong in. So do not focus upon the negativity. These are the fundamental steps with regards to rekindling, quote unquote, the old flames. Wallahu a'lam. Moving forward. Rekindling the old flames. The religion is nasiha. Fadal. The religion.
Number 6, the religion is nasiha. Number 7, seeking the necessary professional help, Islamic and non-Islamic. Number 8, the importance of time alone. Number 9, learning and studying Islam together as husband and wife. Number 10, simplicity with a tad of sincerity. Number 11, diversity, unorthodoxy, and aggressiveness.
Jazakallahu khairan. Next point is the religion is nasiha. It's not about me embarrassing you. It's not about me trying to play you. It's not about I'm right, you're wrong. It's not about you're worthless, there's no value. It's that before you're my husband, you're my brother. And this is something that most of us forget about. This sister that you're married to is also your sister in faith. The man that you're married to is also your brother in faith. If you're divorced tomorrow, you split up, you go separate ways, this person still says, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. And it is a basic, necessary right that you give nasiha to your brother. As the Prophet ﷺ told us in the authentic hadith of Sahih Muslim, reported by Abu Hurairah, speaking about some of the fundamental rights of the Muslim, that there are 6. And he said, وَإِذَا اسْتَنْصَحَكَ فَانْصَحْهُ. And when he seeks your nasiha, then give it to him. He's your brother. So just because it's my wife doesn't mean she's no longer my sister in faith. So it has to be an issue in which we're transparent with each other. We're upfront with each other. And if I see you slipping, if I see you making an error, you're not beyond reproach. With the proper etiquettes, with the proper gentleness, with the proper sternness, with the proper time, the proper place. But it's not a thing in which you see me slipping and drifting and you don't say anything. And it's not about being critical, overcritical. It's not about complaining. It isn't about you nitpicking, but it has to be advice. Because we're all human beings. So you have to give advice to your wife, ya akhi. Sister, you have to give advice to your husband in the proper manner, in the proper way. But it must be nasiha. Moving forward, seeking the necessary, not unnecessary. What Khalid says what? Necessary. Professional. Professional. Real professional help. Islamic and non-Islamic. Whether it's talking to the imam, talking to a scholar, a student of knowledge, an older brother, an older sister, or whether it's talking to a skilled professional from the non-Muslims with regards to mental health, an expert in relationships, an expert with this sickness, with this illness, an expert with depression. The believer is he who follows the hikmah wherever it's felt. Wherever the wisdom is where I take my wisdom. As it states in some of the narrations, al-hikmatu dalatul mu'min. Wisdom is the lost possession. Wisdom is the lost camel of the believer. Wherever he sees his possession, he finds it. Everybody understand this? And we know that pearls in general come from the sea. Who got those pearls for you? Someone with a clean hand, with a dirty hand, a machine, a Muslim, a Jew, a kafir, an atheist? You don't ask these questions when you buy pearls. What's important is that it's a pearl necklace. Who went and dug or digged into the sea, dove into the sea? That's not important. So wherever there's wisdom, wherever there's benefit in Islam, outside of Islam, Muslim, non-Muslim, you need to seek the necessary help and therapy. It's not about pride. Let's go talk to an imam. Let's go talk to a doctor. Let's go find out what's the problem with my body. What's the problem with your body? Why do I have this condition? Why do I always lack energy? Why do we always fight? Why are we always arguing? Seek the professional help before it is too late. Just like you'll seek the professional help with regards to your car. Your car doesn't start up. You get a funny sound, a funny noise, a stutter. If you have an expensive car or even an inexpensive car that you love, you cherish, you're going to go to a mechanic. And this mechanic is going to be a professional, a skilled mechanic, an experienced mechanic. And you're not shamed to go to the mechanic. So therefore, your heart is like a car. Your soul is like a car. Your relationship is like a car. It needs maintenance. It needs help. It needs someone under the hood that knows more about the car than you do. Someone under the hood that has more experience than you do. Let alone a foreign eye. Because you can't solve all of the problems in your marriage by yourself. Because you're inside. You're on the front line. The general should never be on the front line of the battle. Because he can't see the entire picture of the fighting. He's up close. We're winning. In actuality, they're losing. We're losing, but in actuality, they're actually winning. He's to keep a relative distance. Not too far at the back, not too far to the close. That way he can assess the situation thoroughly. And you cannot do that, husband and wife. Let alone you have your own ego. Let alone you have your own pride. Let alone you have your own rights and wrongs. You can't forgive. You can't overlook. You can't forget. So you need someone that's totally impartial. Someone who's foreign. And he can sit down, she can sit down and actually figure out what's wrong and give you the practical solutions moving forward. The importance of time alone. Not with the children, not with your mother and father, not with the imam in the office, me and you. No distractions, no phones, no work, no responsibility. Me and you. Let's sit, let's talk, let's discuss, let's reflect on the good old days, let's have a good time. It's very important, whether that means going out to dinner, taking her for a stroll, whether that means, sister, you make the necessary arrangements with regards to the children, a time in which is you and your husband, a day in which is you and your husband, a day in which you guys can talk and bond and vibe, a day in which just you two can fight and get it out of your system and vent. And statistics also show us that the average family today, in 2017 in America, they spend a trifle amount of hours, trifling amount, small trifle, nothing, petty, together with no one else. Television, work, school, children. The average time or the average amount of hours that's spent between a husband and wife is very sad. And this is something that you have to make time for, no matter how busy you are always, no matter what your schedule is like. A day off, an hour, sacrifice sleep, sacrifice this, sacrifice going out with the brothers. And sister as well, you have to appreciate the time that your husband makes. I don't want an hour. I don't want a day. I want a whole weekend. But the best they can give you is a day. Take what you can and build off of that. Be in the next final. The brothers have to be generous. Sisters have to be generous. Appreciate the time that your wife makes for you. I'm tired. I don't feel like it. I don't want to. What's the purpose of us going out and going to this retreat? Maybe it may save your marriage. You going to this retreat. You're going out to dinner. It may save your marriage. These types of things. Having time alone. Moving forward. Learning and studying Islam together as husband and wife. In other words, what rights do you have over me, sister? What rights do I have over you? What am I doing wrong Islamically? What are you doing wrong Islamically? How do we know this unless we actually know? Knowledge. And from the ways of getting knowledge and obtaining knowledge and reviewing knowledge is not you studying, not her studying, but both of you going to the class. Both of you reading the book. Both of you making Hajj and making Umrah. Both of you watching the video, listening to the lecture. Together. If I asked you right now, how long do you read with your wife every night? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour? Some of us would say, I don't read with my wife at all. When's the last time I read with my husband? I don't know. We never read. That's sad. Every single night, you and your wife should read something beneficial together. Every single day, no matter how busy you are, 5 minutes of faida, 5 minutes is all it takes. You and your wife watch the video. Because when you're stressed out, when you're depressed, when you're working, you look at the news. You look at sports. You look at Facebook. You look at this politician and this one. You find your 5 minutes. You find time to check out your friends on social media. So spend that time, you and your wife, no fighting, no argument. We're not making love. We're going to study together for 10 minutes a day. And then after another week, 20 minutes. Until both of you love reading, love studying, love benefiting together. How many brothers they come to the masjid for the khutbah and they never ever bring their wives? Never. Every week he's at the masjid for Jummah. Where's your wife? Let your wife go and benefit and feel pride in being a Muslimah as well. Listening to the khutbah, benefiting from the khutbah. The energy that's produced from going to Jummah. This is sad. You go to class every night. Is your wife benefiting? Is your wife learning? And if she isn't, because she has responsibilities or duties or whatever case may be, teach her the knowledge. This is what I learned tonight, honey. Check this out. This is the fact that we got from this hadith. This is what we read from Sahih Bukhari. So study Islam together. And that's going to build strong iman collectively. And bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, it's going to mend and it's going to heal those problems by Allah's permission. Moving forward. It says here, simplicity with a tad of sincerity. Simplicity with a tad of sincerity. It doesn't have to be a big, fancy, super duper thing. It doesn't have to be a big, long, far place or venue. It can be something simple, something that she doesn't know about, a quick surprise, a quick joke, and make sure that it comes from the heart. It comes from the heart. You buy a ring, you buy a card, you buy some flowers, but it didn't come from the heart. You're only doing this because you know you oppressed her. You know that it's wrong. You know that she caught you in a lie. That's not sincere. This isn't a sincere gift. Give a gift when she doesn't ask. Give a gift when she doesn't expect it. And the same applies to the sisters as well. Simplicity. A man's wants, a man's needs are generally very, very easy and very simple. But make sure that it comes from the heart. And it's not on the top. It's not superficial. But it's actually something in which you actually put your love, your time, and your thoughts into it. It could be a letter. It could be a card. It could be, as the brother said, sweets. Buy your wife some sweets. Bring her home some food. You went out to eat with the brothers? Buy your wife a platter. Simplicity with a tad of what? Tad bit of what? Sincerity. Last but not least, it says diversity, unorthodoxy, and aggressiveness. You have to mix it up. One of the reasons why you're having major problems in your marriage is because it's monotonous. It's the same. For the last 5 years, it's been the same. Work, school, sleep, that's it. Work, get up, go back to work, that's it. Nothing changes. Nothing is different. You have to diversify it. When you take your wife out, it's to the same restaurant. You buy a gift, it's only jewelry, it's only perfume, it's only clothes. Buy other things, give other things. Take her to a new location. Everybody understand this? You have to diversify what's going on. Unorthodoxy. Do things that are totally unprepared, unplanned. Be a little crazy, be a little wild. You're 39, you're 45, act like you're 19, act like you're 18 sometime. Remember the face you used to make? How funny you used to do this? When I was mad, when I was upset, when I was depressed? Do that now. You have to be a little outside of the box. For men and for what? And for women. And this is very important to the further concepts as well with regards to the life of intimacy. With regards to orthodox. It's always the same place. Always the same time. Always the same way. You become bored. You become worn out. And it's nothing like the element of surprise. It's nothing like the element of surprise. Surprising your spouse. Surprising your husband. Surprising your wife. Throwing at her something that she was not expecting. That she never would think that you were crazy enough to do this. And the list goes on. No matter how simple that thing may be. No matter how simple that what? That thing may be. Everybody got this? Moving forward. It says aggressiveness. Sometimes you have to be aggressive. It can't be soft. It can't be easy. Sometimes you have to grab the bull by the horns. Sometimes you have to take charge of the situation. Sometimes you have to go after her. Sometimes you have to go after him. Verbally, physically, whatever is needed to rekindle this old flame that has died down and flickered off. Everything is not meant to be passive. It's not meant to have sabr. Sometimes it has to be haste. Sometimes it has to be a little bit of what? You moving quickly. You have to be hasty sometimes. And too much patience all of the time is unhealthy for marriage. It has to be a leap. Walk, 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 jump, leap. Everything can't be small baby steps. It can't be progressive all of the time. Khair inshallah. And then it says here, stale relationships. And this is specific to those who are married, not an old flame, general or specific, but a relationship that hasn't died, a relationship that is not non-existent, but it's stale. It's old. It's been exposed to too much air too long. It hasn't been kept fresh. It's time to renew the freshness of this relationship. And the reasons behind it. And there are two. Number one, pertaining to the sex life of the two spouses. A stale sex relationship. Something's wrong. It's no spark, it's no flame, it's no fire, there's no interest. Number two, not pertaining to the sex life of the two spouses. Conversation, vacation, dinner, food, dessert, humor, whatever the case may be, it's stale. And it's time to refresh this old stale bag of chips. Moving forward. Not pertaining to, pertaining to the sex life of the two spouses. Now, before we go any further, anybody is uneasy or have a weak stomach or too shy or too righteous and too pious to talk about this or hear this, we kindly, humbly ask you to leave. As for those who have the necessary iman and maturity, grown adults, young teenagers, boys and girls that know the reality of life, and sex is a reality of life, and it's a reality in Islam, and it's vividly mentioned in the Qur'an. Allah says what? That man has been created from what? Dafiq. Water that pours out, that spits out, that gushes forth. This is vivid. Allah talks about the wombs. Allah talks about falamma, when Adam, he says, when he covered her, hunna libasun lakum wa antum libasun lahunna. Allah says, you're clothes for them and they're for you. We go on and on and on about the reality of sex in Islam. We didn't get into the hadith yet. It isn't something that's tucked under the rug in Islam. It isn't swept in the corner in Islam. No. Allah and His Messenger, they speak about these things what? Vividly, explicitly, frankly. Everybody understand this or not? So if it's a part of our deen, then we are to have the necessary courage and maturity to talk about it. And we're not to have the necessary fakeness. When it comes to sex in Islam, oh, no, that's bad. Tabloids, soap operas, movies, sports, sex. It's nothing. But in the Islamic sense, no. Can't say it. We can't talk about that. That's fake piety. And many of us, we have this. Many of us, we have this fake piety. And fake piety is disastrous to your iman and to your relationships. Be real. Keep it real. You read the Qur'an. The Qur'an talks about all of these different things. So therefore, the experts and the therapists, people who study these things and specialize in these things, they say from the most, not the most important necessarily, not the only thing, but from the most important aspects of marriage and of romance is sexual intercourse between the man and between the woman. And there's no doubt about that. So therefore, we have the following problems when it comes to stale relationships in the light of intercourse and intimacy. Number one, lack of sex. No sex. The man does not sleep with his wife. The wife does not sleep with her husband at all. For 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, I haven't touched my wife. She hasn't touched me. I have no interest in her. She has no interest in me, but we're still married. And I want to keep the family together. It's best for the kids. It's good. And so on and so forth. It's a major problem. And you will be shocked. You would literally be shocked if you read the statistics of how many Americans have sexless marriages. You will be shocked at some of the phone calls that we get, some of the text messages that we get, some of the emails that we get, some of the WhatsApps that we get. If you don't believe, then read Mufti Q&A. And those are just a few. With regards to a woman, she says, my husband hasn't sex with me in 2 months. My husband hasn't slept with me in a year. My husband, he does this. He said I was ugly and fat and disgusting. My husband, you'd be shocked. You'd be shocked. It's reality. So if you have no sex in your marriage, something is seriously wrong. And know for sure, collapse is near. And in most cases, there's something promiscuous going on. Something promiscuous is going on. There's an affair. Somebody's cheating. Somebody's watching something haram. Because you have desires, you have desires. Those desires have to be let loose somewhere, one way or another. Moving forward is too little sex. There is sex, but it's not often enough. It doesn't come quick enough, fast enough, once a week. And you'll be shocked when you read the statistics about that as well. 7 days you're with your wife and you only sleep with her once. Something's wrong. So some people, they have higher sex drives than others. This is a reality of life. Some people are hypersexual, let alone someone that was a kafir at once, someone who lived in Jahiliyyah, a man who has several women. This is a reality. And the wife, she says, oh, this is too much. I'm tired. Are you an animal? Are you a beast? What's the matter with you? I just slept with you last night. This is the mentality of many people, and it's going to cause a major staleness in your relationship when there isn't enough. There is sex. It is often, but it's lame and boring sex. It doesn't do anything for me. I have to make a ghusl and that's it. I'm not satisfied. I'm not pleased. When I go outside, my eyes are still wandering, looking at everything walking on 2 legs. When I go outside, I'm still reading and watching. This is a reality. Husband, you'll be shocked at the statistics of pornography among Muslims. You'll be shocked. The highest viewers of internet pornography are lands of Muslims. Why is this? Is there a lack of women in the Muslim world? Anyone who's made Hajj, you know there are thousands of Muslim sisters. What's the matter? Something's wrong. So perhaps the sex is lame. Perhaps it's boring. Perhaps it's lackluster. And this is not being funny. It's not being lewd. This is a bitter, harsh reality. Is that the sister is not satisfied, so she watches something haram. She's not satisfied, so she does something haram with her and herself, or with another man, waliyadu billah. The brother is unsatisfied, so he has a girlfriend, so he has a lover, so he has an affair. You'd be shocked at the statistics in Islam and outside of Islam with regards to affairs and in promiscuous relationships for people that have been married for years. There's no doubt one of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the main reasons is one of these three things. No sex. Too little sex, it's lame and it's boring. And the opposite of lame and boring sex, obviously, is exciting sex, intense sex, something that satisfies the man, satisfies the woman. Regardless, the place, the location, the way, the manner, the position, you use your imaginations. As long as it is permissible in the Qur'an and in the Sunnah. As long as it isn't something that's hated by Allah and His Messenger, your wife wants it, your husband wants it, Bismillah, do it. Please your husband, satisfy yourself. Because if you don't please him, somebody will. If you don't please your wife, somebody might, somebody will. Wal'iyadu billah. So anything, once again, how to get rid of the lame sex and the boring sex? Anything. A place. The specialists and the therapists, they mention switching up the location. There's one place that you sleep, your bedroom. If you have insomnia, you have sleeping problems, they say make sure you sleep in one place the same time, the same place every night. That's not the same with sexual intercourse. It doesn't always have to be in the bedroom. It doesn't have to be in this position. It doesn't always have to be this boring introduction, forward, preface, table of contents, and then the X. No. It has to be spontaneous. It has to mix it up. Here, unexpected. No, this, that. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to entertain any of you. Allah knows. I'm not trying to entertain you. I'm not trying to make you laugh. I'm not trying to be lewd. But we're just being what? Always? Just being real. It's a reality, and it goes back to orthodoxy. It's boring. She's tired. I'll say things, which I won't. I could say things you wouldn't believe. Certain brothers have heard some of these complaints. My husband doesn't do this. I want my husband to wear this. I want my husband to come into the bedroom just like this. I want my wife to do this. It's a reality. If it's not haram, if it does not go against Qala Allah, Qala Rasulullah, why won't you do it? To please your spouse, to please your partner. Everybody understand this? We have in the traditional books of fiqh, that which is called al-aneen. And al-aneen is basically an impotent man. This was something that existed since the beginning of man, and it existed in the time of the Sahaba and the Salaf al-Salih. A man is impotent. Sickness, a battle, jihad, old age, whatever the case, he is impotent. And the wife is dissatisfied, she's unpleased. There was a ruling in the Islamic courts. The aneen, the impotent man, was given a certain period of time. And if he did not fix it, if he couldn't do whatever he needed to do within that time, the qadi would split up the marriage. He would separate the man from the woman. And this is over 1,000 years ago. Showing you the importance of you physically pleasing your wife. So many sisters, they complain about this. And we're not talking about old men. We're not talking about sick men. We're talking about young men. Whether they have a sickness or disease, or waliyadu billah, unfortunately, some young men who have become demolished by internet pornography. He sees his wife, he can't get an erection. He touches his wife, he can't get an erection. He can't think about sex unless it's something on the screen, waliyadu billah, because he's burnt out his body and his mind. There's nothing left, and he's not attracted to his wife anymore. And it's unfortunate. And many sisters, they call and they complain, my husband can't do this. My husband can't go longer than this amount of minutes. This is a reality. So if you have that problem, if I have that problem, it's nothing that's shameful. It's nothing bad. Allah decrees things. What's bad is me not getting treated. What's bad is me not taking the necessary remedy. What's bad is me not being willing to read a book, to watch a video, to read an article, to talk to a doctor, talk to a friend. Listen, Omar, it's really embarrassing what I'm about to tell you, but you my man, akhi, I need some advice. I need some advice. I have a problem, so what can you tell me? Everybody understand this? There's nothing shameful about that. Your brother is your brother. He's supposed to be your keeper. He's supposed to be your protector. Spirituality and sex as well. He should be able to give you good advice. Read books, study things, learn things, certain foods, certain drinks that will rid you of this problem. If your wife is unpleased, she's dissatisfied, and I'm not doing anything, I'm not going anywhere, so what? If you don't like it, then live with it. It's the approach and attitude of many men, unfortunately. And that's a whole long topic in itself. Moving forward, selfishness and lack of consideration. Selfish. I have the ability to please my wife. I have the ability to satisfy her sexual desires to the fullest, but I just don't want to. I just don't care. She's stupid. She gets on my nerves. I have no desire for her. She's this and she's that. People are selfish. And the same applies to a woman. I'm not giving it to him. I'm not sleeping with him because I can. Because I have to teach him that he can't just control me and do whatever he wants to me. He can't do that. He got a second wife. He wanted a second wife. He didn't take me here. He didn't do this. He didn't listen to me. So therefore, no. You started the argument. Allah is not angry with me. Allah is not cursing me because you started the argument. Because you got me into this attitude. This is selfish. This is foolish. And it's not a wise believer who talks like this. And many people, they just don't have the necessary consideration. They just don't care. It's not about me being selfish, but I just, hey, big deal. Get over it. Life goes on. Or some people that say sex isn't everything. Sex isn't everything in marriage. What is this? That's it? Just your desires? They don't have the necessary consideration of themselves, let alone their wives. Moving forward is polygamy. Polygamy. And this is a major, major problem, misconception for the man and for the woman. Some brothers, they take on more than one wife. They take on 2 wives, 3 wives. And I'm going to say this, not being funny, the brother does not have the necessary strength to please 2 women. The brother does not have the necessary stamina and endurance to please 2 women, to work 2 jobs. He can't. It's too much. So the sex life was good with the first wife, but when he got a second wife, it dilapidated. It depleted. It went to those first 3. Everybody got this? So if you don't have enough time, enough strength, enough stamina, if you're not willing to drink some ginseng or take this as a reality and eat this natural fruit and this and that, don't get a second wife. If you're going to be unjust to your first wife. With regards, we're not talking about money or time. We're just talking about sex. Then we have the polygamy on the side of the woman. Since you got a second wife, no sex for you. Since you got a second wife, just a little bit. Every now and then. Because I don't want to be sinful. You can't say that I didn't give you your rights. Since you got another wife, lame and boring sex. I'm not doing anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not switching positions. No. You handle your business and that's it. Go with the other wife and do that. This is a reality. And it's one of the reasons behind the relationship becoming extremely still. And this is very sad that the system of polygamy is abused, is disrespected, is overlooked. They say, well, I know it's in the Qur'an, but I'm a Muslim, I accept polygamy, but I know Allah legislated it, but I know the Messenger of Allah, the best of humanity, had several wives, but it's a problem. And the men as well. His desires are not satisfied by the first wife, nor is he willing to divorce her, nor is he willing to leave her. He has the ability to get a second wife. He has the money, he has the time, but my culture, I'm going to be shamed. I don't want to hurt my wife's feelings. So therefore, he goes and he makes zina. He gets a girlfriend on the side, or a prostitute, or a whore in the street while he has to go down to get a quick fix. So we have to understand polygamy thoroughly and with full transparency. And if you're abusing the system, if you're neglecting the system, it is a major means behind you having these problems. Last but not least is some women, and I'm going to say this, they complain about the high level of their husband's desires. My husband never leaves me alone. I can never do my hair. I can't straighten my hair. I can't braid my hair. I can't trim my hair because I always have to make ghusl. My husband is all over me all of the time. This is a reality. What do you think one of the solutions for this is? She doesn't have the desire to have an abundance of intercourse. She doesn't have the desire. Her sexuality is relatively low compared to his. It's up here. She complains. She may even prevent him from his rights. One of the solutions to this problem is what? Polygamy. And this is why many of the women of the past, they understood this. I'll leave you with this one thing before we move on. One day we were in the house of one of our scholars in Medina, one of our mashayikh, and someone asked him a question about polygamy. This sheikh wasn't from Medina, he was from another country. And he was, I guess you could say, half Bedouin, half city slicker. He had old values, traditional values. His father, he was educated. He had a bit best of both worlds. And this sheikh is known, I won't mention his name, for being very real, being very blunt, and talking about things that other mashayikh wouldn't, and having knowledge about things that other mashayikh wouldn't. Alhamdulillah, I was influenced by him tremendously. So they asked him a question about polygamy. Is it a good idea to take on a second wife in the 21st century as sheikh? Bills, you have laws, you have to lie, healthcare, this, that, so on and so forth. Is it a good idea to take on a second wife? The sheikh, he said, Wallah, he says, according to me, I swear by Allah, he says, in the old days, having a second wife was a blessing for the first wife. The woman would be happy. She would be grateful that her husband took on a second wife, because the workload, the burden, his desires, his passion, his demanding request was now what? Taken away from her. Somebody else can help me out. I can rest. I can study. I can do this. I can have peace of mind, and you can take him. You can have him. This was the mindset of many women of the past. Obviously today, then it's what? Totally different. And then he put on a different spin of polygamy. Some of the harms of the brothers who misuse the system and don't look after the system properly. He said there was a man once who had so many wives and he had so many kids. It was known he always had 4 wives. Whether they were divorced, he always had wives, and he had an abundance of children. So the man was walking down the street one day and he saw some kids playing, and a kid, snotty nose, ratted, tattered, walked up to him, ran up to him. He says, whose little boy is this, man? Somebody get him a lollipop, somebody, take him to his mom. And his friend says, that's your son. He's like, oh, subhanAllah. Go to Umi such and such. Everybody understand the problem? He was neglecting his basic responsibilities. So we're not here to talk about polygamy in detail. This is an entire conference in itself. Perhaps we'll have the ability to speak on this. It's a whole conference in itself. The system of polygamy is perfect. The application of the system is imperfect. The men who apply it are imperfect. The sisters who reject it or accept it, they're imperfect. But Allah's legislature is perfect. Subhanahu wa ta'ala. Nothing is wrong with Allah legislated. That's a long discussion in itself. Moving forward. It says here, not pertaining to the sex life of the two spouses. It has nothing to do with sex now. Attitude, conversation, regular life. Number 1, conversation. Lack of conversation, too little conversation, lackluster conversation. He talks to her for 5 minutes, he eats his food, he scarfs it down, then he goes to sleep and he snores. But when they first got married, when he was younger, they would stay up all night talking with each other. Just talking. I gotta go to work tomorrow, so what? Your speech is so sweet, so beautiful, I just wanna talk, I wanna talk, I wanna talk. And most women, or many women, they complain that their husbands don't have enough conversation with them. They don't talk enough, they don't discuss things enough. Or vice versa. I'm tired, you go over to Sister Fulana's house, talk all night. Henna party, this, Sister Fulana. She comes to her husband, Assalamu alaikum, kayfa halik, alhamdulillah, nah, good night, go to sleep. That's a problem. Men want to talk just like women want to talk. Some men talk more than others. Some women talk what? More than others. Moving forward. Consultation. People that don't make consultation. Not pertaining to the sex and the intercourse, but just the problems that they have with conversation, with time, with money, mismanagement of funds. Everybody clear on this? You have to seek the help. Things that pertain to your livelihood. Ask someone else. Get a third opinion. Maybe they can give you some advice. Moving forward, it says frustration. I'm frustrated. I've advised my husband. The brothers have advised him. I was patient. I was with him for years. He hasn't changed. He hasn't made no efforts to improve himself, to get rid of this problem, to make me happy. And she's frustrated. And when she becomes frustrated, she gives up. It's like a lame horse. You can hit it, you can whap it, it doesn't want to run anymore. I've been abused. I've been put through so much torture in my life. You can hit me as much as you want. I'm not moving. So when the people become frustrated, they give up. And they're unwilling to listen, they're unwilling to talk, they're unwilling to change and to rectify. When you feel yourself getting to this point, you really need to do this. Because that which is bent, eventually what? It will snap, not break. It will snap. Move forward. Lack of forgiveness. You cheated on me. We're still married. I didn't get a divorce, but I haven't forgiven you. What's the purpose? I cheated on you, waliyadu billah. Shaitan tricked me. I was weak. I was lustful. I was stupid. That was 10 years ago. I didn't cheat on you since. And she still refuses to forgive me. If you're not going to forgive me for cheating on you, why are we still married then? What's the purpose of the marriage? And you keep holding it and dangling it over my head. I made this mistake. The sister, she did something wrong. She made a major blunder, a major error. She oppressed you. She lied. She got caught up with some fitna. She made tawbah. She rectified it. She's not with her sister no more. Khalas, it's done. Forget about it. Forgive, just like Allah forgives you. Pardon, just like Allah pardons you. How many sins do you have? How many skeletons do you have in your closet, Yaqi? You have a graveyard, perhaps. And Allah doesn't destroy you. Allah pardons you. Allah is merciful to you. But you can't forgive her. No, it's no way I'm going to forgive her. Impossible. I'm done. That's bad. Moving forward, pride. I have too much pride to go to the imam. Or maybe the imam is too young. He's too young. What am I Mufti for? He's a kid. What does he know? This is a reality. What does he know? He doesn't know anything. No. The sister said, please come and go to Mufti. Please come and go to Sheikh Mufti, please. Wallah, he did a beautiful class last night from Bulugh Maram. It's exact our problem. No, I'm not going to him. Please. There's a kid. It's a reality. Or he's black and I'm Arab. This is a reality. Pride will prevent you from fixing and mending your messed up marriage. And any other example that you can mention. It doesn't have to be me. Some men refuse to get counseling, period. I don't need counseling. What do I need counseling for? I don't need help. I'm fine. My wife is happy. You're happy. Shut up. Be quiet. Be grateful. And that's it. That's a problem. Moving forward is full cup. Many of us, we have full cups. This is a famous staple hadith disciple concept. Having a full cup, speaking metaphorically. You know everything. You have all the solutions. You know the rights and the wrongs. You know what to do. And no one else does. You're unwilling to listen. You're unwilling to investigate the facts and the theories that you think are right. In actuality, they aren't facts. In actuality, they're not even theories. Empty your cup. Sit down. Pay attention. Listen. Study. Scrutinize. Perhaps it's right what this brother is saying. Perhaps what your wife is saying is correct. Perhaps the issue, the fiqh issue that your husband says is haram. It may be haram. No, it's not. Allah says in the Qur'an to dress modestly. Some sisters, wallah, she said this. Allah says in the Quran to dress modestly. I don't have to wear a full overgarment. This sister, has she studied tafsir? Abu Anis, darasat tafsir? And Lugha al-Arabiya? What a shake. She knows nothing, but her cup is what? Full to the top. Instead of listening, no honey, you have to wear an overgarment. You have to cover your entire body. No, I don't. There's no hadith that says that. So we have to get rid of this full cupness. Empty your cup, learn. Last but not least, it says bitterness and wretchedness. I'm bitter that we have these problems, but you still go to work every day. You still have a peace of mind. I've lost my mind. I've lost my hair. I've lost weight. But you still handle it better than me, so I'm not even going to try to work it out. You have to suffer like I had to suffer. You have to feel the pain like I had to feel the pain. Or with polygamy. You think you're going to go and get another wife and be happy? A younger wife, a more beautiful wife? And she's just going to live in happy ever after, and I had to be with you all of these years? No way. And some people just being wretched, waliyadu billah. Some sisters, they just love to argue and fight. The smallest, most minuscule thing, it's a big argument, it's a big fight. Some brothers, they are super critical. Every single thing they look, why you do it like this? Why'd you do that? Subhanallah, astaghfirullah. This is wretchedness. A person just shucking. He's just wretched, he's just nasty. He's a crab. He can't get along with anybody. He can't get along with his own self. He can't get along with his own wife. So this is something that is very dangerous. And if you find yourself in a state of bitterness and wretchedness, you need to ask Allah Azza wa Jalla to deliver you from that problem. Moving forward. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Jazakumullah khairan.
Alhamdulillah, most of the questions was pertaining to the topic. So we'll start here.
Questioner asks, if you're a virgin, do you still have to perform an STD test?
Question says, Bismillah. If a woman is a virgin or a man is a virgin, do you still have to perform an STI or STD screening or test? First and foremost is, we never said that you have to get this test or screening. We never said that you have to. We never said that it's mandatory. Some cases it could be. Some cases it could be preferred. It could be optional. But we never said that you must do it. Virgin or not. Virgin or not. However, if a person feels that it's necessary, if a person feels that it's important, then it may be an infection or disease that was passed on and spread to this man or this woman without breaking of one's virginity. Everybody understand this? There are several different sexual acts that does not pertain to the losing of a person's virginity. Man or woman, specifically for a woman. And that's because in most cases, not all the time, but in most cases, the concept of virginity is more focused on a woman. Honor, dishonor, the mushrikeen, when they would sacrifice souls to their gods and deities, the virgin was a girl, not a man. Everybody understand this? The clear sign, or from the clear signs of lack of virginity, they're 10 times more apparent on a woman than with a man. Everybody understand this? So there are acts, practices, things that a person could acquire STI or STD, that does not mean that a woman or a man lost their virginity. So if you feel that the STI or the STD is mandatory in 2017, or is highly recommended or preferable, or it is a requirement of your masjid, of your Islamic center, then that's the rules. Brother Fulan says, Mufti, my daughter's getting married. Here's the paperwork. Where's the screening test? Oh, come on, Sheikh, you know my daughter, she's only 17. No. Standard is standard. She has to get screened. I'm not saying she's unchaste. I'm not saying she performed oral sex or did this. I'm not saying that. But this is a rule of the center. I have someone that I have to answer to. Someone is pulling my puppet strings. And the folder has to be complete. So therefore, if you think that it should be done or must be done, it has nothing to do with virginity. And often many people, they're afflicted with diseases, with illnesses, or just people that are just totally ignorant of the reality of the STI and the STD. I don't know if it's taught in school anymore. When I was in middle school, when I was in high school, they taught us about these things in detail. In detail. STDs, STIs, misconceptions, misunderstandings about AIDS, about HIV. They taught us about these things in detail. Wallahu a'lam.
Questioner asks, what happens if you forget to say the dua before intercourse? Can I say it after? Also, do the woman or man say it?
What happens if you forget to say the dua before intercourse? The dua of asking Allah to protect the shaitan from yourselves and from what he has given you. If you forget the dua, then there's no sin upon you. There's no sin upon you. Just because you didn't say the dua in the beginning, or you did say the dua in the beginning, it doesn't mean that the shaitan is going to necessarily harm the child. Nor does it mean that you stop making dua. Continually make dua for the child at the time of intercourse, after intercourse. Once you've conceived, you know that you're pregnant, continue to make dua. With your money, let's stop that. Al-Muhim, what's important is make dua for your child all of the time. When you're pregnant, make dua for the baby in your stomach. Read the Qur'an. Rub your belly. Listen to the Qur'an when you're sleeping. Only Allah knows what the child can hear in the womb. Only Allah knows the subconscious part of mind. Only Allah knows. Always make dua for your child. At the time of intercourse, after intercourse, before delivery, after delivery, continue to pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the protection of your child. As it says in the Qur'an, وَإِنِّي سَمَّيْتُهَا مَرْيَمْ, He says, indeed, I have called her Mary. I've given her name of Maryam. وَإِنِّي أُعِيدُهَا بِكَ وَذُرِّيَّتَهَا مِنَ الشَّيْطَانِ الرَّجِيمِ. Allah says, and I seek your refuge for her and for her progeny from the accursed Satan. Wallahu a'lam. Also, the dua is made by the man. It's made by the man. It doesn't mean that the woman says nothing. She can say Bismillah, Allahumma sallim, Bismillah in general, but the specific narration is pertaining to a man. It's pertaining to a man. Wallahu a'lam.
Question asks, I provided for my wife, but I lost my job. How do you keep things together when you can't provide for her due to this test?
You provide for your wife, but you lost your job, you can no longer provide for her. If she has wealth, if she works, if she has money, and she knows the situation, you work hard, you work like a mule. You take care of her, 2-3 jobs to make ends meet, to make her comfortable. But I got injured, I got laid off. The company fell apart, the bank, whatever the case may be. And the wife has money, then there lies no doubt. A good act, a good deed, is for her to help out. It's for her to take care of what's needed to be taken care of at a time of his unemployment. That doesn't mean that you force your wife to work. There's a different story, there's a different situation, there's a different scenario we have here. Everybody understand this?
He's looking for a job, but he has not found one.
Be patient. Ask Allah to give you rizq. Ask Allah to make you content. Ask Allah to make your wife patient. It's nothing that you can do. The rizq is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It will come. Only thing you have to do is search for it. All you have to do is look for it. The only thing that you have to do is allow the rizq to come to you. You do the right thing. You have the right belief, the right relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The rizq will come. Wallahu a'lam.
Does being unappreciative and ungrateful to your husband imply being ungrateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You're commanded to obey your husband, to respect your husband, to be with your husband because of Allah and His Rasul. Allah and His Rasul told you to obey your husband, to respect your husband. So if you fail to do that, you're failing to fulfill the commandments of Allah and His Messenger. Allah is the one who created the rizq, who gave the rizq. But He allowed it to transpire, to take place via the hands of this man. Via the hands of this man. So therefore, thanking Allah, from that is thanking the person who gave you the thing. Even though he's nothing more than a human being. Even though he's someone who gets the rizq as well. So if you're ungrateful to anybody that does good for you, it is a type of ungratefulness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There's no doubt about that. Because Allah commanded you to thank. Allah commanded you to be grateful, to be appreciative. And many ayat and many hadith regarding this. Wallahu alam.
What do you do when your parents want you to get married only after you get a degree, but you need it now? ASAP! Exclamation point.
Alright. 2 exclamation points. Alhamdulillah. There's nothing wrong with being real. It's best to disobey your parents than disobey Ar-Rahman. I don't have the sabr. A brother says, I really need to get married. It's somebody that I like a lot. I have a crush on this girl in college. She's beautiful. She's this, she's that. I'm going to fall into something haram. But my parents say, no, you have to finish the degree. Tayyib. Who do you want to be pleased with you? Who do you want to be angry with you? Allah or your parents? You have a baby, your parents are going to be more angry outside of wedlock. You get a life-threatening disease or infection, it's going to be more detrimental to your life. You lose your soul, as a wise man once said. He said, a few bad choices and a man can lose his soul. A few bad choices and a man can lose his soul. So just think about that. Wallahu alam.
Question asks, how can I remove sihr, which is preventing me from marriage?
Remove sihr by asking Allah to remove it. And by taking the necessary steps in the Kitab and the Sunnah to remove sihr that may prevent you from getting married. Or with regards to jinn possession. The jinni is in love with the girl. He's in love with the guy. He causes the girl to say things, to do things, to act in a certain way which are repulsive to the potential husband. Because he's jealous. He doesn't want another man to be with her. Waliyadu billah. And this is very common among brothers and sisters. Many people, they call and they complain, say I have a jinn. And the jinn comes every night and I have to make a ghusl every day. I had a brother when we were in Medina who was in Yemen. He says when I was in Yemen, he said I had to make a ghusl every single morning. A female jinn will come to me and force me to have intercourse every single night. So when he wants to marry his sister, this jinniya, or this jinaya as they say it in English, I dream a genie. This jinni is going to behave like a real human being, like a jealous co-wife, a jealous girlfriend. She may cause him to move his face or to say this or to speak this and do this and twitch and act crazy. He can't do certain things which keeps a real woman from being in his life. This is a reality. So if you have this problem, take the necessary steps in the Kitab and in the Sunnah, seeking Allah's refuge, making the specific supplications, reading the specific surahs in the Qur'an al-Kareem, قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ الْفَلَقِ قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ النَّاسِ, Ayat al-Kursi, Al-Fatiha, قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الْكَافِرُونَ. The specific ayat that deal with ruqya, that deal with slaughtering the jinn, killing the jinn, removing sihr. إِنَّ اللَّهَ سَيُبْطِلُ. Allah says, indeed Allah will undo it. Allah will unravel this sorcery. Allah Azza wa Jal does not. In Allah, He says, Allah does not allow what the mufsideen, the corruptors, people of corruption, He doesn't allow their things to be successful. He doesn't allow their plots to fall through, to finish through. So read these specific ayat, read these specific ahadith, read about the story of Sulaiman and the Jews and this and that. Read the adhkar of the Prophet ﷺ, and there are plenty of books in English, in Arabic, in Urdu that pertain to the specific manners of ruqya. Doing it on yourself, someone doing it on you. And you have to be patient. There's no guarantee that it's going to go away in one day. There's no guarantee it's going to go away in 2 days. And if you are interested in marriage, tell the brother that you have a problem. The brother may be willing to help you out. He may be willing to help you out. He may be willing to fight with you. And perhaps when you do get married, and it's a strong brother, perhaps the jinni will eventually leave. Everybody understand this? So that's a whole long lecture of the specific ways of removing sihr. You may not be able to remove the sihr yourself. You may not have the knowledge or the actual strength. You may need someone else to do it. Finding the actual piece of sihr, the amulet, the talisman, the tamima, the tiwala, finding the love potion, finding the letter, the grid, finding the acronym, finding the ball of hair, finding the comb, finding the underwear that was stolen from you. Someone took underwear from you and gave it to someone and put sihr because of the scent of your body on those clothes. And whenever you go somewhere, the jinn, they smell you like a hound dog. It's a reality, like a dog. A shirt that was on your body, you sweat, you perspire in the shirt, and they give it to the sahib, and the sahib gives it to the shayateen. And like a dog, you smell the scent, go track them down. So finding the thing, finding the person that put the sihr, and doing the necessary actions, getting the product, destroying it, burning it, ripping it up, etc. This is in brief. Obviously, we don't have enough time to truly answer this question. Wallahu a'lam.
Assalamu alaikum. Is it permissible to chat, talk, to get to know one another before a sit down, before the involvement of the wedding?
Is it permissible to chat, to talk before a sit down, before the involvement of the wali? We say, number one, the first principle is, it's haram for you to seclude yourself with this woman. Principle number two, it's haram for you to see things of this woman from her awra. You're not a mahram. Point number three, Wallahu la yuhibbul fasad. Allah isn't fond of corruption, fasad. So you're having a conversation with the sister, what is it going to lead to? Can you control yourself? Are you strong? Are you real? Do you have an agenda? Are you objective? Are you mature? You actually want to get to know the sister? There may be a situation in which the wali will say no instantly, just because you're from Pakistan, just because you're from Guyana, just because you're old, just because you're young. And he won't consider the actual compatibility between you and his daughter. But if there was a relationship that was built, and she actually wants the brother, she loves the brother, he's a good brother, perhaps he'll consider the wish of his daughter. If that's the situation, and you can responsibly handle yourself, and avoid talking about bad, sinful things, sending pictures, asking about body parts, tastes, likes, fantasies, this is a reality. When people talk in text, waliyadu billah, that's a different story. But if you're not like that, if you're afraid that it's going to lead to that, you don't have enough strength, then it's something that you should avoid. But to say that it's necessarily haram, the person is not coming in contact, the person is not touching her, he's not seeing her odor, he's asking her wholesome questions about getting to know her. What is your father like? When can I speak to him? My father is total racist. He's total prejudice. He's a colorist. You're from the same country, but you're darker than me. In Sudan, is the light Sudani and the dark Sudani. If you're dark, can't marry my light daughter, or vice versa. In Pakistan and India, it's a reality. Colorism. People have talked about racism. They talk about nationalism. They talk about sexism, feminism. But colorism is relatively new in the 20th and 21st century. And it was discovered by a female doctor from India. And she talked about the caste system in India based off of color. And when I went to India, I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Literally. It's not a joke. They're all Indians. Same nationality, same race, but color. So my father will reject you because of your darkness or your lightness. But if I can prove to my father that we are compatible, he's knowledgeable, he's righteous, so on and so forth, it may be a bit different. And he may be forced to accept that my daughter wants to marry somebody with dark skin. My daughter wants to marry somebody that's white. And that cannot necessarily be done when you go directly through into the unto the wali. Everybody understand this? If that's not the case, then go to the wali. Wallahu alam. But to say that's absolutely haram, that's a different issue right there in itself. Wallahu alam.
What do you do when you find a righteous and pious woman, wife, cross it out, I'm sorry, but your parents don't agree because of a superficial reason, like she's older or not from the same nationality, or she is not beautiful enough, especially since the parents will live with you in the same house. I'm afraid of parents fighting with wife.
Type. Wallahi, this is a reality. Me, myself, I've been contacted about this countless times. I'm Pakistani, my husband's Indian. I'm Indian, my husband's African, from Guyana, from Trinidad. Wallahi al-Azim. Countless times I've been asked about this. So one brother, he's a black brother, black American, very good friend of mine. He went to marry a sister that was from Trinidad. And the sister was quote unquote Indian. The father of the marriage, they're married now and they have children. The father of the marriage said that it's haram for my daughter to marry someone who's black. Haram. It's not allowed in Islam. And then they went to a mufti, a mullah, a qari, and he said, no, you can't say it's haram because the Prophet told the woman to marry Osama. So, in this situation, out of necessity, she can marry a black man. But if that wasn't the case, it wasn't for that hadith, then it would be haram. It's a reality. People that do these things on a daily basis. So therefore, if your parents are ignorant, if they're foolish, and I'm going to say this openly, no disrespect to anybody specifically, if your parents are stupid, and they're narrow-minded, and they're weak Muslims, and they're slaves of the dunya, don't respect their wishes and their views, period. It may sound harsh, it may sound radical, but it is the bottom line bitter reality. If your parents love Allah and His Messenger, they're not perfect, but they love Allah and His Messenger. They love the deen. They are close to the deen, but they have some issues. People that say, oh, you're racist. But in actuality, I have racism too. In actuality, I have prejudice too. I look at a brother from Brooklyn differently than I look at a brother from Philly. In actuality. Everybody understand this? In actuality. So the point that we're trying to get to is that if these people are good Muslims, they love Allah and His Messenger, but they have some rough edges, then try your best to please them. Try your best to please them. If you can find a brother that comes from your race, your background, that has good akhlaq, that has good deen, your parents will be happy, perhaps that's best. Perhaps that's best. But if that's the sole reason, superficial reasons, money, beauty, this and that, and you're pleased with someone that isn't so beautiful, that isn't so rich, and they can give you the necessary things, the necessary responsibilities, try your best to convince your parents. Speak to them. Get someone that can speak to them. Try your best to do that which is closest to piety. At the end of the day, life is short. And you have to do what's good for you. If you find a good spouse, a good potential spouse, deen, khuluq, compatibility, and your parents are ignorant and racist and prejudiced, or they're money greedy. Everybody understand this? And they're preventing you from a potential good situation, it's not necessarily a sin for you to disobey them in that. But if you can please them, that's the asl. It's the asl to please the parents, as long as it's not against the Kitab and the Sunnah. And perhaps your parents, they see things that you don't see. Perhaps your parents will say, it's not about money, son. It's not about money, honey. But what's going to happen when you guys have kids? Where are you going to live? How are you going to get around? How are you going to take care of you? He can't provide the basic things for you, honey. Everybody understand this? So sometimes you have to just listen to what the parents are saying. Sometimes you have to just trust Allah. Sometimes you have to trust your parents. It depends on the situation. As far as if it's clear, it's apparent that my parents are only rejecting the brother because he's from Bangladesh. There's no other reason. Flawless character, knowledgeable, he's handsome, he's strong, a good religious family, but he's Bengali. Then you listening to your parents is making it worse for the next Muslim that comes later on. You listening to your parents, it causes more heartache, more trouble for the next generation. You have to stand up and face the ugly monster when it rears its wretched head. And if you don't, the monster gets stronger, and bigger, and then it's totally unremovable. Everybody understand this? It's what? It's unremovable. In this country, if the people didn't stand up for civil rights in the 50s and the 60s, what would it be in 2017? It's not about me, but the cycle has to be broken. And the same applies to women being oppressed. I'm forcing you to marry who I want to marry. You can't marry him. He says, you know what? I don't feel like fighting with my father. I don't have the strength. I don't want to go against my father. Maybe you don't. But now the father, he says, see how easy that was? I told you she would agree. And the next brother, he says, I want to do the same with my daughter as well. And then we have 10 households, 20 households, and the same jahiliyyah, it grows, and grows. You have to break the cycle. Wallahu a'lam.
Question: If you committed evil sin of haram sexual intercourse before, but has repented, and now you're about to marry, do you have to tell your spouse? Can you lie? How should you go about this?
Telling your spouse is one scenario. Lying is a different scenario. The girl that you're marrying, she had zina before, or she's a virgin and she didn't ask anything about your past. You're righteous, you're religious, you got yourself together. You went, you met her family, she didn't ask you anything about her past. It is not necessarily a condition or stipulation, nor is it necessarily wise for you to mention your faults in the past. That's not the same as her asking you, have you been with a woman before? Everybody understand this? You have one of the following options. Number one is to say yes. But that's in the past. Alhamdulillah, that was years ago. I was stupid, I was young, I was foolish, I was 16. You're playing spin the bottle on the porch. And I just did it. This is a reality. I didn't know what I was doing. I was forced into it. I was stupid, I was in college. I got a tattoo, I didn't know what I was doing. I'm 30 years old now, I'm 28. It's different. That's one thing. And perhaps the sister will respect and appreciate your honesty. If the wali finds out about it, dang, he's a man. He actually told the truth. Take my daughter. Take my daughter. Fadl. That's the first scenario. The second scenario is for a person to say, I'd rather not talk about that. It's embarrassing. It's a very sensitive topic. I'd rather not discuss that. Alhamdulillah, you didn't reveal your sin. And if the sister's wise and if she's smart, then in most cases she'll get the message. Or it may be a thing in which a man was with a woman, but he didn't actually break his virginity. It was embarrassing. I didn't know what I was doing. I couldn't. Right, understand this? Last but not least, the last scenario is for you to actually lie. What happens when a sister finds out that you had a girlfriend? She finds an old picture. She finds an old text message. She finds an old email. She talks to sister Karima at the masjid. Oh, you married Abdul Kareem? Yeah, we knew each other in high school. He was, It's a problem now. A huge problem. Everybody understand this? What are you going to do when she finds out? It's a major problem. Instead of you telling the truth in the beginning. Or what happens to the barakah that you're supposed to have from being honest and telling the truth? What's the purpose of getting married? Just to be married or to be happy? Which of the two? Most people in the world today, they get married just to get married. Very few people actually get married seeking happiness. Happiness only comes from barakah. Barakah is only based upon truth and honesty. Wallahu a'lam. Be honest. Tell her straight up. Yes, I was with a girl. I had a girlfriend before. I was foolish. I was ignorant. But alhamdulillah, I'm past that. I don't have no infections. I don't have no diseases. I don't have any children. That's why I'm trying to marry you right now. Because I don't want to have another girlfriend. Wallahu a'lam.
Question number 1. If you deny your husband the bed, do you carry a sin? Or is that haram?
If you deny your husband the bed without a legitimate excuse, without a legitimate reason, without a valid reason, you're sick. I'm very extremely tired. We have a major responsibility and appointment in the morning that we both have to get to. Or you're not working and I have to go out and work. I need my rest. You want to have sex at night, but I have to go out and work. This is the reality. If you had a real reason, then no, you're not sinful. If it was a weak reason or totally illegitimate, I don't feel like it, or you get on my nerves, you're stupid, you're ugly. Everybody understand this is a reality. This is real. Marriage. Get lost. No. Go to the other wife. Have sex with her on her night. Everybody understand this? If that's your reason, then it is haram and you also get a sin. And there's nothing that's haram unless there's a sin behind it, with exceptions to necessity. Drinking or eating something haram, doing something haram out of dire necessity, then there's no sin. But if you do something willingly without necessity, there's a sin without a doubt. There's no difference between those two. Wallahu a'lam.
Question here says, if a woman says, I will leave you if you get a second wife, what should one do?
A sister says, I'll leave you if you get a second wife. You got to be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself. Do you think she'll actually leave you or she's bluffing? In many cases, she might leave you. In many cases, she might just be bluffing you, calling you bluff. They say what? When you play chicken, and they say in battle, if you get your opponent to flinch, you've already defeated him. If he can flinch, wait till the last minute and he flinches first, you know you got him. His spirit is weak. So there's some women that are like this. I'm going to challenge my husband. If you get a second wife, adios amigos. I'm going. I'm out the door. And she's lying. She knows deep down inside she'd never leave her husband. She'll be hurt. It'll be broken up. It'll be messed up. But she can't leave her husband. But she punks him. So you have to ask yourself, what scenario are you willing to gamble? Russian roulette. You willing to spin it and shoot it? That's up to you. Secondly is, do you need a second wife or do you want a second wife? If you want a second wife, you don't need one, and it's going to destroy your first marriage, is it worth it? Do you have a good situation? Are you pleased? Allahu A'lam. Let alone, why would a sister make that ultimatum? Why would a woman who believes in Allah on the last day make that ultimatum? If you get another woman that Allah said is permissible, I'm divorcing you. Would that sister go to Jannah asking for divorce for an or illegitimate reason in Islam? Something seriously wrong. Obviously, you getting a second wife is based off of many introductions. What type of man are you? What type of person are you? Do you provide for your wife? Do you look after your wife? Do you take care of your wife? Do you give your wife enough romance and love? And the list goes on. Polygamy is oftentimes based off of the relationship of the first wife. And oftentimes it isn't. The situation is perfect, it's fine, and the woman says, no. Period. I can't have another woman in my life. That's something that you have to deal with in that situation. Wallahu a'lam. Seek help in Allah.
Bismillah. Questioner says, MashaAllah, it's a nice color.
Purple.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hadith disciple. Jazakallah khair for hosting this event. I have heard you mention that polygyny is a competition for the wives. Are there any hadith or ayah to support this view? Also, if the current wife is already sensitive or hurt that her husband has taken a new wife, is competition, in quotation marks, the best way to present this? How does this view foster unity between the wives? When a husband decides, this is the second question, when a husband decides to take another wife, is it okay that the current wife asks to be informed, on the other side of the paper, to be informed to prepare herself before the husband takes a new wife? Question number 3, when a husband wants to take a new wife, is it wrong for the current wife to ask the potentially new wife, or vice versa, for a full STD screening? This is another question here. Is it wrong to get married by law, even though you get this? Tayyib.
May Allah bless you for coming to the event. Ameen. polygamy is competition for the wives. Anyone who rejects that rejects common sense and logic. Anyone who rejects that rejects common sense and logic. There's no way around that. A man has two wives. By nature, human being, a woman, they are okay with the system. He's our husband, we share him. It's natural, not specifically, but the nature of a human being and a woman, one is going to naturally try to outdo the next. One way or another, in one form or another. A woman who says, it doesn't matter to me, alhamdulillah, he's pleased, I'm pleased, that sister is rare. That sister is what? Is rare. That's a specific situation, but the average sister is going to say what? Everybody understand this? This is common sense. So that's first and foremost. It says here, I've heard you mention, it says, are there any hadith type? Already sensitive or hurt that her husband has taken a new wife? Is competition the best way to present this? No one said that the man is to say this to the woman. Honey, I got a co-wife so you can compete with her. Honey, I got a second wife so you guys can fight over me. Who can cook the best? Who's the most good looking? Who gives me the most? But we're talking about this from a what? Outsider looking in. From the many wisdoms of polygamy is that it promotes healthy competition. And in Islam, competition is okay as long as it's healthy, without jealousy and without envy, without nastiness. وَفِي ذَلِكَ فَلْيَتَنَافَسِ الْمُتَنَافِسُونَ. Allah says, and let them compete in that. Me and Khalid are studying with a Qur'an teacher. I love Khalid, he's my brother in Islam. He loves me, I'm my brother in Islam. We're going to race to see who what? Who can finish first? Who can do better? Who can do best? Not because I have envy and jealousy for him, but because we're both striving for excellence. Everybody understand this? There lies no doubt. When a man, let alone a woman, when you become complacent and you become used to something and accustomed to something, the general rule is that your value, your appreciation of that thing does what? It diminishes. If I took you out for dinner every single night, it would no longer be what? Special. It wouldn't be special anymore. You're used to it anymore. Everybody understand this? A woman who cooks a home-cooked meal every night for her husband, when he has to travel, when his wife is sick, when he has to go somewhere, he does what always? But how does he buy from outside? He misses the home-cooked meal. And from the wisdom of Allah making him travel is for him to appreciate and value what? What he has. So there lies no doubt. Sometimes, some brothers, some women, you're mine and only mine. Not all women like this, but many of them, they'll become complacent. They'll become stuck. They'll say, well, I got him, he's mine, and that's it. Another woman on the picture, now she has to fight now. It's another household, it's another woman. It's a whole different cuisine. She has to make sure that her game is what? It's tight. And this is a reality. And if we're not willing to deal with the reality of polygamy, its wisdoms, its rulings, then there's no point in us talking about it. We have to deal with reality and with transparency. Everybody understand this? It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about Qala Allah, Qala Rasulullah, and it's about common reality. So therefore, if you are unstable mentally, emotionally, if you're not a wise man, a strong man, if you're not thorough, you shouldn't take on another wife. And many brothers, they take on second wives and they're weak men. They talk too much. They complain too much. A second wife is made for a real thorough guy that knows not to mix this business in another household. That knows this, her likes, her taste is another one's likes and this taste. Many brothers, they mix the things up. Polygamy is not for you, akhi. Just because you have money doesn't mean you should get a second wife. You have to be strong financially, spiritually, and most importantly, mentally. That is the system of polygamy. And that was how the Sahaba were. That was how the Messenger of Allah ﷺ what? How he was. We said polygamy is a system. It's not a pick and choose, a cherry pick. I take this, but I leave off that. So anytime that a person has to seek the permission from the first wife, he should not be getting a second wife. Anytime a brother is foolish enough to say, I'm getting a second wife so you can compete, something's wrong. Even if that is the reality, it's not necessary for him to say those words to the first wife because it may cause more damage and more harm, and Allah knows best. As far as the ST, it says here, Is it okay to be informed? Once again, brothers and sisters, if you're taking on a second wife and you have to hide it, you have to keep it a secret, you have to give it some time, you don't need a second wife, period. If you have to hide it, if you have to lie and cheat to have a second wife, your first wife is totally incompatible with the system of polygamy. Everybody understand this? Whether it's her problem, your problem, or yours both. Asking permission to take on a second wife proves that you're a weak man. Hiding polygamy from your first wife proves that something's wrong with you as a man. Listen, sister, I love you. I give you all your rights. I give you the time. I give you the necessary love and affection. I'm taking on a second wife. I'm not doing it out of spite. I'm not doing it to hurt you. It's what Allah and His Messenger made permissible. You want to stay? Ahlan wa sahlan. You can't deal with it. It's too much for you. Ma'asalam. It's the bottom line. Wallahu a'lam. When a husband wants to take on a new wife, is it wrong for the wife to ask potentially new wife or vice versa for full STD screening? There's nothing wrong with that. Especially if the sister has a troubled past, especially if there's some doubts, especially if the sister had an ex-husband that was known to dip into dab, or if they weren't known to dip into dab. If she's a virgin, it's 2017. There's nothing wrong with that. You may bring home a sickness that affects us all. You may bring home an illness that affects us all. But make sure, sister, that you're asking this question because you're really, truly concerned for his health and for your health. Ask this question because you're truly concerned, you're truly afraid. Do not ask this question, do not make this stipulation because you're trying to make his life a living hell. And you're trying to be petty and scornful. Every single nook and cranny, you have to do it. Buy me this, fix this, the kitchen sink, the roof, this, that. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Wallahu a'lam.
Question says, is it okay for a woman's voice to be heard in front of men? What is the condition or rulings to her voice being awra?
The correct view from the people of knowledge is that the voice is not awra, and that it's permissible for a woman's voice to be heard by a non-mahrum, as long as she does not adorn her voice, perfume her voice, as long as she does not make it in a sweet tone in the manner in which you would say in front of her husband. She doesn't have to be rude and rough. She doesn't have to talk like a man. Her natural voice. But obviously she's talking to her husband, it's a different tone, a different manner. So therefore, if the voice is normal, the way the system normally talks, there's a need, there's a necessity, there's a question, there's a class, there's a doctor, a police officer, someone comes at the door, the mailman, something like this. She's modest, she's chaste, there's no extra flirtatious speech. There's nothing wrong with that. Wallahu ta'ala a'lam.
Question here says, who should a couple speak with about their issues? I say Mufti. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to answer the question.
Who should they speak with? Clear, a professional, a master, in Islam, outside of Islam. He who has the necessary knowledge, he who has the necessary experience, he who has the necessary wisdom. She who has the necessary knowledge, she who has the necessary wisdom, she who has the necessary experience, a professional, period. And that professional should be trustworthy. Should be trustworthy. Someone that's going to keep your business in the place of business and not spread your kalam to Tom, Dick, and Harry. Anybody that falls under those general guidelines and conditions. Wallahu a'lam.
Is it wrong to get married by law, even though you are married Islamically? Is there any benefit?
It's not necessarily wrong to get married by law. You live in a country, there are rights, there are responsibilities, there are duties, there are benefits from living, taxes, inheritance, property, children, with regards to your health plan, your children, dental plan, and different things like this. It's not necessarily haram, it's not necessarily a bad thing to get married by the state. Some of the benefits, as we just mentioned. However, there are consequences by getting married by the state. There are consequences. There are problems, such as when there is a divorce, such as polygamy, such as your estate, inheritance, such as the second wife, such as the other children, and many things that can arise from the inconsistencies and the lack of parallels between the common law, the common marriage, and the Sharia marriage. Wallahu a'lam.
How do you respond to those who believe that Muslim females are oppressed by their Muslim husbands/males?
I don't necessarily respond. Many of them are. Many women are oppressed by their husbands. Many women are beat up and locked up in their homes and cursed at and spat upon and having hot things thrown in their face from their husbands. Wa'iyadu billah. This is a sad reality. It's sad. Islam doesn't promote that. That's not Kitab And Sunnah, but it's an ignorant, oppressive man, or my culture. In my culture, if you don't beat your wife, you're a weak man. Your wife will run all over you if you don't hit her every now and then. That's not Islam. That's culture. That's a reality. So Muslims aren't perfect, but Islam is. Muslims aren't perfect, but Islam is perfect. And from the ways of defeating someone in a debate or in these type of controversial issues is to just agree with them. You know what? You're right. Most people, kuffar, are not, they're unwilling, they're not prepared for you to agree with them. As we said, everybody learns how to win. No one learns how to lose. So sometimes you can stifle and sweep the legs of your opponent by agreeing with him, because he prepared answers for you saying, no, it doesn't exist. You're right. Next question. And he's stuck. But that's not Islam. And it's a very important technique of debating. It's a very important technique of debating. Wallahu a'lam.
Question from online. If I am in love with a sister who is practicing, and my parents do not accept her because she is a divorcee, can I go ahead and marry her, inshallah, even if they threaten to disown me?
We answered the question about that.
Can you disobey your parents if they want you to marry a brother who acts religious in front of them?
We answered that as well.
And he asks, you're ready for your hand, but he does not take his being seriously.
We answered that.
How should one encourage their husband to take them out? How do you encourage your spouse to be more romantic, i.e. go out, etc.?
There are many ways. From the ways is maybe you need to initiate the process. You plan a dinner date. You plan a vacation. You plan a place where you guys take a walk in the park. You plan something nice. And you tell them about it and you set it up. If your husband's a bit slow, a bit thick-headed, a bit dense, a bit stubborn, do it again. Do it a third time. And make sure that when you guys go out, you express to him how happy you are, how lovely it is, how nice it is in this park, in this restaurant. And perhaps he'll catch on. Perhaps he'll get the idea. If that doesn't work, or if you don't want to initiate the romance and the whining and the dining, then tell him, honey, let's go out. When's the last time we went out? Let's go to your favorite restaurant. Let's go here. When the last time we went to the boardwalk, to the beach? Whatever the case may be. Talk to them and tell them how important it is. Not complaining, not stipulating, but just telling them how much you want it, how nice it is. And perhaps he'll listen. If he does not listen, step number 3 is you tell him straight up, you know, honey, I'm really frustrated. We don't go out. We don't spend no time. It's just work. It's the kids. We never have no time to ourselves. You know, we never have no pampering. Inshallah, you think we going to talk to him and be straight up. If that doesn't work, then talk to somebody that can speak to him. His mother, his father, the brother that he respects, his teacher, or ask a question in the class. Yeah, Sheikh, what's the ruling of a man who never has any romance with his wife? What's the ruling of a brother who never takes his wife out to a candlelight dinner? Maybe you have to expose him. I'll tell you a brief story. Once I was in Brooklyn, down the street from Masjid Taqwa. I had a check. And me and a brother, we went to go cash the check at Chase Bank. So in this bank, I saw one of my students. This is before Hadith disciple era. The disciple, but before the disciple era. He was a student. He was a young brother. He was from Bangladesh. Nice brother. He would come in the masjid. He was sharp. He would always speak. He would always run to me. He would always sit in the classes. I want to go overseas, yeah, Sheikh. I want to go to South Africa. I want to write me a tazkiyah. He was a beautiful, brilliant young brother. So I saw him in the bank, and I saw some of his little brothers. And then I saw his ummi that I never met before. So I gave him a shake, gave him a hug, how you doing? How you little brothers? Assalamu alaikum, this is Sheikh Mufti, alhamdulillah, the sister, she said. So I wanted to go, finish cashing my check. She said, yes, Sheikh. I said, nah. She says, please tell my son about the impermissibility of disrespecting his mother. And someone who studies hadith, learns in the masjid, talks Arabic, and he's horrible to his mother. And she did it just like that in front of him, and she embarrassed him. But no doubt, he got the message. He got the message. So perhaps, I'm not saying this is the best idea, but perhaps sometimes you walk to the masjid, you walk by, Sheikh Mufti, please tell me about a man who never treats his wife. You may have to sometimes. Reality. It's a bitter reality of life. Wallahu a'lam.
The girl I want to marry will have a language barrier between her and my mother, my mom. My mom don't know English. I still marry her. Should I find someone else that can speak the same language?
If she's a good sister, she's religious, she's pious, she's good akhlaq, comes from a good family, marry the sister and teach your mother English. It's that simple, wallahi. Or perhaps the sister can communicate with your mother without language. There are certain things that are universal, certain words that can be learned. Whether there are husbands who live with women and they speak different languages, and they exist, and they get along. I don't speak this language, but we speak the language of love, inshallah.
A wife wants to engage in the haram. Her husband, I can't read. Husband tells her not to do it. She ignores him and does it anyway, in front of him, with the attitude of, you can say whatever you want, I'll still do this. Haram, regardless of what you say. What should the husband do?
If it's a major sin, and it's clear, she's been advised, she's convinced that it's haram, and it's a major sin, he should divorce her.
If the husband believes he came to his wife nicely to advise her, but because of the emotions, particularly in sensitive issue like regarding her family, she doesn't like it. Is it his fault because she doesn't accept it, and the approach as nice, or is it his fault for mentioning something she does not like, even if it's necessary?
What's important is that you advise your wife in a good manner, an honorable manner, a clear manner, bi'idhnillah subhanahu wa ta'ala. As long as she doesn't reject the nasiha, she doesn't necessarily have to jump and leap forward, but she says, you're right, shukran, give me some time, I'm working on it. Or you do it too, but she doesn't reject it, it's a bad thing, then be patient with her. And make sure that you diversify your approach, as we said before, diversifying the approach. It always has to be you saying it. Get a sister to say it, a book, a lecture, a link. Diversify the approach. Be patient with her. Everybody understand this? As far as if you keep advising her, and you yourself lead by a good example, very important. You lead by a good example. It was in a proper manner, and you give up and you lose hope, that's a different story. Perhaps you guys are not destined for each other. But as long as she doesn't reject it, she's fighting, she's battling, she accepts the actual theory of the nasiha, be patient with her. Because I'm sure there are sins that you're making. I'm sure there are thoughts that you have that she's patient with. And we can see the contrast difference between this answer and the previous one. A sister knows it's a major sin and says, scram, get lost. I don't care if it's a major sin. I'm going to do it in front of you. That's not the same as someone who says, yeah, you know what, you're right, it's a bad habit. Astaghfirullah, subhanAllah, may Allah help you. It's a world of difference between these two approaches and mindsets. Wallahu a'lam.
Can you explain the etiquette of how a wife is supposed to spend her husband's wealth? Can she spend his money without asking or making clear how much she will spend?
Who said she's to spend her husband's wealth? Who said that? Where does that come from? That she is supposed to spend his wealth? Everybody understand this? That's a full cup already. Who said, we didn't mention that in the lecture. We said to preserve the wealth, look after the wealth. We never said that she is to do what? Spend his wealth. If he allows it, that's a different story. He says, here you go, this is the card, this is the account information, this is the stash. Then obviously, he didn't put any restrictions upon her. Spend it in a manner that you see befitting. Don't be a spendthrift, don't be cheap, don't be greedy, don't be unnecessarily luxurious and lavish. Leave it as it is. Everybody understand this? The general principle is that if a husband allows a woman to use his money, to spend his money, then she should be balanced. Buy nice things for the house. Take the kids out. Buy yourself a gift. Buy some nice clothes to look nice in front of your husband. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't be cheap. Don't be a miser. At the same time, don't be a spendthrift. And you order things that you don't use. You order things that you don't wear. You order things that you're never ever going to utilize. You waste money. You throw away money. Everybody understand this? So Allah clearly told us in the Qur'an about those when they spend, lam yusrifu. They are not extravagant, nor are they stingy, nor are they tight. Rather, it says between this and between that. So it has to be a balance. If your husband puts a restriction on how much you are to spend, obey him in that restriction unless it is a necessity. He says, do not spend more than $400 on this. But the bill itself costs $500. Or the husband says, don't spend my money. When he comes home and says, why you look like this? Why are you shabby? Why aren't you dressed nice? I have no money to buy nothing nice. Everybody understand this? So sometimes you may have to go against your husband and disobey him and certain issues of the wealth that are necessities. Things that are needed. Wallahu a'lam.
Can we delay having kids due to financial reasons or due to school?
The child is barakah. Delay the barakah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Fadl. See how your life turns out. See how your life turns out. It was my plan to have children, and I didn't have a child. My wife didn't get pregnant. Everybody understand this? That's one thing. But to say I don't want to have a child with my wife, I'm in school for 3 years, 4 years. Yeah, who provides for you? You or the degree? Just because you have a child, you can't go to school, you can't study, you can't work. It's impossible. What's the purpose of getting married? Except for what we explained earlier. Having righteous Muslim children. So necessity is one thing. Polish, putting something just on the surface, glazing it, that's a different story. You should seek the barakah that Allah Azza wa Jal has perhaps destined and decreed for you. Have children. Bidnillah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah provides for you. Allah takes care of you. Allah Azza wa Jal, He's the one that looks after you. So I would not advise for people that have the ability to have children, but they delay those children because of this and because I would not advise with that. As far as necessity, different story. Using contraceptives because of necessity. It's an extreme hardship, different story. But things are easy for you. You're affluent. You have the ability, you have the time, but you want to preserve your body. Or you want to get to know the person more. Or I want to finish this degree that you don't need. You want to finish a degree that is not a staple part of you having good occupation. Don't deny the children. Wallahu a'lam.
If the husband wants to be intimate with his wife, and she is genuinely tired from caring for the children, and she is sore from the previous intercourse she had with her husband, can she use this as an excuse or no?
Yes, she can. Yes, she can. We mentioned that in the lecture. She's exhausted. She's extremely tired. She has a very bad headache, a very bad migraine, or she's very sore for one reason or another. However, the first scenario is a bit different. It's a bit different. She's very, very tired and exhausted, fulfilling her responsibilities. The second scenario, sister says, I'm extremely sore. Okay, if you can't have intercourse with your husband, then there are other types of intimacy. There are other things, there are alternatives that you can do for and with your husband to please his sexual desires if you're physically too sore. Wallahu a'lam.
Is oral sex permissible?
It's a question that we've answered many times. Let's see the book. So on page 87, bonus fatwa, husband requests oral sex. Sister, she says, this question is very uncomfortable for me to ask. But as a sister placed this amana on me that I ask you this question. She needs the answer and approach me on this sensitive issue, which is oral sex. Her husband tells her that it is something that pleases him very much. And she wants to know, is it permissible in Islam? And if not, will she be sinful for fulfilling her husband's wishes? Also, is she disobeying her husband if she refuses and tells him no? Jazakallahu khairan. Page 87 is the answer, the detailed answer of this issue, or sex, giving, receiving, men, women. We've also answered the question several times on Mufti Q&A. The general summarized answer is, we're not going to give the summarized answer because the book is available. The book is available, within that title. And alhamdulillah, not boasting, not bragging, but speaking out of Allah's blessings. وَأَمَّا بِنِعْمَةِ رَبِّكَ حَدِّث. Speak about Allah's blessings. We had the ability to put together, it's much more than just 40 questions. Some questions have 3 or 4 questions in them. But at least 41 questions. Not from the Middle East, not from Saudi Arabia, not translated. People from Denmark, people from Australia, people from UK, people from Canada, people from Philadelphia, people from New York, brothers, sisters, from anything that you can think about. Anything that you can think about and come to your mind, inshallah, a lot of it is in this book. So alhamdulillah, me and some of my personal students, some of my personal disciples, we had the ability to put the book together, walillahi alhamd, buy the book, spend on yourself. Inshallah, you'll grow in knowledge and you'll increase in knowledge in this book. And I say, alhamdulillah, not boasting or bragging, many things in this book you will not be able to find in one book, even in Arabic. There are many jewels and gems, walillahi alhamd, that you're not going to find in another book. And there's no pride in that. That's Allah's blessing. So buy the book, bi'idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. Purchase the book and enrich your soul. Wallahu a'lam.
Question from online says, Assalamu alaikum, if you are working multiple jobs and are doing all you can for your wife, at what point should you see it as overdoing it? And in this case, it's fulfilling all of your rights.
Give your wife,
fulfilling all of her rights.
First and foremost, give your wife what is a need, the necessities, lodging, food and drink, clothing, medical expenses, and health care. The things that are a necessity. If you have more money, more time, then give the things that aren't a necessity. Comfort your wife. Spoil your wife. Pamper her a little bit. Give her things that she doesn't necessarily need, but she wants. There's nothing wrong with that. Once you have these 2 things, khalas, that's enough, sufficient. Nothing more. It's just that simple. Wallahu ta'ala alam.
What if your fiance is not as religious as you want him to be? Praying on time, reading Qur'an, attending lecture. How do I deal with that? Do I continue to be patient and help him try to do his religious obligations?
If you pray on time, sister, Fajr is Fajr, Dhuhr is Dhuhr, Asr is Asr, Maghrib Isha. If you make 5 prayers a day on time, and your fiance does not make 5 prayers a day on time, do not marry this man. Period. Do not marry a man that struggles with the 5 daily prayers, and you don't. If you struggle with the 5 daily prayers and he does, you help each other out. You love him, you like him, he's a real good guy, it's a different scenario. But if you're sharp, if you're religious, you pray on time, and he does not, why are you thinking about marrying this man? Why are you thinking about marrying this man? Beer, cigarettes, knowledge, that's one thing. Salah. He doesn't pray on time. He doesn't make 5 salats a day. What can you and this man have in common? Don't marry this man, period. Don't marry this man. Other issues, different story. That's a major crack in the foundation of the deen. رأس الأمر الإسلام وعموده الصلاة. وَذِرْوَةُ سَلَامِهِ الْجِهَادِ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. The Prophet ﷺ says the vertebrae of Islam is the prayer. It's the prayer. So there's no need for you to marry this brother, period. If he repents, if he gets himself together, he prays on time, different story. At the moment, don't think about a man that doesn't pray on time. He barely makes 5 salah.
The question says, I am a sister who is looking to get married. My brother is my wali. He is not finding me a suitable candidate for me. Is there any help for me?
Yes, there's much help. You can go to someone else, another family member. You can go to your local imam, your local masjid. Even what some people say, you can use Muslim matrimonial sites. I have a wali. I found a brother in a different country, in a different city. I think it's a good match. Now, and I say, contact my brother. My husband's lame. My brother's lame. He's not doing his job. He's not taking it serious. So therefore, I may have to take affairs into my own hands. The moment you find a good brother, you need a wali. You need a wali. So therefore, it's just that simple. There's plenty of help. Ask Allah Azza wa Jal to give you the help. There's plenty. There's places you can go, people you can call, sisters that you can network with, and you can find, inshallah, a compatible match. Once you find something that you feel is compatible, then take your affairs to your Islamic wali. And also express to him and admonish him and tell him, Ittaqillah. I'm your sister. You have a responsibility. Allah is certainly going to ask you if you do not fulfill that responsibility. Wallahu a'lam.
The wali of the sister is her father. She is a virgin and wants to marry a brother. The father refuses to marry her to him because of the brother's race or color. The brother's deen and finances is superb and intact. What should she do? Obey or disobey or follow? Or change or wait?
Somebody got to give him something. Sorry. I'll take it. Says the wali of the sister is her father. She's a virgin and wants to marry her brother. The father requests to marry her to him because of the brother's race and color. The father refuses. The brother's deen and finances is superb and intact. What should she do? Obey or disobey her father or change her wali? We spoke about that already. But the specifics of this question with regards to a woman. If there are people that are compatible for you from your race, from your culture, from your original country that are compatible, and your father wouldn't necessarily refuse, it may be best for you to marry someone from your own race. It may be best. As far as compatibility and as keeping your father pleased. As far as if there isn't someone that you found that's compatible, except for this other brother from another country, another color, and everything else is intact, and your father refuses to marry you to this man, not because he's racist, and it's something that's very important, guys, to understand. Sometimes the father isn't racist. He's not prejudiced. Sometimes he's a coward. He's scared about what people are going to say. They're going to shame me. They're going to talk about me. They're going to gossip. You see, brother Fulan, he married his daughter to a such and such. He married his daughter to this brother. Look at her husband. Look at his skin. Look at the kids. What's the hair of the kids going to look like? What's the skin color of the kids going to look like? The kids are going to be lost. They're going to be half-breeds. They're going to be hybrids. They're going to be mutts. He himself accepts the brother in his heart. I think you're a good brother. I personally like you. But I'm afraid of what the people are going to say. So oftentimes brothers, they say, oh, he's a racist. You don't know what's in his heart, Yahi. You don't know necessarily what is in his heart. He may not be a racist. He may be afraid. He may be scared. And you can't necessarily call someone a racist like that. Everybody clear on this? So the only reason why he refuses to marry someone that's a good match for you is race or color. You've spoken to him. You've advised him. Other wise people, knowledgeable people, not just you, because you're still his daughter. He may say, shut up, what do you know? I taught you everything. Don't talk to me like that. But the uncle talked to him. The imam talked to him. This brother talked to him. The information was presented clearly. And he just refuses. then we say perhaps it's permissible for her to steal the waliship from him and give it to someone else. But it shouldn't leave the family if it doesn't have to. It should not leave the family if it doesn't have to. And you always have to be very careful with regards to taking the waliship from your father. I've seen it countless times. The brother, he says to the father, I want to marry your daughter. The father says, no, you can't marry your daughter. You can't marry my daughter. The first thing the brother says, oh, he's racist. He doesn't want to marry his daughter because I'm black. He doesn't want to marry his daughter because I'm from another island, because I'm from another Arabic or Arabian tribe. But in actuality, that's not the case. He may know things about the brother that the daughter doesn't. He may sense something about the brother that the sister can't. He may see something that the sister can't because she's in love with the brother. And his deen may be in shambles. His finances may be in shambles. Or he may have terrible akhlaq that you can't necessarily pick up on and recognize. And you get married to the brother, you disrespect your father, you do away with your father, and then 2 months later, you're calling and you're crying, Abby, we don't have no food. Abby, can you pay the rent? Abby, I'm cold, it's December, the heat is off. Abby, he beat me up. Abby, he threw me down the steps. Abby, he has girlfriends. Abby, Abby, Abby. And then the father says, why couldn't you just listen to me from the beginning? You thought it was racism, but it wasn't necessarily what? Racism. So there's other factors. There's other what? There's other factors. So never rush in taking the waliship from your father. Don't rush. Try to handle the situation. Try to advise him in the situation. It doesn't have to happen in the night. I've had people come to me, wallahi, they wanted it done on the spot. My father, he won't do it, and so on and so on and so forth. Once again, that same situation. The brother was from the Dominican Republic. He was a revert to Islam. The sister was from Bangladesh. The father was in Bangladesh. He said, there's no way my daughter is marrying someone who's Dominican. Impossible. He said, blacks and Dominicans are not true Muslims. They're munafiqs. He says, anyone who reverts to Islam isn't a true Muslim, let alone people from these two places, or look like this. You can't marry him. So the sister, she said, how can you say this? Astaghfirullah, he's a good brother, he's pious, so on and so on and so forth. So they came to me. I spoke with them. I gave them advice. I said, do you have an uncle? Yes, but he's in a far place. Do you have a brother? Yes, but he said it's okay. Every pitch that I threw at them, they dodged it. They dodged the ball. There's no other wali. The sister's from Bangladesh. Her whole family is Muslim. No one can be the wali except for you, Sheikh Mufti. Nobody else. And my husband says no. So I said, well, go figure it out. When you guys are ready to do something, come back to me and I'll give you my final decision and let's see what happens. Months went by, I didn't hear from them, I didn't see them. All of a sudden I get a text message, I get a phone call. Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh Mufti. This is Sister Fulan and Fulan. 4 months ago I came to you about this brother. I found out the brother was an apostate. He left Islam. He said he only got into Islam to marry me, to have sex with me. He did this, he did that. He doesn't want to be a Muslim, so on and 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 so forth. Can you help me out? Please help me out. Obviously the first thing I said is, where did you get married at? She says, I got married at such and such a place. And then the in-between came, I got married at such and such place. The first thing I said was, why did you get married at such and such place? Why didn't you come to me? Why didn't you go back to me? Why didn't you seek my advice? Oh, they said, well, it was more convenient for us to get married at this masjid. It was easier for us to get married at this masjid. You know what I told them? Go back to that masjid. Because I can't help you if you're unwilling to come to me and take my advice and expertise and experience. So now you're in a bad situation. And even though the father said those horrible, horrendous statements, perhaps he knew something about the brother. Perhaps he saw something about the brother. Perhaps he had some instinct, some intuition about that brother that you didn't have. So the point is, he said bad things, no doubt. But obviously the sister could have been a bit hasty. She didn't have the necessary information about this brother. So do not rush in taking the guardianship from your father. If it is permissible and you want to do it, and he's a stubborn bigot, do it with the necessary steps. Clearly and patiently. Do not rush, because love is blind. And sometimes it's not even actually love, but it's lust. And your father may not be the best Muslim. He may not be the most knowledgeable, most righteous, most pious, but he is a father. And he has jealousy for his daughter like no other man. You come to me, I'm dealing with you on a professional level. I can help you out as my brother and sister in Islam. You're not my daughter. This man, he raised you. He brought you up from young. He may smoke. He may drink. He may not even pray. but he knows how to weed out and sniff out a snake, a khan. He's fake. This guy is no good. And she says, no, you can't say that, Abby. Everybody understand this? So some of the ulama, they say that the wali cannot be sinful. The wali cannot be a fasiq. He has to be righteous. And other ulama, they say, no, the wali can be a fasiq. He can be a sinner as long as he's Muslim. And that is because the jealousy, the care, and the concern, in most cases, of course, there are some fathers that don't care about their children. In most cases, is uncomparable to any other man. And he's going to ask questions. He's going to go to the list for his daughter's well-being, even though he doesn't do the necessary things in Islam. So don't rush getting your father out of the picture. Wallahu a'lam.
What should you do if the man you're trying to marry, delay salah most of the time, and use the excuse that he wasn't around the masjid since he is a taxi driver? You try not to push him to speak to a sheikh. You try to push him to go speak to a sheikh. He says he will not go, but he does not. He said he will go, but he does not. We've been going through this for 6 months. When we speak,
first and foremost is, how do you know that he doesn't pray on time unless a masjid is closed? How do you know this? If he's a cab driver, because you're with him? Are you supposed to be with him? Or he told you? And if he did tell you, is this actual fact? I'm driving in Manhattan, there's nowhere to pray. The time didn't go out. It's still time for dhuhr. It's still time for asr. But I have to drive 30 minutes to get to a masjid. Or I have to drive for an hour, I'm in traffic, to get to a musalla, to use the bathroom, to make wudu. There's no sin on that. There's no sin about it. That's not haram. To delay the salah. This prayer has 2.5 hours of time. It is not necessarily mandatory to make the prayer as soon as it comes in. Let alone its difficulty. It's cold outside. You have a work schedule. You can't take a break, but you can make asr 30 minutes later. You can make dhuhr an hour later. And the time is not left yet. That's not haram. That isn't haram. That's the reality of America. That's the reality even in Muslim countries, unfortunately. That's a reality. So therefore, if he has a valid excuse, then there's nothing wrong with that. If he doesn't have a valid excuse, if he's someone who's a slacker, he doesn't like to pray on time, he likes to delay the salah, he's lax about the salah, then we previously answered the question, do not think about marrying this type of brother. Do not advise him, do not speak with him, do not send him to a sheikh. Only marry a brother who has the utmost respect for the salah. Period.
You mentioned marriage can suffer if one or both spouses have a long commute. Why is that? What's the wisdom?
We didn't say marriage could suffer. We said that the experts, they say that it is proven to have a higher divorce rate. We never said that. We said it's an interesting fact. Why is that? Allahu A'lam. But the fact is that it is an interesting fact. And if you want to learn more, read about it, study it, read the academic journals, perhaps you'll find the reason. The only thing that we brought you was a what? An interesting fact. Allahu A'lam, what's the reason behind that? Being on the train every day, driving, being stuck in traffic, being on the bus every day, and it leads to divorce, frustration. Allahu A'lam, who knows?
Question says, should one marry in the West or overseas? It's hard to travel because of dumb. Good Muslims overseas.
There are good Muslims and bad Muslims everywhere. There are righteous people in Jamaica, Queens, South Ozone Park, and there are wicked Muslims in Mecca. Wicked. It's just that simple. Wherever you find a righteous sister, marry her. Wherever you find a wicked brother, don't marry him. It's just that simple. It doesn't have to be imported from another country. As far as if you have tastes, specifics that you want, I want a sister that's naturally raised in this atmosphere. I want a sister which is a part of her culture to drink tea and to serve tea to her guests. It's a part of her culture from a young age. Anyone who comes over has to drink tea, serve the tea. I marry an American sister, says, I don't want that tea. I'm not drinking tea. It's hot. It's nasty. There's not enough sugar in it. Or let him pour it himself. Or you go over some brothers' houses. Assalamu alaikum, Mufti says, Mufti, you want something to drink? You want something to drink? Overseas, in certain countries, that's like a statement of kufr. How could you ask your guest if he wants something to drink? It's extremely disrespectful. You don't ask the guest anything. You do what, Saleh? Tfaddal. You don't ask him what, tfaddal, bismillah. So if that's how you are with tea, and you love tea so much, your teaism is so strong, so high, then you need to marry a sister that comes from a country in which tea is a stable part of the culture. And if that's not the case, you marry a sister or brother as long as they fulfill the necessary qualifications that we have explained and what? In detail. Wallahu a'lam. Tayyib. Inshallah, we conclude our session here. If we stop for the salah, then we stop. We keep going, delay the adhan, no. One of the two.
We can keep going, inshallah. I'm sorry, I'm making decisions for everybody, inshallah. Forgive me if I made the wrong decision. For you. Would you advise long-distance relationships if the husband is studying 4+ years overseas?
It says here, say the question one more time.
Would you advise long-distance relationships if the husband is studying 4+ years overseas?
The husband is in a country and the sister's in a country. If you know for sure that in most cases, you're not going to be able to see your wife on a daily basis for at least 4 years, I wouldn't advise with this. You like her, she's down with it, I'll be patient. I would not advise with anything like that. 4 years is a long time. A lot can happen in 4 years. You're studying, you have a scholarship, you don't have that much money. You don't have the ability to travel to and from that country every 3 months, like the ulama say. If your wife is in another country, you say you should visit her at least every 3 months, at least every 4 months. If you don't have that ability, then it's unnecessary. Marry someone in the country in which you are. It's unnecessary. Or be patient until after you finish your studies. I wouldn't advise with that. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. If you can be patient, if it's not a problem, that best. But now, you're outside of the country for 4 years. You can't bring your wife on a visa and immigration until you're in your country. So that's at least 4 years. You go back to America and then you have to wait a year, 2 years, 3 years until they approve her to come. That's a long time. So that's something that we strongly advise against. Wallahu a'lam. What's the thing? That thing right there? There you are. Follow.
What is the advice for long-distance marriage? How do they ensure that they still love one another even though the husband travels more than he is with his wife? What if you want to start wearing the niqab but your husband does not allow you to? Should you marry someone even if you do not feel safe with him, but your mom is sick and is starting to lose her patience?
As far as the first question, then it's very simple and very easy to answer, inshallah. If you marry a sister from overseas, if you marry a brother from overseas, everybody understand this? First and foremost is to realize what you're getting yourself into. Know for sure, a different time zone, different culture, different type of people, there's a visa, there's a plane ticket, and the list goes on. If you're willing to go through these sacrifices and jump through these loops, la bas. If you don't have the necessary patience, you're going to quit, you're going to give up. If that's not for you, you have to be with your husband every night. You have to see your wife every night. Do not marry long distance. If you're unwilling to buy a ticket and visit her and give her her rights, stay for a week, a month, 2 months, do not marry long distance. Marry a sister in your country. Marry a brother in your country. Either you're going to deal with the system properly or you're going to step away from the system. There's no mixture. There's no mixing. All right, about this. As far as wearing the niqab and your husband does not approve of it, then sit down and talk to your husband and ask him why. Why not, honey? Why can't I wear the niqab? Isn't it better? Isn't it closer to shyness? I'm hiding my beauty from other men and it's just exclusive for you. Don't some of the ulama say that it's mandatory? Isn't it more? Isn't it stronger for Islamic identity? And the list goes on. Talk with him. Get him to watch a class, to read a book, to study, to benefit from others. Look at other sisters. Look at them. He can take his wife out. They can walk down the street. Talk with him. Subhanahu wa ta'ala. Last but not least, should you marry someone even if you don't feel safe with him? No. Marry a person that you feel safe with, that you can trust, physically and spiritually. If you don't feel safe with this man, marry somebody else that you do feel safe with. If you can't get married, if you don't find someone that you can trust, then fast. Bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, fast. Make sawm. And Allah knows best. Last but not least, says here, there are single people looking to get married. Can I give you my info for a database of other people looking? Inshallah. Are you stopping or no? خير. هذا وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على عبده ورسوله نبينا محمد.
Sorry, we have some more questions. Inshallah, we'll try to answer these later. If you need advice right away, please email Mufti. Jazakumullah khair.
We'll stop here for the Adhan. As we know, our Sheikh, we don't want to press him. He'll hold to 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. People been here for a long time. We don't want to press him as well. So we'll stop here. We'll pray Isha and then we'll have closing remarks, inshallah.
Keep these with you. How should we take these? Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa sallallahu wa sallam wa barak ala rasulillah, amma ba'd. Today, this morning, this afternoon, this evening, this night, Allah the Most High was very generous with us. He was very graceful. He was very kind. He, the Sublime and the Exalted, He allowed us to have a vision, to have a dream, to make a plan. And that in itself is a blessing. It's for Allah to inspire you to want to do good. Secondly, Allah Azza wa Jalla, He allowed us to physically implement and execute that plan. Many people have plans, many people dream, many people want, but not too many people actually get to fulfill their dreams and fulfill their destiny and actually do it. And that's another blessing. And the only reason why we were able to do this and perform what we performed, which alhamdulillah, which was monumental, in my humble opinion, and unprecedented, is by the help and the assistance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is what we call a tawfiq, divine inspiration, divinely guided success. Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah ta'ala, he said in the definition of tawfiq, أن يدلك على الطاعة وأن يعينك عليها. He said that tawfiq means is for Allah to steer you in the direction of obedience, for Allah to put you upon the path to be righteous, and then help you and assist you in executing that righteous path. So we thank Allah Azza wa Jal for that. And we ask Him to forgive us of our sins, and not us to make us of those who are ungrateful and disrespectful for His endless, countless, limitless bounties. Walillahi alhamd. We don't have the time, we don't have the ability to start to think about Allah's blessings, let alone count them, let alone fulfill the shukr that's necessary for those blessings. But the few that we do know of, among many today, those that we did have the ability to perform and to execute, we thank Him for that, subhanahu wa ta'ala. And indeed Allah has promised us, if we are thankful, He will increase us. And if we are ungrateful, if we're disrespectful, Allah's punishment is severe. May Allah protect us from that. After Allah Azza wa Jal, the brothers and the sisters who helped out, who orchestrated it, who administered this entire conference. Brother Khan, Sheikh Amin, Brother Abu Saeed, Brother Nafis, Sharif, Yusuf, Khalid, Imran, Dhafir, all of the disciples, Sean, all of the brothers and the sisters that helped out, Sharif, Saeed, all of the brothers and the sisters that helped out, those who run and administer the building, for graciously allowing us to hold our event here, for graciously allowing us to do what we wanted to do here without any restrictions. We thank them for that. And we ask Allah Azza wa Jalla to give them tawfiq. We ask Allah to reward them, to accept it from them, and to allow this establishment to grow higher and further, bi-idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. Last but not least, we thank the disciple and we thank the disciplate. There are things that you could do on a Saturday more important than this, bigger than this, better than this. There are speakers, there are teachers that have far more knowledge than me. And you could go and listen to them and benefit from them and enjoy their programs. But alhamdulillah, you chose to come here. You chose to show your support, whether it's financial support, physical support, emotional support. Rather, we even thank those who are jealous and envious. We thank you, honestly, from the bottom of our hearts. Those who are hateful, why are you doing a conference? How can you do a conference all day by yourself? Why isn't the telelink? Why are no scholars speaking? Who are you to do a conference on marriage? Those who are jealous and envious and who are haters, wallahi, we say jazakumullah khairan. May Allah bless you and reward you well. Because without your hatred, without your envy, we wouldn't have the necessary drive and passion. And we take that negative energy and we transform it into positive energy. So it's a shukran for being a hater. Jazakumullah khairan. And we honestly mean that. Everybody that came, that benefited, that helped out, we are appreciative and we are grateful for all that you have done. And without Allah Azza wa Jalla, first and foremost. Then the brothers and the sisters who run Al Ihsan Academy, without Abu Sharif, Sharif, without Abu Saeed, spending his personal time, helping me out, dealing with my delinquency, Abu Delinquent, as he calls me sometimes, my being late, not being on time, not having the necessary appointments. And all the other brothers and the sisters, Nafis, he has to put up with my stuff. We have to put up with Nafis's stuff. And the list goes on. All of the nicks and the knacks and the different problems. And only Allah knows the amount of sacrifice that was made to make this conference a success. Alhamdulillah, many of you, most of you got to come and you got to eat for free. A buffet, all you can eat. Walillahi alhamd. Whatever you want, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala, we serve, hopefully. But the hours that were spent cooking, preparing, making, planning the menu, only Allah knows the sleepless nights that were spent in preparing this conference, and by Allah's permission, it being a success. So we thank all of you. We're grateful to Allah. We ask Allah to accept it from each and every one of you and to reward you well and allow this not to be the last time. We ask Allah to allow us to be the beginning of something bigger, something more special, something more consistent, so we can all learn our deen, practice our deen, and be better husbands, better wives, and get closer to Ar-Rahman subhanahu wa ta'ala. Wa jazakumullahu khairan. Last but not least, once again, a special thank you to those that didn't want the conference to be a success. We dedicate this to you. We thank you for that.